Before we get started, first, they've asked me to tell you to please turn off your phones. If you've got things that, like if you have a ringtone in 2025, you should stop doing that generally, but also in this session, please turn it off. Also, there's a couple of different surveys at the end of this. There's GDC survey, which we really appreciate. We appreciate your feedback. We're also going to ask you for a more specific survey about Meta, about Horizon platform, about Quest, and about your business in particular. I'll show a sort of QR code at the end of that. I would really like your support in sort of helping us collect information about your businesses so that we can do better. So please fill out your surveys. Tell us what you thought of this talk. This is called Past, Present, Future of Developing VR and MR with Meta. My name is Chris Pruitt. I've been at Meta for about almost 11 years, a little over a decade. My hair used to be darker. And I run the Oculus Publishing Group, which is a group that is dedicated to building games for Meta Quest and other parts of Meta's platform. My background is game development. I'm in about my 25th year or something like that. Have been an engineer, ran a game studio, and now my job is as director of games at Meta. The publishing program is just the part that I run. It's not the only games function at Meta, but it's the part that has been traditionally interested in building an ecosystem, building a platform that is financially viable to developers, as well as produces things that are good for our customers. We launched over 100 titles last year. The publishing program is going really strong. I'll talk about it a little in this talk. But this is actually not a talk specifically about video games. We're going to talk a lot about video games, but it's not really a talk about video games, nor is it a talk about so much like meta strategy. It's actually a talk about how our ecosystem is evolving, where it's kind of come from, and where we think it's going. And I'll tell you, like, the spoiler alert on this talk is it's actually about audiences. Before I get going, I do want to just cover a couple of basic terms. I mentioned the word ecosystem a minute ago. That's like a super loaded Silicon Valley term that can mean whatever you want it to mean. When I say it, I'm talking about this virtuous cycle between developers and customers. Devs make cool stuff, customers buy it, developers get paid. That's the ecosystem we're trying to build. We're trying to make sure that there's an economic reason and not just an awesome technology reason for you to invest in something like VR. And that's basically that your end customer has a lot to buy and that your end customer wants to buy things. We strongly believe that the thing that drives an ecosystem like ours is quality. So a publishing program's long-term goal has been to amplify the quality of the content of our platform. Meta Quest is the name of the VR devices. I think you probably know this, but just in case, our current line of VR devices are called Meta Quest. We have a Quest 3 and Quest 3S, which are currently in market. And then everything else we make is basically called Horizon. So, I think a lot of folks, when they think of the words Horizon, they think about our metaverse, 3D, game engine, social thing. That's Horizon Worlds. That's a particular product within this sort of larger Horizon umbrella. When we say Horizon, we're actually talking about this idea of embodied spatial computing, which is another kind of Silicon Valley concept, but it's actually a really cool one. It's the idea that there's a human-computer interface in the future that is fundamentally based on spatial integration of people and computers, being in a virtual space, manipulating virtual space, doing the things we do today on screens in virtual space. And that's what embodied spatial computing means. And our name for all of our investments sort of in that realm is Horizon. So the Meta Horizon Worlds is the 3D metaverse game engine thing. We also have the Meta Horizon Store. The app on your phone is the Meta Horizon app. The operating system is Meta Horizon OS. When we say Horizon, we're actually talking about these whole things. In the future, when you see us say Meta Horizon X, Y, Z, you should take it to mean the whole collection of stuff we're working on, and not just the metaverse thing. Before I talk about trends, I want to talk a little bit about how the ecosystem's been doing, just from a numbers perspective. We crossed $2 billion spent on the platform recently, which is a pretty big milestone. Overall, spending is up about 12% in 2024 over the previous year. And engagement is actually up more than that. It's up about 30%. So when we say engagement, that's a measurement of like the frequency of usage of our devices and the amount of time the customers use our devices. So this means that people are using our devices more frequently and they're using them for longer. And those are actually, great numbers. We shipped a lot of cool software in 2024. Metro Awakening, Behemoth, Batman, our own project, and my personal favorite, Trombone Champ. You should definitely play this. We also shipped Quest 3S, which is our most recent device. It is a affordable VR headset, costs $299. In terms of spec, it can go toe-to-toe with our existing high-end Quest 3 device, but it is a lot cheaper, and it's designed to, collect an audience of people that's broader than our current audience based on a lower price point. It had a great holiday season, and thanks to its growth, there's actually more people actively online in VR today than there has ever been in our history, which is a pretty cool thing. Now that actually represents a lot of growth. Growth in time spent, growth in the total number of devices in the world, growth in revenue, and we have some developers who are experiencing a lot of success as a result of that growth. Here's the folks from Animal Company talking about their recent, quite dramatic success on our platform. We also have seen folks like Thrill of the Fight 2, Ghost of Tabor, FitXR, all had a great 2024. And we made some pretty big changes to our platform, right? Like we opened the store, we had a curated store, and we opened it so that anybody can ship to it. And because we did that, we found software that we might not have otherwise known about, and that software has grown very significantly as well. That includes titles like Yeeps, VRFS, and of course, the early mover in this space, Gorilla Tag, has grown to now I think it is one of the most successful VR apps or games of any kind in the world, of all time. But although there are these sort of success stories and examples of success, there's also a number of developers who have told us that their revenues have declined, who've said that they are worried about their reach, and have worried that the changes that we're making to our platform have impacted their businesses. And it's true that the types of content that we're seeing be successful today is not the type of content that we saw that was successful, in the past. In particular, even though our revenue is up overall, there's been a pretty significant mix shift in what our customers are buying. And I would say, if I'm going to try to use the language of the kids these days, like the meme games are doing great. The single-player narrative, like tearjerkers aren't. The are down, and the sort of social multiplayer competitive titles are doing very well. And that's a pretty significant shift, even over a couple of years ago. So I think it's really reasonable to ask, and we asked ourselves, okay, well, why? What changed? Is this something that we caused? Is this a result of our modifications to our platform? What's going on? And I think it would be a large oversight I'm going backwards. Oh my gosh. There we go. Large oversight for me to not address, the sort of general game industry context. Last couple of years, spending is down, investment's pretty flat. It seems like live service titles and indie darlings are the only titles that are doing quite well. I actually think it's very difficult for a single player narrative tearjerker game to be successful on any platform right now. But of course, this context impacts folks who are developing for VR too. I can't ignore the greater context of the game industry, which some of the trends we're seeing, are mirrored on other platforms. But I want to today spend time talking about the things that are specific to our platform and are things that we can control or that we at least can measure based on the data that we have access to and the sort of the trend line that we've seen on our platform. And it's true that things are changing. And I talk to a lot of developers. Developers have a lot of theories. Everybody's got a theory. Some people think that the boogeyman is that we opened our store. We opened our store, the signal to noise ratio changed. Now these titles that used to get promotion in the store don't get promotion in the store anymore, and that's why their revenue has declined. There's some folks who look at our mobile app, and what they notice in our mobile app is the front page of our mobile app is now mostly Horizon Worlds content. And I have some developers came to me and said, like, you traded the shelf space for Horizon Worlds, and now my revenue has declined, and that's got to be what happened. I also heard that like Meta doesn't care. Like there's a couple of developers who say like, boy, you guys just want free-to-play titles. Like you don't want this stuff anymore. You're not putting any energy into single-player games or the types of games that were successful in the past. You just want free-to-play games. And we have internally, we have our own theories. We have our own like what's happening. It's actually quite difficult to prove or disprove any given theory because we can't just rely on precedent from other platforms to inform how our platform's going to work. Like nobody's ever built a VR platform the size of ours. Nobody's ever attempted to do what we're trying to do, and it's not necessarily the case that like the business trends that work on other platforms apply the same way that they apply to VR. And I think this is, when you say it, it's sort of self-evident. Like in the early days of mobile, I think we all sort of thought that mobile games were going to sort of work the way that games worked on other platforms. And what we learned over time is actually they have their own thing. They work a completely different way. They have their own monetization approach. They have their own user interaction approach. They're targeting a different cohort of people. And they're very successful within that thing, but they aren't particularly the same as the console or PC games that came before them. So we're very careful about sort of not just assuming because we see something happening on a platform over here that the result's going to be the same over there. And we need to answer these questions by doing like actual research, by doing like data analysis and doing sort of looking at our users, looking at our content, looking at how the content has changed over time in order to determine what's actually happening. So we did that research. We spent months and months on it. We were surprised by the result. And I'm going to tell you what that result is. But before that, I have to sort of back up a little bit and kind of bring you along on like a little bit of the way that we think about our history as a platform to get to the point where like what our research says will make more sense. Oops. Okay, so early days. When I joined, the device that we had in market was called the DK2, which is Development Kit 2. It was the first real 6 Degrees of Freedom VR headset, I think. And it was pretty janky, but it was also quite magical. Like it was the first time that most people had ever put on a functional VR headset, and it was functional, it worked. And there was an audience for this stuff, for these like early dev kits, and that audience was people who were super excited about the VR technology. They've been dreaming about virtual reality for their whole lives. They wanted to get in there and experiment, and like the software that we saw coming out of that community, we didn't even have a store at this point. It was like people trading, application binaries on the internet. The titles that we saw were like basically tech demos. They're like, hey, how do I move forward? Like, what happens if I jump? Don't jump in VR. It's basic stuff. Like, what is the basic interaction grammar? How do we do rendering? How do we do like this sort of fundamental boilerplate problems that needed to get solved? And they weren't products, really. They're just like experiments. So when we shipped Oculus Rift, which was our first real consumer product, that audience came along. They were like, yes, cool, a higher end consumer grade VR headset, I want that. But the folks who came in for Rift weren't necessarily these like hardcore tech enthusiasts. They weren't necessarily the people who were like, oh boy, how does VR work? Like, what's my motion to photon latency? Like, that wasn't them. They were like, I want to play VR games. I want to play the games I'm playing on my PC. And I, by definition, am a pretty hardcore gamer because I have a high-end gaming rig in my house. I want to play those games and I want to be inside them. Like, that's what I want. So that audience was much more of a core gamer. And we saw a pretty significant shift from the sort of the DK2 audience to the Rift audience. And it's kind of an obvious thing to say it out loud, but it took us a while to realize that the folks that are buying the Rift are not even necessarily a superset of the DK2 folks. It's like a different group of folks. They have a different group of needs. So we also built this device called Oculus Go. And our goal, with every device release is to say, okay, we've gotten some sort of audience, right? We've sold this device, people have bought it, they're enjoying it, they're using it. How can we expand that audience? So the idea with Go is to say, could we make a super duper, low cost, accessible device? This was $199. And it was pretty good, honestly. The problem with it was only 3 degrees of freedom, so it could do rotation, but not positional tracking. It also didn't have proper controllers. It had a positional controller. And the software that we were able to ship for this device just was not high enough quality. Even though it sold pretty well in its sort of early days, the folks who bought it didn't retain. And what we learned was that 3 degrees of freedom wasn't sufficient. even for a broader audience of like non-gamer people that we targeted, they needed to have a higher bar, a higher minimum technical bar, and this device did not hit it. There was by the way, like a ton of internal debate about the sort of Rift side of the house and like the Go and Gear VR side of the house. I gave a talk in 2022, which is on YouTube, which you could watch, which is kind of about our internal thinking about that, and like, is it fidelity or is it scale? And if you're interested in that topic, you should go watch it. For now, I'm just going to move on and talk about Quest. Like, when Quest launched, it was the result of all of the learnings we'd gotten from both Rift and Oculus Go. And the purpose was to sort of try to combine the best parts of each and try to capture a specifically core gaming audience. And the folks who showed up here were actually, again, distinct from the core gamers that we had on Rift. Those folks were all about high-end fidelity. They spent a lot of money on their graphics card, and they want every single pixel to be rendered by 15 shaders, and they want every visual effect to be applied 15 times so they can validate the exorbitant cost of their graphics card. Like, there's a visual fidelity equals value mindset for some of those folks, and that was not the same as the people who bought Quest. In fact, if you go from PC VR to Quest, like, the graphic fidelity is not the same. But turns out there's a whole lot more people who wanted a standalone headset that had no wires and required no graphics card at all. You just put the thing on your head. So that was an audience of gamers, and particularly with Quest 1, they're still pretty core gamers. But they weren't the folks who were fixated on like high-end fidelity and graphics, which the PC VR folks certainly were. Like, our big breakout hit on Quest was Beat Saber, which is a very fun game, but not one that hangs its hat on visual fidelity. And then it was particularly true with Quest 2. Quest 2, that audience, Quest 2 came out during COVID, and it benefited quite dramatically, I think, from the lockdown. And a bunch of different people went out and bought it. And that moved our audience really from a core audience pretty well into, like, I would say, a mid-core type of group, where you now have people who, yeah, they want to play video games, but they're not the super hardcore 150 hours in Dark Souls people. And they're also including a bunch of people who are doing things other than video games. Like, we were able to push sports and fitness in particular with Quest 2. And by the way, that brought in a lot of people who never would have bought a VR device. Like, we saw an influx of women, for example, who are interested specifically in fitness. So our goal with every one of these devices is to expand the audience. And for each of these releases, I think we were actually quite successful. Quest 2 also, by the way, importantly, where we started to see teenagers as a class show up on our platform. We started to see them really early in games like Gorilla Tag. But an important point that I'm trying to make here is, at each of these phases, the audience expanded, but their previous audience, sometimes they came with it, but they changed. Like, the new audience that grew was actually not the same as the audience that existed before. We also made Quest Pro. It didn't sell. Then we made Quest 3. It's pretty good. Very much a continuation of sort of the Quest 2. It's the same sort of similar audience. Games, fitness, movies. This is the type of thing these people want to do with it. And we saw teenagers growing significantly. And at this point, we had actually identified a group of people that are sort of our Quest 2, Quest 3 audience. And we call them like the VR elite. And these are basically tech-savvy adults who have some disposable income. They like playing video games. They bought a Quest 2 or Quest 3 in order to put this headset on and play some cool games. And they have been sort of the engine that has driven our ecosystem for many years. Teenagers, much smaller cohort, but very intense and intensely focused on a couple of titles like Gorilla Tag. Also an important part of this Quest 3 audience. So then we shipped Quest 3S. That's October of last year, very recently. And like I said, it's designed to sell. It was low cost. Again, goal is audience expansion, right? How can we get more people into VR? We don't just want to replace the existing, like, if everybody just upgrades their devices and it's the same people every time, then we're not winning. It has to be larger and larger audiences every time. So how do we get new people to buy the device? Well, Quest 3S, like, what if we lower the price, $299? And our intent was to expand the audience beyond this VR elite crowd, to say, like, who else can we grab that's new? And it's actually done very, very well, but it's performed, the pattern of its sort of sales and behavior are actually quite distinct from our earlier devices in a way that was surprising to us. And it's worth sort of digging in a little bit about how Quest 3S has sold. Usually, when we see sales of our devices, they follow like a pretty regular graph. This is not a real graph. This is what I drew freehand. But the idea is, we do pre-orders. We do pre-orders. We say new device is coming. There's a bunch of sales that happen at the pre-order time, and then we launch the device, and a bunch of people go buy it. And then Black Friday and Cyber Monday roll around. We sell a bunch more devices there. And then Christmas shows up, and the devices that had been purchased as gifts, they all turn on, and we see this big spike. That's the pattern. It's been pretty stable for the last several devices we've shipped. Quest 3S didn't actually do that. Launch went really well. Launch went great, but we had very, very few pre-orders. Pre-orders were weirdly silent. And then Black Friday, Cyber Monday came and went. It was pretty good, but what we saw was the devices that were being sold, and we were selling plenty of devices, weren't being turned on. And we were trying to figure out what's happening with this giant set of devices that has been sold but has not yet been activated. And our assumption was, maybe they've just been wrapped up and they're being put under Christmas trees and given out at Hanukkah. They're holiday gifts, right? And sure enough, Christmas rolled around. We saw this gigantic activation spike, like 6x what we saw on Black Friday. Huge spike. The relative weights of these spikes, still not a real graph that I'm trying to communicate here, is very different for Quest 3S and previous devices. And that was an indication that the audience had started to shift because the buying patterns had shifted. So then we started watching these people who come in, particularly with the holidays, and say okay, well, what are they doing? And it turns out they behave differently too. They like free-to-play online multiplayer games. They do paid apps also, but the types of paid apps they buy are different than the types of paid apps our traditional VR Elite cohort has purchased. They really like I Am Cat, for example. They don't really spend a lot of money on core games at all, as far as we can tell. They're not interested in a traditional shooter or something. They are quite mid-core and maybe a little bit price sensitive, and biasing towards content that they can get into for free. And importantly, the area of this where we thought this was a huge success is that almost all of these people are new to VR. This is their first VR headset ever. The vast majority of them have never owned a Quest in their lifetime. So we managed to sell this device to a new audience of people who haven't previously owned our headsets. And it's not too difficult, based on the description of their behavior, to figure out that these are basically teenagers, right? They are into social multiplayer games with humor. They don't have a ton of disposable income. They tend to discover the titles that they want to play off-platform. They're going through socials or influencers. They are playing games that have sort of a moment in the sun or a little bit of trend behind them, and then they kind of move on to the next one. These are folks that play Lethal Company. They're playing Fortnite. They're playing Raft and Content Warning and Melatonin. And by the way, you should play Repo. It's really fun. They're in that too. On other platforms, that's a type of game that they're playing. And on our platform, when they come to our platform, they're looking for something similar. And it's not like these are a new audience, right? These people didn't just magically arrive with Quest 3S. We've had them in the platform really since Quest 2, but they are growing very quickly, and their usage is growing very quickly. In particular, they are now the most active cohort, as far as we can tell, of customers on our platform. And that represents a pretty massive shift in our customer base. It hasn't happened overnight. It's actually been happening slowly year over year. But we've kind of reached a point, particularly with Quest 3S, where the sort of tide seems to have turned. And now this is your most active VR user. So when we did the research about what's the impact of these changes, the changes to the store, changes to the Meta Horizon app, doing things like merging App Lab into our store. When we did all the research for that work, the basic result that we found is that those things had a contribution. I'll talk about them in a minute, but they weren't the significantly main contributor to the ecosystem changes that we've seen. by far, the much larger contributor is a mixed shift in our audience. We found basically that new users are spending less than they used to, but older users are also spending less than they used to. And that might not actually be specific to our platform. I suspect that there's a similar trend on many game platforms today. But more importantly, the most significant contributor to change the ecosystem was the sort of shift in our audience, and in particular, the rise of teenagers. And that's especially true on Quest 3. Quest 3S. Now, I know I've spoken with many devs who sort of assumed that the impact to their business was sort of directly related to these like moment in time changes we made, like opening the store. And in fact, I've talked to some developers who witnessed, very significant declines in their revenue. And this particularly tends to be folks that were building for that VR elite crowd and had been, successful for quite a while, are now finding that their sales are not nearly as good as they used to be. And so I think there was an assumption that like I said earlier, everybody's got a theory. You open the store, you changed the front page of your app. That must be why. And it's easy for me to come up here and say like, don't worry, it's just teenagers. Meta lives and dies on data validation, right? Like we require every theory to get proven with data. So we don't make, and I talked earlier, like we can't rely on precedent. As a company, we refuse to rely on precedent. Like we actually need to go out and test every single assumption and hypothesis that we have. So we did a pretty significant data analysis of the store changes specifically. And the way we did them is we use something called a holdout group, which is basically an A/B test. You have one group of people, the majority of people who get all the new stuff. We open the store, they get to see all the new layout, they get all the new stuff. But then you have another statistically significantly large group that never sees any of those changes. To them, our platform looks exactly as it did at the beginning of 2024. And by comparing the behavior of these two groups, we can kind of do an apples-to-apples comparison of like what the impact is. Right? If you see group A behaving differently than group B, then you can say, okay, well, the differences in the platform are responsible for that change. But if they're the same, then you can pretty safely say, well, okay, those changes actually didn't affect behavior. And because we did this work, we have a pretty good idea of what the actual material impact to the revenue on our platform has been from all the changes we made last year. Here's a slide. Basically what we found is opening the store caused a 1% loss of top-line revenue. Changing our Horizon app to feature Horizon content caused about a 3% loss in top-line revenue. And all of that was made up for by other things, and we ended the year 12% up. Now, I'm talking about top-line. Individual applications may have experienced more variance, particularly if they were the folks targeting VR Elite and they'd been doing quite well before. But basically, what I'm here to tell you is these changes were not material impacts to the revenue generation capability of our platform. It did not hit the top line. And it's important to note, I've been talking a lot about this growing cohort of teen people, but the VR Elites are still there. They're still in the platform. They're just growing a lot more slowly. They're growing more slowly, and they exhibit a couple of particular patterns which are making them increasingly difficult to reach. One is they spend most of their money in their first month. They get our device, they put it on their head, they find some cool stuff they want to buy, they buy it, and they play it. And then after that first month is over, they don't actually come back and browse very much. When they come back to buy something, it's because they learned about it somewhere else. They learned about it off platform. They saw it on their social platform, or some friend told them about it, or they saw some advertising, whatever. They have something specifically that they intend to buy that they're coming back to our platform to actually purchase. And so it's a little bit unsurprising, I guess, if you know that, to say store changes didn't have a huge effect. Yeah, because they don't actually leverage the store to buy their things very often anyway. In the first month, sure. As new users, sure. But after that, they depend quite a bit on community, marketing, social networking. I think it's also, one of the memes I heard was opening the store must have caused a giant spike in free-to-play. Meta only cares about free-to-play, and that's what they did this so that they could drive paid applications out of the business. Well, okay, paid apps are still the majority of our revenue by a pretty healthy margin on the platform. Like most of the money that's generated on the platform comes from paid applications. It's true that free-to-play applications have been growing pretty consistently as a share of total revenue, but that trend's been happening for years. Like they're continuing to like sort of make inroads on total revenue year over year, and we saw that same growth this year, but there's no spike. Like for example, when we opened the store. In fact, if you look at the graph, you can't tell the moment in time when the store opened. We did not observe, at least, any particular inflection that the store changes made on the sort of ratio of paid to free revenue. By far, like, I guess I should back up. I think the bottom line really is that we made a bunch of changes, and we worried about them a little bit. Developers worried about them a little bit, but we actually did the research to figure out like what is causing these changes. Is it something that we caused? Is it general industry trends? And it's true that the changes we made did have an impact, but it's very small. And the much larger contribution to overall ecosystem change has been this rise of new cohort of customers, in particular teenagers. Now, my intention today is not to tell you all to run out and make meme games for 14-year-olds. Because our goal is to grow the audience, and guess what? The research says that the rising group of teenagers is not the only new audience that we are starting to capture, we're starting to see. They're certainly the most active at the moment, but we can see in the data that there is a rising group of a completely different cohort of users. And they're kind of on their way to the platform. They haven't really completely arrived yet. We can see them, and we anticipate that they're coming. And that group is what we think of as sort of these mainstream adults. These are, kind of dads, like 30-something men in the United States who really like to watch TV. They watch sports, they watch movies, they watch television. They play video games too. They play video games as well, but video games are like a secondary kind of pastime for them. They don't identify as gamers at all, even though they actually spend quite a lot of time playing games. And they're pretty distinct from our earlier VR Elite cohort, which is also adults, because if they were into VR because of the idea of VR or because of the specific content we have today, they would have bought a device already. These are folks that are interested in high fidelity media consumption. And as the resolution of our devices increases, it is increasingly viable for them to use our headsets as a replacement for their television. And like this group's small today, but it's growing pretty quickly. And we think by like 2027 or so, they're going to be a major player in the ecosystem. And mainly, I tell you this because, this is a prediction that we have. I tell you this because I think the idea that the audiences grow and change as we expand the user base is fundamentally always going to be true. Like, we are not going to be successful as a VR platform if we constrain ourselves to a single audience. But at this very moment, what we're doing is we're moving for the first time, really, from being one single mode audience target to having multiple audiences that we're targeting at the same time. Right now, it's VR Elite and teens, but soon it'll be VR Elite teens and also these mainstream adult folks. And I think that is just like the way that it works when we grow a platform from scratch. So our audience is changing, right? What are we as Meta doing about it? Well, as I said, like all of these audiences are important to us. If we just took one and replaced it with another, then we will not have net growth. Like, the goal is to grow the total number of people and the diversity of people in our headset. For that to be true, we also need the content to remain viable, even though it's diverse, right? So like, I can't have a race to the bottom where only free-to-play games work. That'd be terrible. I need, all kinds of things. I need single-player, 40-hour narrative things to work on our platform also. And I suspect that when the like mainstream adult 30-something dads show up, they're not going to play the meme games, right? I don't think they're the audience for that. So we actually need all this stuff to be viable. We need free-to-play, we need paid applications, subscriptions. All these things need to work. And we need to be able to target and effectively address all of this different audiences. So to do this, we're learning this pretty quickly as we go too, right? This is all work in progress stuff. But to do this, we're making a lot of changes to the platform itself. We've already made a bunch of these changes, but there's a lot more coming. We've improved store merchandising and ranking. Just as an aside also, like we talk about things like ranking or store as if they're these like static monolithic things, but the truth is there's systems that are changing all the time. Like we've changed the ranking algorithm in material ways a whole bunch in the last like 4 or 5 months since our store opened. So even as I tell you like, okay, well the opening the store had this impact, we're already in the process of fine tuning and changing the work that we do. We've also rolled out a bunch of services for developers, like you have control over your pricing, you have controls over your sales. Those are previously things you sort of had to work with us to schedule. Now it's just sort of all in your hands. In particular, we're putting a lot of emphasis on personalization in the presentation and merchandising of content. Like if we have multiple audiences that are live at the same time inside our platform, then we need to make sure that we're presenting them with content that is accurate to their taste. We haven't done that very well in the past because we had a really well-defined singular audience. Now we have to do it better. We've spent also time on user controls for defining what they want, better filtering, better search, better taxonomy of our software so that customers can sort of drill down into the large collection of apps we have and figure out what they want. Product pages are also improving. Things like wish lists are becoming increasingly important because as you start to realize that your customer is going to find your content basically not through our store so much as through your community outreach or through your advertising, it becomes super duper important that you have tools like wish lists where you can sort of collect a customer before you launch and then retain them and then notify them through launch. And UGC is super important to a class of applications as well. We've modified the product pages so that you can actually link out to UGC content or to social content and merchandise it there. I think the main message that I wanted to communicate here, in addition to like the specific numbers, is that we're a huge change in 2024. Changes we made to the platform, changes that happened in the external economy, changes to the game industry itself, and it's actually quite difficult to untangle what's happened. We spent huge effort to do the research to produce the sort of numbers that I'm sharing with you today. It's really easy. It's really easy for us as well to sort of conflate correlation with causation. And I think the changes we made, particularly to our store, were like extremely visible. Like we made big announcements. We had all kinds of things. We were opening the store. It's a whole thing. But when we actually went and looked at the data, those aren't the biggest movers. And also, like the reason that we're data-driven, like the reason we do this work, we have holdout groups and we do this research is that when we screw up, which happens all the time, when we screw up, we need to know that that's happened so we can make modifications. And so our model is to have a hypothesis, ship it, learn from the data, and continue to make changes. And we're right in the middle of continuing to fine-tune the work that we have. I have a little bit left of time in this talk, and I want to kind of change gears to talk about a couple of other things that are important to us and hopefully important to you. The first is Horizon Worlds. I've gotten through 40 minutes of this talk without talking about Horizon Worlds. It's really important to us, though. I actually spent a ton of time making our social multiplayer online game engine really good. We recently released an external editor to a much larger collection of developers that had access to it before. And our big push this year is to bring our Horizon World content to mobile. Now, I talked a little bit about audience expansion. When it comes to Horizon Worlds, our goal is to make sure that it grows much more quickly than it's currently growing. Like it's growing, it's actually had a great year, but it needs to grow a lot faster. And the way that we intend to do that is by significantly increasing the size of the potential audience for Horizon World content by bringing it to mobile. You can try this right now. You can open up the Meta Horizon app, find some Horizon Worlds, and play it right on your phone. I would consider the current stuff we have as pretty early and mostly a test, but we're shipping and learning from it really quickly. And in the next year, we're going to dramatically improve the sort of content and delivery quality of the Horizon Worlds on phones. I think it's easy to imagine that going to a phone audience is a way to significantly expand the number of people that are out there. But today, most of the people who are using Horizon on their device are headset owners. Like they bought a Quest and they installed the app, and that's why they have the app installed. In the future, we don't really think that's true. We think they'll probably be a minority. But we do think that it will be pretty effective to sort of upsell Quest devices based on shared Horizon work. So for example, if you imagine a couple of friends getting together to play a video game in Horizon Worlds, and one of them has a Quest and the other two don't, the other two can still play. They'll jump in and they'll play from their phones. But probably the dude that's in the headset's going to have the best time. And so we think that we can upsell the sort of VR as a way to play video games, particularly socially, via the use of mobile devices. And I should add also that, like, just as a concept, UGC is super duper important to almost any growing platform. In the last year, we've seen the quality of the content that the creators in Horizon are building just really improve. And there's actually still quite a bit of work to do there. But as we see the sort of quality of the work improve, we also see that sort of amount of time being spent in Horizon Worlds, the sort of customer sentiment, all those things also go up. And that's part of the reason that we announced a $50 million creator fund last month. This is a very large fund, and it is designed to incent developers who aren't currently building in Horizon Worlds to come give it a shot. In particular, we think the folks that are going to be super interesting for this segment are folks who have mobile game dev experience, like folks who know how to make a sticky mobile game. Come try to make it in our engine. It'll be neat. And it, honestly, even if it doesn't have a VR counterpart, we're still interested in how you can build. We need your feedback, but also we're interested to see like what you can build in our engine. We have a ton more to talk about related to Horizon Worlds later this year. If this is something you're interested in, particularly if you're interested in the fund, there's all kinds of info in the booth. If you just walk down to the expo, you can like sign up and learn all about it, and like we will tell you to talk your ear off about it. But this is a huge major focus for us. And I think it's very common, partially because we've named everything Horizon, for folks to assume that our device and our metaverse thing are intertwined, but really both of these efforts are critical to the long-term success of what we think of as embodied spatialized computing. I also want to talk a little bit about the Oculus Ignition program. Oculus Ignition program we announced last year. And I just wanted to give an update. I don't know for those of you who were here last year, you probably remember the purpose of the Ignition program was to try to help new startups that had come out of the game industry layoffs, particularly from 2022 and 2023, right? Like we had tens of thousands of people in the game industry lose their jobs through layoffs. And when that happens, we expect that a bunch of them get together and form new startups. And so we said, well, what if we had a fund that would allow us to help bootstrap those startups? So we had this multi-million-dollar Ignition fund. The idea was if you're a young, new company who's just started up and you're thinking about making something, if you try your hand at building something for our platform and you have a really cool pitch, then we would fund a development of a prototype. I announced it last year here at GDC. We had a huge number, like hundreds of applications, way more than we honestly anticipated. And they were amazing. And from those, we picked 21 companies. These are the 21 companies that are receiving funds through the Ignition program from us. If you are an investor who is looking to get invested in MR content creation at an early stage, you should check these guys out, because we thought they're awesome and we funded them. And you can look at their slides, but they're all new companies. So you don't know who they are. Let me show you some of their content.
3, 2, 1.
Ignition sequence start.
I think it's pretty impressive work, considering that a bunch of these companies didn't exist this time last year, or had only existed for maybe a month or two. We're very excited about this program. These are the early prototypes that you're seeing today. I think for many of them, this is the first time they've been seen publicly. I'm real excited about this particular group of devs and what they build. Finally, I wanted to talk a little bit about Oculus Publishing. I mentioned this briefly at the beginning of the talk, but one of the, on the theme of theories that I've heard, one of the theories I've heard is Oculus isn't investing in content anymore. The Oculus money dried up. Well, we shipped 100 titles last year. We've got 200 titles in active development right now. And the publishing program, I'm happy to tell you, is going strong. But the type of content that we're looking for this year is very different than the content we've funded in the past. In particular, we're interested in these mainstream adults that we think are going to arrive in something like 2 years. We're anticipating that projects that start up today or start up early this year will ship right about the time that this audience really becomes a force in the ecosystem. So that is the focus of the publishing program. If you're interested in publishing, I'm very happy to talk to you about it. You can come find me after this talk. There are a bunch of people from my team here today who can talk about it as well. We are increasingly picky about what we work on, but the idea that we are no longer funding content is not true. We, in fact, have an unbelievable slate, the largest slate we've ever had in our past, and a lot of it will ship this year. Well, finally, I want to make sure I leave a little bit of time to answer your questions. But before I go, I'm going to make a request, which is that we do all this data research. We do all of this information that we have data scientists on staff, and they do all this work, and they're able to produce these numbers that I've been able to show you today. It's a huge amount of effort at our company. We are an extremely data validation-driven company. But there's some kind of information that we just don't have access to or don't know about. And in particular, the information that we are missing is about your business. It's about sort of how much it costs to build your software, or how much your burn rate is, or what your expectation on a VR platform for ROI is. And so we put together a survey. It's actually part of a sort of larger GDC survey about how we did. It's like 5 questions or something. And our hope is that you can help us write our roadmaps, that you can help us understand the types of developers. We have lots of information about the cohorts of users on our platform. We have relatively small amounts of information about who you all are. And so we'd like to learn more about the sort of nuts and bolts operations of your business. So my request is, if you have time, to please scan this QR code, take the survey, and let us know kind of how your business operates, which would be extremely helpful for us. And with that, I will wrap it up. I will take questions for about 10 minutes. What always happens to me is that there's a lot of folks who want to come and ask questions, but they don't want to get up to the microphone. So we can kind of do this 2 ways. Either I'll just randomly pick people in the audience, and you can, or nobody likes that. Or what we can do is I'll end a little bit early. I'll give 10 minutes or so for questions. And then if folks have follow-up questions, I will get out of the way of the room so the next presenter can come up and get ready, and I'll meet you all out in the hall to continue talking. Thank you very much. Sir.
How you doing? Hey, my name is Lex. Great talk. I look forward to this every year, and you don't fail to deliver. Tell us, you're talking about the expanding ecosystem. You mentioned a little bit the Horizon Worlds. Are you the proponent of the apps versus the Horizon Worlds? Are you kind of the advocate for that? And then tell us a little bit about, in terms of the lighter Meta glasses, Ray-Ban kind of thing. Is there anything you could share about that in terms of the future, and then how could we position ourselves better?
Sure. So the question is, what do I think about apps compared as versus, I guess, Horizon World content for our customers, as well as what's going on with Meta Ray-Bans and glasses? Is that fair?
Absolutely.
Great. Okay. Thank you. I think the way that we think about it is the engine that the content is built with is kind of the user shouldn't care. Like I think most customers don't know if their software that they're running is built in Unity or Unreal. I don't think it's material. What they care about is the quality of the experience. We have a particular type of social experience that's like interconnected that we're trying to drive with Horizon, and it's something that no other game engine does particularly well. And we've built Horizon Worlds in particular to do UGC-focused, social, like high-density social games that can like do things like immediately port to phone without any additional work. Because we want to increase the volume of that content. But from a user's perspective, I don't think they should really care. Like I think these things live side by side in our ecosystem, and the way that they operate, the customers that they target, and the way they monetize, for example, is largely up to the content creator or the developer and what they build, rather than the engine that they select. I mean, that's I think how I would think about it.
But in terms of monetization, it's really, as you attract developers, it's really to the app ecosystem. Is there monetization in the Horizon Worlds, and what is kind of the plan on that?
Yeah, well, monetization in Horizon Worlds works today. It's basically in-app purchase stuff. I would say it's extremely early. And part of the reason for us to put together a large creator fund is we understand like it's hard to get material, like it's hard to get professional developers involved in a platform that's so early that it's kind of hard to quantify the monetization opportunity. Mm-hmm. So that's very frankly the reason for us to produce a fund. That type of like how Horizon Worlds should monetize, exactly how it should work. I think that's something we learn from developers. Like you should show us how most effective way to get users to like come to the platform and spend money on it for your content. And we're willing to sort of, put some incentives on the table to take the risk away there. But I don't think we know, all the answers there yet.
Oh, fantastic. Looking forward to it. Thank you for sharing the insights and the data. It's invaluable. Thank you.
I will say, just quickly for your last question about our Meta Ray-Bans. Meta Ray-Bans are wearable glasses. They have a camera, they've got AI. They're super cool. They're selling really well. We also showed Orion, which is our early AR prototype. I think you could think of VR and AR as independent investments for us that we would expect to eventually converge. But right now, I mean, we're very happy with what's going on the AR side of the house.
Hi. Now that you've done this research, are you thinking about alternative ways of getting games on the radar of people who go on these shopping sprees and then leave because you mentioned they need to be reactivated? Are you thinking about that from Meta's perspective of how to do things differently if they're not browsing as much? Or do you have advice for the developers who are seeing that dip about sort of the alternate ways of reaching these audiences?
Yeah, it's a super good question. I think if I repeat your question, it's like, is the sort of solution for trying to reach customers off platform, outside of our things, is that something that Meta needs to solve, or are there ways that developers should solve it? How we think about it? Is that reasonable? Okay. We certainly think about this a lot. Our experience is that the stuff that we do from an advertising perspective, for example, is significantly less effective than the stuff that developers do themselves. And the reason is that developers know how to market their games better, and they know where their communities are, and they understand what is interesting about their software in a way that is much more natural and nuanced than what we understand. So if you look at the top titles today, they all have a very robust community that they are managing. I mean, Gorilla Tag spent years building its community before it even decided to ship in our store. They've got, when they release an update every month, they can go to their community and say hey guys, go check out the new update. And that's a superpower that we don't have. So we're, of course, always thinking about ways we can reach the customers that are on the platform. But I think probably fundamentally, our effectiveness is going to basically be a measure of once people decide to come back to the platform, what do they do? So part of that might be just increasing the amount of time people spend in the headset. Part of the reason to reduce the price of the headset, for example, is to drive the total active user time. If they're in the headset more often, they're probably going to see our feed, or they're going to see the store, or they're going to go browsing. We can try to get folks in the headset for longer periods of time. But in terms of specific device, or specific title marketing, my feeling is the developer has much more, a much stronger lever there than we do. And it might not look like traditional marketing. It might not be, buying ads or the sort of mobile style user acquisition. It might be cultivating a community on Reddit or something like that. But we have seen, I guess the last piece, which, is just an anecdote really. We've seen a couple of developers in the last year experience big spikes in success because a video went viral on TikTok or on Instagram and we think that there's probably a under leveraging of existing, particularly video-based platforms for VR advertising, because you can reach an audience much larger than the audience of people who own a device today, as long as the viral videos you have works. And so we know that there's leverage there. We have not been the folks building the viral videos, though. It's been influencers and developers themselves.
Right. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for your talk. I'm curious, have you found that the VR Elite, when they come back to buy the big VR Elite style games, are they only coming back to buy games that are exclusive to the Meta store, or are they, yeah?
I don't know that we have specific research on exclusivity. I don't think we track very closely like where developers ship their other titles. I think it's, I mean, if I were going to guess, my guess is that they come back to whichever platform they happen to own. But you know, I don't have actually any specific data on that.
Thank
the
you.
finding was specifically that we could see the pattern of somebody discovering something, coming to the platform, making a purchase, playing it, rather than, you know, idly waltzing into our store and browsing the shelves.
Thank you so much.
So Gorilla Tag is a game that makes me both want to cringe and emulate. Two things about that. One, you mentioned as a growing population, which if we've all read the Meta blog that came out recently, we already knew the younger population is really starting to grow. One, you mentioned that they don't have any discretionary income, and yet Gorilla Tag grossed over 100 million, probably even way more at this point, because that's a little bit of an older stat. So where's the money coming from? I'm assuming mom and dad, but I don't know if you guys have any thoughts on that. And number two, when you look at all the reviews for Gorilla Tag, even the 5-star reviews, oh, it's great, this and that, the mechanics, blah, blah, but the environment is very toxic. And I don't know if any of you have been in Gorilla Tag, but I have with my 10-year-old great niece and 7-year-old great nephew, and it's abhorrent. But the kids love it and whatever. So I guess just, how do we balance like wanting to make a game for the VR community that we love and many of us have been in for so long, and this toxicity that comes in with all these kind of younger players?
Sure. To your first question, which I think was if teens don't have a lot of disposable income, where's Gorilla Tag's revenue coming from? I honestly don't have the answer. My assumption, I think, and I can't comment or give like any kind of rigorous statistical analysis on data that we haven't actually studied. But I would say my guess is that the teen audience, it's not that they have no money, but they're just more price sensitive than a 20 or 30 something adult who has a job. So they tend, and also I think that they move through content pretty quickly, like they sample things or something gets popular and they go through it and then maybe they move on to something else. And so they bias, I think, towards content that is free to play, and then they end up converting through an in-app purchase somewhere down the line. And if you look at the way that Gorilla Tag monetizes and some of the other titles that it's actually like a very straightforward, currency and hats type of monetization process. So I don't honestly, I don't have data to tell you exactly how that works, but our assessment is that these are not the people who show up and say, the first thing I'm going to buy is a $40, 50-hour single-player narrative game, right? On toxicity, I think that all online platforms, particularly online games that are targeted at youth, suffer from this problem, right? It's certainly not specific to VR, certainly not specific to Gorilla Tag. And the best solutions I've seen so far are developers that are deploying automated services to catch the most toxic people. So we did a study about a year and a half ago with a developer who had an online multiplayer game that they were worried about toxicity. And we worked with them to integrate some third-party software. And that software, what it does is it sort of runs on the headset, it monitors the microphone, it never sends any of the data outside of the headset, but it monitors the microphone and it listens for keywords. Like if you say a particular racial slur too many times in a row, then it will fire off to the developer a warning about this particular developer, and it'll attach the evidence.
Like a tox mod.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. And what that developer found was once they collected that evidence from sort of this automated user report system, and they went and they banned the small subset of absolutely toxic people, the like level of toxicity average across the thing just dropped really significantly. Like their whole title became significantly more wholesome and significantly more palatable for a larger audience. I don't know that that will work generally, but we had good luck with that particular developer. I do think this problem is existential and not specific to VR.
Thank you very much.
I know that it's 3, so I'll try to be fast. I'm doing research right now with omnidirectional treadmills, and I was basically wondering, like, do you think if Meta were to start adding on those technological additions, if that would also help to increase the like usability and retainability, especially with people who experience like cyber sickness?
I think that things like treadmills are super interesting, particularly from a research perspective, because you can actually measure how people feel about like locomotion with them. They don't seem, to me anyway, like viable customer products. Like if you look from like Rift to Quest, for example, removing the dependency of having a PC in your home was a huge win for us. Like going more and more standalone. Like you don't need to have anything extra. Right now, everything you need comes in the box. I think the only thing you need is a phone to set up the Wi-Fi. Right. I think there's anytime you sort of add a separate dependency, even if it is something that might increase the quality of the experience quite significantly, you suddenly cut some huge percentage of the audience that is just not willing to buy a peripheral or not willing to set something up in their home that is not movable. So I think rather than like, I don't really know about, omnidirectional treadmills, for example, but my general idea would be that like, in fact, we need to move the other direction, having it as self-contained and simple and low-friction device as possible.
Thank you.
Last one, and then we will.
Right.
If you have further questions, I'm happy to meet you out in the hall.
It's my honor to have the last question. You mentioned about 3 categories: VR elite, young and teen, and also the mainstream adult. It's just a little bit confused. It sounds like there's some overlap between VR elites and also the mainstream adult. So what is the particular difference or the focus area for the mainstream adult? Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think, so I should start by saying these adult audience that we think are growing, this is our conjecture based on the data. So as the data improves, maybe we'll change our minds. But the way that we currently are looking at it is these are people who did not buy our headset to play video games. They bought our headset specifically because they want a really high-end TV in their home. And maybe our headset is actually a cheaper and higher resolution way for them to get a virtual screen in their home than actually buying a TV. Once they have our headset, I actually think they're going to play a lot of video games. Just like when they go out and buy a TV, they plug their PlayStation in and they play it. But the purchase intent and their fundamental thesis about how this device works is not based on this is a game console. It's based on actually this is the best screen in my home. And oh, by the way, I can do all these other things with it. So I expect that we'll see significant behavioral differences between those folks and the VR elite, because the VR elite folks are people who are like, damn, I can get inside a video game. That sounds awesome, right? Sure, that is awesome. Those people will continue to buy, but we're actually looking at a much, much larger audience of potential purchasers that come into the device with the expectation of getting a really high-res screen and then stick around to do other things.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much for the time. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Mastering Meta Horizon World's Creation. First, it's so awesome to see everybody here, all the interest in building for Horizon. I'm excited to share with you guys how you can master building in Horizon, some of the new features that we have coming up. So to start off, I want to talk a little bit about why we're here, why we're talking about Horizon creation tooling. Last month, we made a big announcement. We announced our Creator Fund. What the Creator Fund is it's a commitment for our creators and our users. It's a commitment to bring better content to our gaming ecosystem for Horizon. It's a commitment to bringing our advanced tooling to all of our creators to build that awesome content. And lastly, it's a commitment to our creators to build a business around building in Horizon. We did that by announcing a $50 million fund that will support our creators in building awesome content for our users on Horizon. Today, I'll show you how to master Horizon creation. My hope for today's session is you'll walk out of here with 3 things. The first thing is get a new understanding of what's possible when building for Horizon. The second is getting a feel for how our new advanced tooling can help you build great worlds. And then third, see what the power of AI and Gen AI can, and how it can expedite your creation process. So to kick us off, I wanted to show you guys a video. This is a real world that we built, and pay close attention to like some of the asset details because I'm going to ask you a question about it in a second. So look at the world. You can see a bunch of structures on the right. You see a campfire, a nice terrain, trees, floating islands. You can see going through a tunnel here with some of the buildings attached to the cliffside, some trees. We're going through a cave with a skull head with some fire coming out with some smoke. Now, show of hands, for an artist and a team to put this together in the scene, create all the assets from scratch, how many folks think it took one day to do this? All right, 1 week, 1 day? We're hiring, look at our job board. 1 week? 2 weeks? A month? 2 months? Okay, seems like the average was about 1 to 2 months. So we did a study, or we looked at this, and we estimated about 2 weeks for 2 artists to come in and create this world. Now, we put one of our art leads on it in Horizon Creation, and he built this entire world in 6 hours. 6 hours. What I'm going to show you today is how he's doing it and what tools we give you to be able to do that as well. Now, who am I? My name is Jordan. I've been a product manager for the past 10 years. I've been at Meta for the past 3. My goal is to bring creating tools to help you create your efficiency and improve your speed to be able to build great worlds in Horizon. I'm from Austin, Texas. Have a son, 14-month-old, and a wife. He keeps me plenty busy in my free time, but other than that, I'm working on this. So for today, we're going to go over 3 areas. The first one is our creation tools overview. So I'll give you an overview of exactly what it is. I'll give you an overview of how it's used. I'll go into a quick demo. I'll hyphenate demo because it's a video, because the Wi-Fi is a bit dodgy, but I just want to get you a feel for practically how it would look like to build these types of experiences in Horizon. And so you guys don't have to listen to only me for an hour. We're going to bring up 3 of our top creators on Horizon to talk a little bit about their industry tricks that they have, the tips on building with Horizon, so you can learn a little bit about what it's actually like to build on these platforms from some of our creators. So let's go into our tooling overview. So there's 6 key areas in our tooling that I wanted to highlight today. The first one is our desktop editor. The desktop editor is actually the tool that kicks off everything else in this list. This is where you'll go in, this is where you place assets, import assets, build your scene, build your world, build your game. The second is TypeScript. That's our scripting language. That's how you build complex game logic on top of your game. Second is assets and NPCs, performance tooling, collaboration features, and of course, last but not least, generative AI. So looking at the desktop editor first, this is the general layout of what it will look like when you go in it. You have your hierarchy on the left. This will show all of your assets. You can group items like you would normally in Unity. You have your asset library where you can access hundreds, if not thousands, of assets directly in there for your use to help expedite your creation. You have simulations and controls on the top. This should all feel pretty similar if you've used other game editors before. You have your property attributes, asset animations, and physics and attachables controllable on the right. Now, Horizon is not just for MR creation anymore. Of course, MR is still a big priority. We want to push for MR, but we also want to push for creators to create awesome mobile experiences as well. So we have tools dedicated for mobile in the editor as well. In here, you're able to preview your game with mobile controls. You're able to share a link for easy play testing, so that way you can get in with your either teammates, play testers, and you're able to get into your game without publishing it first. And you can also send a notification directly to your phone. Now for assets, previously when you're building in VR, you were a bit limited with the assets that you could actually use. Importing assets, custom assets were a bit difficult. So now we have support directly in the 2D editor for Blender and Maya imports of assets. So you can build a lot more complex assets and worlds. We also have an extensive pre-built library of NPCs that you're able to pull directly into your world as you build your games. And then lastly, we have a library of assets to kind of help kickstart that asset creation or your world creation. TypeScript. TypeScript is our main scripting language for when you're building your complex game logic. TypeScript is great if you're familiar with React type apps, web development. TypeScript is likely a language that you've used before. If you're coming from C#, C++, it should feel fairly familiar. We have a robust set of Horizon APIs that you're able to use and hook in to the actual gameplay as you build it. Using TypeScript is great. You're able to actually use your own IDE, so you don't have to use an IDE that's built by us that doesn't have all the features that potentially like a VS Code uses. I personally, for my side projects, like to use Cursor. Getting the AI development workflow really helps, at least me, who's kind of a hack coder at times. For team collaboration, we have collaboration built in by default into the editor. So you're able to build with your entire team at the same time. You can see exactly where people are in the space and what part of the space they're editing. You can play test without any additional steps included. It's just hop into the editor and you can start testing. You can share assets with your teams, so that way you can set it at the project level and you don't have to worry about sending drives back and forth between your teams. All this helps with that zero friction playtest to get you into that build, test, iterate loop as quickly as possible. Now, when it comes to getting into that build, test, iterate loop, one very important aspect is actually what you can do when you launch your game, right? V0 is very rarely the hit game that you want it to be. You need to actually see what users like, test it, iterate on, et cetera. So we provide tooling for you to do that. So this is whether it is actual performance tooling, memory, CPU, GPU type testing, or actually growth, world growth. So where are users spending the most time? How many users are you getting? We provide you the performance tooling to be able to see that. If you're interested in performance tooling, definitely check out Ben and Brad's session later today. They're going to be going into how you can use analytics to help grow your game in development for Meta Horizon Worlds. Now, I will typically be a bit transparent. Our goal internally is this. It is creator efficiency. How can we get creators to build super high quality worlds faster? That's our goal. We're obsessed with it. We really want creators to use this tool as a superpower rather than to hinder it. We have some way to go. We're working there. But there are a lot of new features that we are working towards that are going to help enable this. For me, when I think creator efficiency, the biggest thing that I think is Gen AI. It helps you accelerate those workflows. It helps you go from zero to something really quickly. And now the question is how can we help zero to something be zero to a high quality world? So let's take a look at what Gen AI can do right now. Okay, so you might have noticed a few Gen AI features throughout that video. Let's go over what we saw. So there are three main Gen AI features that we have in the product currently, or it will be releasing very soon. The first one is TypeScript. For our people who are more of the creative type, don't enjoy actually writing code, you're able to generate TypeScript directly in the editor from a text prompt. So you can put in there something like, make it so that the coins appear to be floating with a slight rotation. When a user collects them, make them spin fast and move. This will generate the TypeScript code for that asset that you're attaching to, so that way you can make your game come alive without actually having to know complex TypeScript. The second is audio. You don't need to go searching for audio files to figure out exactly what you want. You're able to put in exactly a prompt, like a cha-ching sound that indicates a user has collected a new coin. Texture, you're able to do as well. So if you have a sphere, you're gray boxing a coin, you can ask it to add a gold texture to the sphere. So this will make it look like a coin, and with these three tools, you're able to expedite a lot of your development of the world. Now, we have some exciting things coming down the pipe for the rest of this half, and our goal is to go now from weeks to hours. So I talked a little bit about how that initial world took us 6 hours to build. These next features that I'm going to talk about are how we did it. Number one, mesh gen. We're bringing mesh gen directly into the editor. So no more of the days where you have to go to third-party tools to be able to create meshes or buy asset packs if you're not an artist. So you're able to put in prompts like simple cartoon pirate monkey with a sword standing on a simple cartoon pirate treasure chest. This will output the asset that you're describing, and you can fine-tune it as you see fit. The second is skybox generation. So you don't need to go looking for skyboxes anymore. You can put in a prompt directly in it, and it will generate a skybox for you. And last, which will be coming early summer, is full scene generation. So this is where you can go from a text prompt to a full scene with a prompt. So you could put in something like a cozy island with coastal cottages, surf shacks, and a dock. Let's see what these looks like in practice. So this is your mesh gen. I've already mentioned this prompt, simple cartoon pirate. This will take approximately 3 to 6 minutes to generate, but it'll output something like that. Pretty spot on for what we were looking for. If you don't like it, you can fine tune it. You can ask for different styles. But this will help you go from nothing, if you're not even an artist, to having a full world that you can use assets in. Let's see exactly how that world we talked about earlier was put together using MeshGen. So you're able to put in inspiration pictures for the output that you want. The assets will be generated 3 to 6 minutes depending on complexity. As assets start being generated, you can start placing them around your scene. And 2 hours in development, this is what you have with no art expertise prior. Three and a half hours, the game's starting to feel alive. You can make some final touches. In total of 6 hours in development, you can have a full world that you're able to use. So that's pretty incredible, going from nothing, thank you. So you can go from a completely empty world to a very rich, dense world in less than 6 hours. Now, we want to take it further. We want to go from hours to minutes. That's our next goal. How are we going to do that? Procedural scene generation. So I mentioned that prompt earlier, a cozy island with coastal cottages, surf shacks, and a dock. You can see there on the image on the right, you can essentially create an entire scene that you can adjust parameters for with one single prompt. You don't have to go asset by asset. This will be coming early summer. The asset gen that I showed in the last video will be coming by the end of April. Okay, let's go into a bit of a demo. Of course, a video demo, not me demoing. Wi-Fi. So as we go through this, I want to highlight things as the demo is happening. So I just want to give you a feel for actually how to use the editor, what this looks like in practice, just so you guys know we're not making any of this up as marketing videos. So starting off, going into the world, you can start to run around. So this is simulation mode. All we did was press the play button at the top. You can browse around your world in desktop view or in mobile view, like I mentioned earlier. We go up to this gate, the gate is closed, right? We need to figure out actually how we want to make something interactive here to create some form of gameplay, right? An experience where you have to do something to open that gate. So let's go back into edit mode, let's fly around. Now, the best basic example of a game is always coin collection. So that's what we're gonna do here. So we're gonna go into GenAI. We don't have any coins, right? So let's go ahead and put in a prompt that we wanna get coins. So here we just put symmetrical, simple coin, pretty easy. Now that'll take a bit to generate. So typically what we do is we multitask, right? Multitasking is always good when GenAI is doing its thing. So now we're pulling in a prefab that we had from a previous project. So this is a monkey with a chest, like we mentioned earlier, and this was previously generated by GenAI and then created as a prefab later. In here, we're just adjusting some of the parameters. We're adjusting the actual zone in which a user can walk up to it and start with it. And then let's go ahead and play test again. So we run over, and just like that, out of the box, you have an NPC who's putting up a prompt asking you for coins. Now we're gonna switch it to a mobile view so you can see exactly how this will look like on mobile. And our coins are now done generating. So we can pick which coins we like. We can add it to our asset library. And we can add textures to it directly from here as well. So while that's working, we'll come back in here and we'll add a HUD. So all we did was drag in another prefab, which is a coin collector HUD. In the HUD, you're going to be able to see as a user runs around, they're going to be able to see how many coins that they've collected. The whole point of this game will be to collect enough coins to make it past the NPC monkey and into the gate. Now in here, since we dragged in this prefab, it has default parameters already set for it. So we're able to come in here and adjust the text prompts as we see fit. So we can change the verbiage a little bit, and this will all come out of the box by default for you when you import this prefab. You can put different options for it. You can put dialogues for it. And our coin is about finished. So we'll go ahead and save those models into our library so we can use them for future use easily. And let's go ahead and play test our new NPC dialogue that we just did. And you can see all of the verbiage updated. We can put in how many coins is required for it. And now let's start making our coins. So we can drag in a coin to our scene very easily. It's a very large coin. We'll take care of that, don't worry. We can get a feel for which coin we like the best. So we have this option. We'll save this one as an asset. We'll drag this one into the scene as well. Let's resize that so it's not so big. And let's bring this new one in. Now we can compare. Which coin do we like better? Right, left, spin it around a bit. Yeah, let's stick with the right one. So we'll delete that one. And now we have a coin. We can change things like collidables so players can run into it or not. In this case, since it's a coin, we want them to be able to run through it. And we can choose to preview directly from a specific spot. Now, it still felt a little big, so we'll make it a little bit smaller. We'll preview again. That feels good. But the coin is still very dumb, right? It's still an asset. It's not doing anything. So what we're going to do here is we're going to add a collectible around it. So we add in the collectible. We'll put in the range in which we want the collectible to trigger on. We'll do some grouping to make sure that these always stick together and we can easily duplicate them later. Make some last coordinate adjustments. And now we have a collectible. So let's go ahead and play test it. And we have a coin. The coin will flip, and it'll update the HUD by default because all of these are coming in as our prefabs. And the coin disappears, so we have to restart the simulation. OK, let's do some play testing. We reduced the parameter for the NPC to require one coin. Let's go ahead and grab our coin. And let's go ahead actually first and make our coin a bit more interactive. Right now it's just sitting there kind of dumb. So let's go ahead and put in, I want to rotate it and bob this object as it's just floating there. Let's really make the game feel a bit more alive. This will generate your TypeScript code. You go over into your IDE of choice. In this case, Microsoft Studio. And then we'll put the code in there. We'll assign our script to it. You can set rotation speed, bob speed, based off of the parameters that you make available in the script, which GenAI did for you. And then you can go ahead and preview again. And there you go. Just like that, you can have a coin that's bobbing, rotating, and this is all done by GenAI. Let's slow the rotation speed down a bit. It felt a little fast. Now let's go ahead and preview again. And just like that, we have an effect, we have sound, we have a rotating coin, and we have a HUD that's updating. Then we go up to our monkey. It's requiring one coin right now. And then boom, the gates will open for users to be able to go through into the game. So that's just a very quick example of how you can go from a game that does not have much gameplay, even a game that has zero art in it, to actually a pretty interactive game, albeit a coin collection game, which is fairly simple. But hopefully you get the idea of how you can go from nothing to actually having full scriptable assets in your world that you're able to use. OK, now let's move into our creator panel. I'd like to invite up our three creators. Please join me in welcoming them. We have Jessica, Benjamin, and Pedro. Hello. Thanks. Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hello, hello. All right, guys. First, thank you guys so much for being here. Really appreciate it. It's so great to have some of our existing Horizon creators who have had success on the platform here to talk to all these folks about how you guys have basically done what you've done up until now. We'll start off with some quick intros. I'd love for each of you to go down the line. Ben, I'll start with you. Give a quick intro. What worlds have you built? What's your background in creation? And how did you become a creator?
Hi, my name is Benjamin Fiener, CEO of HabitXR. I've been developing on Horizon Worlds for 5 years. I've been doing it professionally for 3 years. Our studio is known mostly for our games Plants and Bugs, which are sort of cozy experiences on Horizon Worlds. But our primarily we work with other studios who are new to Horizon to provide technical support, as well as some studio resources. And I got started on Horizon Worlds because I was looking for a VR-compatible CAD program for my 3D printer at the time. And it was not that. If you're looking for a CAD program for your 3D printer, Horizon Worlds is not the place for you. But it did capture my attention, and here I am 5 years later.
Awesome, Jessica.
I'm Jessica Richardson. I am the CEO of Kawaii Creator Design Studio. I've been in Meta Horizon Worlds for 3 years. I actually build games with my family, my 2 teenagers, and my husband. We decided to come in and use Horizon as part of a homeschool curriculum, and we just love the tools. We ended up building over 40 worlds, and I ended up working for some really great companies on some really great projects.
Awesome. Pedro?
Hey, hello. So my name is Pedro. I'm the lead game designer at Cluj. I've been working there for 3 years, and since I started, I've been working with Horizon. I've been a part of like almost 20 games, Horizon games by now. Most of them under NDA, but I can talk about the latest ones we released, Dream Leaper and the new version of Smash Golf. And we're also working on a little game called Chicken Tag, which is gonna come out pretty soon. So yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, Pedro. Thanks all for the intro. Let's jump into some questions. So building on Horizon, what's each of yours favorite tool? What do you love about building for Horizon when it comes to some of our advanced features, so desktop editor, TypeScript, et cetera? Jessica, let's start with you.
I actually do a lot of collaborative work with my family team. Since we live together, we have a special workflow. I spend a lot of time in the VR editor getting a feel for the world. My oldest son does most of the typescripting work, and my daughter is our lead 3D artist. So we sit next to each other and talk about how do we use those 3 mediums to create a memorable experience for our users. So for me, there's not one that's more effective than the others. We really use them all daily to create the kind of experience that we're trying to get across. Something that is a little magical, something that is a little surprising. So they're all equally important to us.
Amazing. When you say surprising, what is like the emotion that you want people to feel when they come into your worlds? Like how do you actually create that feeling of surprise or wow?
I think it's really just combining our 3 specialties. I really need to feel out the space. I like to feel like what emotion am I feeling when I first spawn in. Spawn in is something that I really focus on. My daughter tries to create connection with her characters in 3D models. And then my son brings it all together with his mechanics that he creates. So it's really just we're working as one really good team to create it all together.
Wow. Amazing. It must be so amazing building with your family like that. I might need to get some tips from you. My son's only 14 months old, but I'm trying to get some TypeScript into him. But you got to teach him young.
Might be a little early for that.
My wife is pushing me not to do that. He needs to walk first, but that's okay. Ben, same question to you. What's your favorite part of the tool? What do you enjoy most of building on Horizon?
Yeah, I mean, it's just the collaborative nature of it. I think if you were here for the last panel, there was a question at the end that really, sort of nailed my feeling about the platform. That was asked where it was like, hey, like in Horizon World, it's really easy to work with other people to make stuff. Can we get that for Unity? There's nothing quite like being inside of the creative space with my artists or my coders and we're there and we're picking up elements of the world and we're looking at them and we're able to flip between the desktop editor and the VR, the VR editor fairly seamlessly. It's just easy, right? It's just easy.
It seems like from both your answers, the power is in both of those things, right? Like one thing on its own is a bit limiting for you, but when you have the ability to actually create things in 2D and then try them actually in front of you, that's where like the magic comes from for you guys.
Absolutely.
Is that fair? Yeah. Pedro, same question. What's your favorite part of the tool? What do you enjoy most about working on Horizon?
For Horizon in general, it's just a very simple tool to use, and it just takes less time to get to like a really cool small prototype. But for the desktop editor, we've been using it for a couple of months. I don't know, it's just similar to traditional game engines, so it's a little bit better or like, I don't know, easier to get used to if you are used to developing games using, I don't know, Unity or Unreal or whatnot.
Yeah.
But having both is just really special, I love getting in there in VR and I don't know, building with your own hands. It's just a tighter feedback loop, and it's, I don't know, it's just magic. But yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks, Pedro. Next question. Ben, I'll start this one with you. Obviously, we're all here. We love building things. We're all builders. Creating awesome things is fantastic. Ultimately, we all need to have a business model around it as well to kind of fuel the dreams. How have you built your business around creating for Horizon Worlds? What are the business outcomes that you expect when you build on Horizon Worlds?
Yeah. Unlike Kauai or some of the other creators who I see here in the crowd, I am not a content creator business model. I focus on doing studio work, and whether that is 2P work, building worlds in partnership with Meta, or working with other studios on their worlds. My company provides technical expertise. We're platform experts. I've been on the platform for 5 years, so I'm not only familiar with the tool set that exists now, but also where it came from, over the course of its development. So I've been really successful in helping onboard a lot of these studios and flagging, some issues before they even get onto the platform. Horizon is, as we mentioned, it's just super easy to use. It's very, very fast. You can prototype things in an afternoon, even without that incredible, Gen AI we just saw. But there's, it's still a fairly nascent platform. It's still growing, and it has its quirks, just like every game engine does. So I've been really successful in helping onboard studios very quickly to the platform and get them up and running, and helping avoid some of those challenges that a lot of us sort of waded through initially as we learned the platform.
Yeah, amazing. Pedro, over to you. How have you built your business around creating for Horizon Worlds?
So Cluj has been very invested in Horizon since the beginning. We've done everything from like smaller internal prototypes to high-stakes projects with external clients. So it's just a main pillar of our business right now. We very much believe in the platform, and we've been, I don't know, just following its as it gets more mature and more, I don't know, like ready for a general audience. So yeah, we've done a little bit of everything. We also done onboarding for studios as well, and it is our strategy to just get a huge, a solid core of developers who are used to this type of environments, UGC platforms and VR, and especially now the making cross-platform games, right? That works on games that work on both VR and on mobile. So yeah, it's very much part of our business.
Yeah, it's a great call. It's a huge focus for us, is that cross-platform support. So we're making it easier for creators to build for VR, MR, but also mobile, because we know how wide the reach is for mobile. So I think you hit it right on the head there. Jessica, I imagine being a family shop, business outcomes are very important for you guys. How do you think about this?
We have a little bit of a different approach to our business in Horizon Worlds. One thing that we've really focused on is building a strong, recognizable brand on the platform. So there's very few people who aren't familiar with our work. When we release a new world, most people are going to come and check it out. We're pretty trusted to try something new and innovative with every work that every piece of. I mean, that's pretty much what we've built our business on. Is, like I said, I want to surprise people.
Yeah.
And they know when they come in, they're going to feel surprised. They're going to feel delighted. We try to put a lot of feeling into what we do.
Yeah.
So because of that, I've gotten a lot of other opportunities with businesses and consulting. And I'm currently building a new version of the Soapstone Comedy Club with my team.
Awesome.
Thanks. Which is going to be releasing in a few months. And we're just always looking for new opportunities, within the space, and the new ones arrive every day.
Yeah. So your guys' unique value is like the brand in which when users come to your world, they know that they're going to experience something they've almost never experienced before, right? That's the brand that you guys push to people. Yeah, it's amazing. Okay, Pedro, let's come back to you. When you think about Gen AI, how do you currently use Gen AI, and what are your hopes for Gen AI in the future when it comes to building amazing games?
So our team uses it a lot for quick prototyping, generating assets, and mainly for Horizon, we've been toying a lot with audio, dialogues, and sound effects. Speeds up the process a lot. I personally like to use a AI assistant as a design assistant, I guess, like overloading it with information and just having like long discussions with the AI. It sounded weird for me at first, but now it's really, really helpful. Just having someone that knows the design from the inside out and just spitting out ideas and brainstorming, and even working on documentation from time to time. As for the future, I love the asset generation. We're definitely gonna use that a lot, and I don't know, it may take a while, but I'd love to see like real-time asset generation inside the game, like allowing users to generate assets for specific games. I think we're a little bit far off from that, but it's going to be super cool.
Yeah, maybe a couple improvements in CPU and GPU and we can get there. Yeah. I do resonate with your first response, though. I feel like the way we probably think is very complex, right? And when you try to like put this down in a simple way, it's very difficult, and AI can help you go from complex to simple and kind of give it that input that you need to help then give you information back. Is that
Yes, it's interesting because it's almost like talking to a human being, but the thing is they don't forget anything you say.
Yeah. Good or bad?
Human beings do, so you constantly have to re-explain. If you're talking to a person, you're constantly having to re-explain like small details, and with the AI, that doesn't happen, Yeah. They remember everything, and sometimes you even have to ask them to forget small details because you change your mind, So it's an interesting dynamic. I've been enjoying a lot doing that type of experiments, and it's super cool.
I remember the first time I asked ChatGPT a question and it came back with something like they already knew about my family, and I was like, "Whoa, we're getting a little
to me a couple of weeks ago,
and it's crazy here."
Yeah, it's
awesome. Jessica, over to you. How do you use AI when you build?
I actually, because I'm the creative, I do a lot of the same thing, feeding ideas in, getting feedback. My daughter will add her ideas and he will add his ideas. So it just becomes like this melting pot of everyone's ideas, and then what else can the AI add to it? We've been using audio AI Gen a lot. We recently were part of the mobile short loop competition, and we entered at the last minute. So we had 2 weeks to create a fun and engaging game. So for that game, we built a world called Zomburgers, where you serve burgers in a crypt to hungry zombies. And one way we were able to develop it so quickly was we created the dialogue, the witty dialogue, when you serve the wrong burgers or you serve the right burgers. It's very entertaining. We did that all using Gen AI audio.
Interesting. It reminds me of a burger place in Vegas where they just insult people the entire time.
There's a little bit of that.
A little bit. It's funny how much people really enjoy being insulted when they know it's for fun.
Yeah, the players seem to really enjoy that, and there's 3 different levels. So depending on how spicy you want it to be, they'll say nice things or
they crank the spiciness up.
But I think Meta enjoyed it. We ended up getting 2nd place in the short loop competition with our entry.
Amazing. Yeah, congrats. Ben, over to you. How are you using Gen AI? What are your hopes for Gen AI in the future?
Yeah, so we mostly use it in very early ideation, a lot of like concepting. Like I said, we do a lot more on the technical consulting role, but when we do studio work, we are a small shop, so it's really, really helpful for, if I have something I'm trying to communicate to my artist, it's a lot easier for me to go, generate an image of like, hey, this is what's in my head, because she's a much more visual person, and so that can be incredibly helpful. We are starting to use the audio, the Gen AI audio in the desktop editor, and it's quite good. Surprisingly, there's a lot of AI tools out there where I've looked at it, and on like sort of closer examination, it's like, this isn't really something we can use for final products, but we've been very impressed with the the sound AI. And as someone who has chugged a couple Red Bulls and got into headset and tried to make something in 6 hours, and kind of done it, right? Like built a prototype. I'm just so excited to be able to like speak worlds into existence. I mean, that just, it makes me as excited as I was the first time I put on a headset and I got, a piece of audio to work when you ran through a trigger. I mean, that moment of creation is just so magical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm seeing the theme between all your three answers. Like, there's really two things, right? There's how do you accelerate from zero to something, which I think we've talked a lot about today. But then also, how do you enhance, right? Like, how do you enhance your existing workflows? How can you go from having no audio to audio very quickly? It seems like that's the general theme. And then, Ben, how do you think about like right now when you use Gen AI, how do you think about hand-created assets as a differentiation versus Gen AI-created assets, and what is your expectations there moving forward?
If talking about assets specifically, like meshes,
yeah.
My impression, and I haven't had an opportunity to use the new mesh generation tools in Desktop Editor yet. My impression is that mesh generation is a really good tool to get started, but it still needs editing, right? Your artists you still need an artist who knows what they're doing to optimize it. For really simple things, throwing that texture on there, like the coins we saw, that's a perfect example of getting rid of the busy work for artists, so they can focus on more, complex, more complex meshes and textures and all that good stuff. Mm-hmm. It's a tool like anything else, but it's never going to replace. It's never going to replace the artist, or at least it's not going to replace the artist for the next year or two.
Yeah. Seems like we're changing really quickly with when those time ranges are. Awesome. So when you guys think about your worlds and how you go from a V1 to something that users enjoy playing, what are some of your tips in actually refining your worlds, and how do you go from your V1 to the best build, test, iterate loop to get to the V5 that users actually start enjoying? Jessica, let's start with you.
I think for my team, one thing is we consider optimization from day one.
Okay.
We want to create these really big experiences with a lot of details. So we have to think from day one, how are we going to make that happen, within the constraints of the headset specifically? So when we bring something in, my daughter ruthlessly optimizes her 3D models. That's her claim to fame. So really, if you think about it from day one, that you're going to have to, reduce draw calls and make sure that your vertices are a decent number, so you're not over dreaming, what is possible on the headset. I think that's something that's very important to our company.
Awesome. Listen to her, because I just hack stuff together and hope it works. So do that from the start.
It just saves you a lot on the back end, because
totally.
What's the point of being able to put something together really quickly if you have to spend time cutting it and reducing it at the end?
Yeah, absolutely. Pedro, what are your thoughts on going from build, test, iterate, and refining your worlds?
I think I'm a bit on the other side. I like to start with quantity and speed. I think it's important to try out as many ideas as you can, as fast as you can at the beginning. And then, once you try out a couple of things and you find the loop, the core gameplay loop, and you see something that resonates and that has potential, then I switch to that mentality of okay, now we gotta do everything we develop has to be high quality, and it has to be working, and it has to be functional and easy to modify and almost modular. That's always good as well, but not always possible, but it's always good as well. So yeah, I think there are two types of mentality, one at the very beginning where it's fast and quantity oriented, and then you go to quality and you scale from there.
Yeah. I'm more in that bucket. I definitely hack at the start. Ben, what are your thoughts? How do you refine your worlds, go from build, test, iterate?
Yeah, so we build it first, and I'd like to think over the years I've gotten sort of a good feel for what's going to work and what's not. But I think part of the beauty of Horizon Worlds as a platform is that the multiplayer functionality is just there. It's just ever present. And if I have a new mechanic or a new feature that I'm like, wow, I really wish I could get some real user feedback on this, I click go to Horizon Central. I say, hey, does anybody want to play a new game? And then I've got 5 people that come in and they try it out and they give me feedback. And I say like, okay, see you later. And we send them off, and we're able to get that user feedback and implement it in the development process. And the permissions for worlds, in edit creation mode, make it really easy to assign users as testers. They don't have access to your code, they don't have access to your assets, but they can jump in and they can try it out in sort of a sequestered environment.
Awesome. Yeah, I agree completely. So now, as we're looking forward to 2025, obviously you guys heard of the Creator Fund that we're announcing, some of the opportunities that brings for monetization, for growth on the platform. What are your guys' hopes for that? What are your guys' hopes that 2025 brings from the Creator Fund? Pedro, let's go ahead and start with you.
So I've been working with Horizon for 3 years, and it's a very ambitious project, it's a very ambitious game engine. It does a lot, and as any other game creation tools, it started with like a lot of limitations. It still has limitations. Every game creation tool has limitations, right? But those limitations are fading away very fast. The tool is just getting stronger and stronger, and it is capable of doing a lot more than it did like 2 years ago or 3 years ago, So I think it reached the point where it's already very mature, and it's ready for every type of developer from I don't know, people just wanting to try out their first game ideas to like fully fledged game development studios that want to invest in the platform. So I think the game fund, the creator fund, is gonna help a lot, bring new talents to the platform and bringing us new cool Horizon games and experiences. So yeah, it's just going to accelerate that, and I think it's the right move and it's the right time for it,
Yeah. You talked about bringing more creators onto the platform. Can you talk a little bit about like what is the feeling like with other creators already on Horizon? You have a couple of your colleagues here. Like, how do you guys usually interact with other creators when you're building?
I mean, so far it's a smaller community. It's growing a lot. So I think a lot of people know each other, and there are lots of, I don't know, like for example, we at Cluj, we basically know every 2P studio working with Horizon. So there is always a lot of discussions. And whenever we meet in events like this, we're always talking about our games and what we're working on. So, but I hope it reaches a point. I think it's going to reach a point very soon where we're going to have so many developers that it's going to be hard to do that, like knowing a lot of, I don't know, a huge portion of the developer community. It's just going to grow,
Yeah, absolutely. Jessica, hopes for 2025 Creator Fund from your side?
I think I share a lot of the same sentiment. I've been here for 3 years, and I've seen the platform change completely. If you tried Horizon 2 years ago, a year ago, even 6 months ago, it's a completely different landscape, completely different tools. It's much more what game developers would be used to, and it's going to be less friction and feel a little more exciting every time you come in it. And the team is just working so hard and taking all of our feedback. Like, for 3 years, we've given ruthless feedback to the team at Meta, and they've really listened to what we needed to be able to develop great games. And it's there now, but just getting better.
Yeah, I'll emphasize that point, which is it is a huge focus for us to build in the open, to listen to our creators as they build things. So that way we're giving you guys the tools that you need. It's a huge priority for us. We recently are launching our Creator Care program, which gives access to our creators, actually the Meta staff, to give us feedback, to go to office hours. So it's a really big priority for us to make sure that what we do is visible for the creators. Ben, same question to you. What is your hope for 2025 with the Creator Fund?
My hope for the 2025 Creator Fund is that it is so wildly successful that there is a 2026 Creator Fund.
Amen.
You know, just to speak to the point of you know, the community and sort of the relationship that we as creators have had with Meta. I mean, I've been here since the closed beta, before like we were able to have textures at all in Horizon, right? And it's come so far since then. But I have made so many real life friends, many of whom I see in the audience here, and the relationship that Meta has really gone above and beyond to develop with the MHCP and their partners. I mean, just by the fact that the three of us are up here speaking to you is a testament to their commitment to their creators and listening and engaging and including us in the conversation. So, right now, as Pedro said, the space is not saturated. There is a ton of room for growth. And the people who are here have a culture of helping each other and encouraging and building each other up. And that's something that has been facilitated, not just by the creators themselves, but by Meta. And it's just really, an honor to be here today, speaking with you all. And I look forward to doing it again next year. Maybe. We'll see. Yeah. Fingers crossed.
Well, that was well said. You're taking my job, Ben. That was perfect. Well, once again, thank you all for being here. Really appreciate your time. Let's give it up for Ben, Jessica, Pedro.
Thank you.
So a couple last notes before we wrap up. One, please leave feedback for the session. Hopefully everyone enjoyed it. There are a couple of additional things that are happening. If you actually want to test out the editor itself, come by the Meta booth to actually do a demo of it and actually feel how it works in South Hall. So definitely check that out. We'll be here for a bit after the session as well, so feel free to come up, ask us questions. We'd be happy to chat with anyone. All right, thanks all, appreciate it.
All right, good morning, GDC. How are you guys doing today? Good? It would be great to see who we have in the room, like your type of experience. So can you raise your hand if you have been building for XR already for the past year or longer? Perfect. And can you give your hand up if you've been developing for more than 5 years? Okay, wow. Half of the room have been in this for a while. And anyone that hasn't developed for XR so far and is considering it? Perfect. You're also in the right session. But especially the people that have been developing for a while probably know that developing for XR has had this reputation on being difficult, right? You had to understand new concepts. You had to go through lengthy documentation just to get your project started. Iteration was pretty slow. Testing, big pain point, right? I see some notes, so I know some of you resonate with those problems. So today we're going to talk about, my name is Mike Lambrinos, by the way, and today we're going to talk about how we've spent the last few years at Meta, listening to your feedback, and really evolve our developer experience so that you can focus on how to build for Quest and your experience, and not just getting your project started, not any of the technical difficulties. So we think we've put a lot of effort in this. We have a lot of developer tools and developer-facing content that we're going to talk about today on how we have, what we believe has resulted in a step change on how easy it is to build your Quest, no matter if it's your first time building or if it's your second, third title. And today we're going to focus on two key content types that we see have a lot of potential, but we also know can be difficult to build. First of all is multiplayer and social experiences. I don't think it's a secret that many of the most successful games and apps in the Horizon store have some element of social or multiplayer. But this has traditionally been pretty hard for a smaller team or a smaller studio to get right. And of course, we're going to talk about mixed reality. Mixed reality has had tremendous growth as a content category in the last few years. And we have a lot of exciting stuff that just came out that we cannot wait to show you and talk about today. And what I also want to talk about is that this session is all about building, right? So how do you actually build something for Quest? How do you build something for Horizon OS? We're going to talk a little bit about what's new and all that, but we're going to focus on the building part. So I have two great presenters here with me today. Jonat, who's going to go deep on the tools, what's available to you, and Dilmer, who you might recognize from his YouTube videos. I don't know about you, but whenever I'm trying to build something for the first time, for a new platform or a new feature, I always check his videos. So I cannot think of anyone better to really go deep on how you build something. GDC can be a bit overwhelming. You hear a lot of information for the next week. So when you go back to your teams, to your studios, and they ask you, what did you actually learn? It can be difficult to have a cohesive answer. So today we're going to try to solve that for you and help you understand how you can build for those two use cases a lot faster than before and a lot easier. So you can go back to your teams, back to your studios, and start building for MR and start building social experiences. Does that sound good? Perfect. Let's talk a little bit about MetaQuest and Horizon OS and the store. So it's been a very big year for the ecosystem. The Horizon store continues to grow and be successful for developers with over $2 billion spent on games and apps. We have a great session tomorrow to go deeper on the store. So if you're interested on that, 2 p.m. tomorrow, led by Chris Pruitt, who will go over the store specifically and their future plans. But what we're seeing already is that with MetaQuest 3S, the momentum of the ecosystem is accelerating. And it's really a great device. I'm sure many of you have tried it. And what we see is a new generation of gamers, a new generation of users experiencing VR and MR for the first time, thanks to Quest 3S. So the trends that we have been seeing for the last few years are only accelerating with this new device. Now, when we're talking about content and games that they are successful, they tend to have a mix of those characteristics. First of all, they tend to use mixed reality and other MetaQuest capabilities. Some of them are have interactions that are intuitive, like they are controllers free. You can use your hands to experience the actual game. And many of them are built with social baked into the experience. We're also seeing signs of AI really coming and helping developers figure out new ways to design their games and interact with their audiences. And I think what's really interesting is that we could have a session just talking about each of these set of capabilities. But what we see is when you combine multiple of these trends, you can build something really, really unique. Now, let's talk a little bit more about mixed reality. And some of you that haven't developed for MR before are probably thinking, how should I be thinking about MR in the first place, right? What is successful already? What do we know as being a great MR experience? So we have created and we have introduced these concepts of MR motifs. MR motifs are blueprints that capture some of the recurring ideas that we see surfacing in the Horizon OS developer community. We have a library of MR first, mixed reality first, and semi-immersive experiences to help you get started on how to ideate and prototype for MR. So thinking a little bit about MR first motifs, you can definitely reimagine real-world activities like Cubism has done really, really successfully. Or enhance real-world objects that already exist in your in users' houses, like piano vision. You can also add virtual characters in your space. First Encounters did a great job on that. If you haven't tried that already, it gives you a very good feel of how you can really blend the virtual with the real and the room. And obviously, you can build out full spaces, like with Coaster Mania. Now, even if you don't want to take an MR-first approach, semi-immersive motifs can help you think and experiment towards, for example, virtual portals, or how to use VR as a play space. Those are just some ideas, some blueprints that we see being surfaced in the developer community that can be a starting point on how to think about building for MR. Now, we see a lot of exciting content being built in MR already, both in gaming and gaming adjacent industries. So, for example, if you like working out, FitXR is a great experience for that, or Pillow. Or if you're pursuing a passion like music, Piano Vision is really, really great. So it's really important to understand of the successful content types and the successful titles that we see coming live and take inspiration from them and MR motifs to build your next experience. Now, I want to talk a little bit of how do you actually build, and Jon is going to go deeper on that section in a little bit, starting with Unity. So in Unity, we offer 3 different paths. One is the Meta XR all-in-one SDK. It's been on Unity's asset store for a long period of time. V74 came last week. It includes a lot of our tools, our developer-facing content that can get you started fast. We also support AR Foundation, which is Unity's multi-platform framework. So if your team has experience building for that, you can build for Quest as well. We keep adding new mixed reality features there. If this is a path that your team can support, Quest supports it. And last but not least, we have OpenXR, which with the latest version, it's actually the suggested path, especially if you're a Unity 6 developer onwards. It has a feature and performance parity with the Oculus XR plugin. And I think what's really important is that the choice is yours. You choose the development path that fits your team, your content, and what you're trying to achieve. Now, zooming out a little bit, we offer this path for Unity, but we support 5 different development paths. So I dare to say, whatever your team's background or your experience set, we probably have a framework that you can build on today. So Unreal Engine, we support in a similar manner to Unity, both through the MetaXR plugin and through OpenXR. And last year, we released Metaspatial SDK, a native Android framework. So for the Android developers that you want to make your apps spatial, this is a really, really good framework to start building. We also obviously support native and web. WebXR, we keep investing and adding new features there. But again, the choice is yours. Everything is on our website. You can have a look. You can understand all those developer paths and choose the one that fits what you're trying to build. Now, how do you actually get started? What are some resources available to you? We have a great tool called Building Blocks. I'm sure some of you have used that before. What Building Blocks does is it allows you to skip the part that you read documentation or you go really deep into understanding how this feature works. Instead, you just drag and drop one of the building blocks into your Unity scene, and everything is being taken care of for you. So building blocks are prefabs, and we keep developing collections of building blocks on the use cases that we talked about. So we released a few around multiplayer, which I don't know how many of you have tried building a multiplayer game. It tends to be really complex and really difficult. Building blocks helps with that. It takes care of all the networking element, and you just drag and drop it into your scene. Or around MR use cases like tabletop experiences, where we have collections of building blocks that you can drag and drop into your scene, so you can focus on prototyping or even building out your full experience. We also offer really engaging showcases. So if you look for inspiration of how you actually get to build a great experience, have a look at our showcases. We offer MR ones and a new one around graphics performance that you should check out. Last but not least, samples and MR motifs. We talked about MR motifs. They come with samples. They're part of the Meta GitHub. You can go and check them out. Now, once you start building, we know that iteration speed is really important. So we focused a lot in the past years on offering you the right tools to really improve the iteration and testing flows. MetaXR Simulator is an example of that, so you don't have to put on your headset whenever you want to test even the smallest detail. MetaXR Simulator is great, especially for mixed reality or multiplayer testing, and now comes with macOS support. So especially for Mac devs that it has been difficult to test with Link, MetaXR Simulator is a great tool to get you started. Now, once you get building, you probably want to look at performance of your experience. So we have a full set of performance tools. I know some of you keep OVR metrics, for example, always on, performance analyzer, part of MetaQuest Developer Hub, as well as popular developer tools like Perfetto and RenderDoc. And lastly, in some cases, you actually need to put on the headset to test something. So we want to make that part of the experience really smooth as well. So last year, we released Immersive Debugger. Immersive Debugger is a Unity tool that you can customize exactly to your game. So you can iterate and test things while you're on a headset. We've seen Beat Games, the studio behind Beat Saber, using it, speeding up massively their workflows. So check it out as part of the MetaXR all-in-one package. Now, to go a little bit deeper on how these tools can help you build towards the experiences that we talked about earlier, Jon is going to come up on stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Good morning, everybody. It's great to see a full room so early in the morning at GDC. Thank you for being here. As you've just seen, it's an exciting time to build for the Quest ecosystem. There's 5 different development paths available to you, lots of developer resources to get started, and new tools to make it easier. We are investing to make multiplayer easier to develop because it is a trait of successful games. If you look at the Meta Horizon Store top games, you'll see that the majority of them have a multiplayer experience. This is our users voting with their controllers that social is important. And it's not just on Meta Horizon. More generally, industry data shows multiplayer games enjoy, on average, 40% more monthly active users than single-player ones. How many of you have tried to build or prototype a multiplayer experience in mixed reality? Wow, I see a few brave souls here. Thank you. Was it easy? No. We're here to make it easier. Growing the developer community is paramount for Meta, and my team works to reduce complexity for new devs who want to join. So here's what we're doing to make it easier to build multiplayer experiences at all the stages of product development. We've created building blocks, and we constantly create new showcases to help developers discover new ideas and get started quickly with prototyping and development. Testing multiplayer is notoriously finicky, from requiring multiple headsets or multiple people being engaged to test the gameplay. MetaXR Simulator and MetaQuest Developer Hub are here to lighten the load. And lastly, debugging is hard, especially with the headset on. We're proud of our newest tool, Immersive Debugger, that allows you to debug while in your app in headset. So let's go deeper. First, building blocks. Let's have a quick show of hands. How many of you have used building blocks? Nice, that's a few. Thank you for your trust. With building blocks, you can easily discover and add different capabilities to your project. And the word discover is very important here. Long time ago, about 2 years, we were at a developer summit in London, and we kept hearing from our developers that they felt they constantly have to write the same boilerplate code over and over again, be it to enable pass-through or to create some common game object, like, for instance, a portal on the wall. And we went back thinking, all right, we have to come up with a library of code snippets that get these things done. So we started doing that. And then our engineers came and said, you know, we're going to write that library, but that doesn't mean developers will know it exists, and even less that they're going to use it. So this is how building blocks was created, because it not just solves the problem for you, it also makes it easy for you to discover what's in there. Fast forward to today, building blocks contain a set of different features from all of Meta's XR SDKs, including some of the things you see here, like pass-through, different types of interaction, and so on. Let me show you how it works. So as soon as you install either our all-in-one package or the core SDK, you can go and open the building blocks window. From the menu we have up on top. You can browse, figure out what capabilities you want to add to your project, and then you drag and drop it onto your scene. And that's it. You're ready to go. Building blocks are an amazing way to make hard things easy, or at least easy to get started with. The first such use case that we looked at is multiplayer. To make things interesting, mixed reality has two types of multiplayer. One, when we're all in the same space and we interact with each other using some virtual components. So for instance, we're playing a virtual set of chess. That's what we call collocation. And then we have co-presence. We're all far, far away, but we interact in a common virtual space. We listened to our developer community and made sure that from the get-go we supported two of the most popular networking solutions out there, Photon Fusion and Unity Netcode Game for Objects. And make no mistake, we're not talking about a thin wrapper around these solutions. We integrated them with the major Meta SDKs, avatars, interaction, platform SDKs, spatial anchors, so that you can just drag and drop one block and get matchmaking, collocation, network avatars, name tags, voice chat, and much, much more. Now I know prototyping, getting started, it's only part of your dev journey. A lot of time and effort goes towards iteration and testing. So let's talk about Meta XR Simulator. Show of hands, how many of you have used Meta XR Simulator? All right, thank you for your, I'm glad you found it useful. Meta XR Simulator allows devs to iterate fast when they build experiences with mixed reality, because simply they don't have to turn on and off their headset. A bit of history here. We decided to double down on this tool after attending a presentation similar to this one at GDC in 2023, where veteran XR developers were advising their newer colleagues to always test their code in headset in the afternoon. Why in the afternoon, you ask? Simply because if they get sick because of the junkiness of the code, they don't waste a whole day of work. So we listened to that and said, we have to get simulator out on the double. XR Simulator simulates the physical reality. We have different set of rooms, so you can test how your game behaves in different situations. It simulates the device controls in different ways, from mouse and keyboard to an Xbox controller or even Quest controllers. And my favorite feature, it allows you to record and replay your gameplay so that you can quickly and easily set up testing automation. I want to highlight real quick the capabilities around mixed reality testing. We built a collection of 11 rooms. We call them synthetic environments. Engineers will be engineers, to represent some of the most possible situations your application will be used in. Big rooms, small rooms, high ceiling rooms, etc. If that's not sufficient, we also build a system so you can scan any room using your headset, and then you can download the scene data and load it into XR Simulator to be able to test in those conditions. And you can also just go and build whatever environment you wish using our synthetic environment builder. Meta XR Simulator shines when it comes to multiplayer testing, especially for collocation. You can run multiple instances of XR Sim on only one developer machine, and they all share the same mixed reality state that is stored in one of the synthetic servers. And that means that as soon as an object moves in one instance, that change is automatically propagated to all the instances. That allows you to simulate the testing of shared spatial anchors, which is not an easy thing to achieve. And again, we have the record and replay system that allows you to test quickly and get automation going. And this leads us to immersive debugger. That streamlines the on-device inspection and debugging. This one is fresh out, so I'm just going to ask, how many people have heard about it? Okay, good. Let's Good thing we're talking about it here. Immersive debugger allows developers, but also technical artists, to iterate within the headset quickly for spatial or visual elements. For instance, where should I place this particular game object? How is the scale from the point of view of the player? It allows you to debug mixed reality experiences that rely on capabilities such as scene. My favorite example is, why doesn't this virtual ball bounce off this podium? There's something wrong with the scene model. And lastly, monitor state changes, identify issues using the console logs. Showcases, as Mike was saying, are another accelerator for development. These are games built by our inside teams in Meta that try to explore best practices around different parts of the Meta SDKs. I'm going to show here 3 of our latest showcases around mixed reality and multiplayer: Cryptic Cabinet, Fanto, and Discover. You can go and download them from the Meta Horizon store. You can go and check out the code on our Oculus GitHub page, and you can use that code and jumpstart your own development. Oops. Mike was mentioning tabletop. We believe tabletop games will be a strong driver of growth in the MR games space. And in order to set the vision of what this could be, we released a new showcase recently. It's called Spirits Link. And Spirits Link is a 4 people, up to 4 people tabletop experience. Each player is represented by an avatar. He controls a spirit that it moves around the tabletop, and then they can fight each other using slings. And voila. Enough talking. Let's start doing. I'm going to hand over to Dilmar, who's going to show how to quickly create a mixed reality multiplayer experience with the tools you've just seen.
Thank you very much, Ayano. Applause for him. And thank you, everybody, for being here. I'm a developer advocate for Meta, and I'm really excited to share with you some of the things that we've been working on for the last month or so. So just to give you a little bit of background, I was tasked to work on a prototype for GDC. So I only had about 4 months to create this prototype by myself, being new to Meta, being part of the developer community in the past. So I've been doing development for many years, so this was a really fun challenge. And it used a lot of technology that Ayano and Mike mentioned. So what we wanted to do was we decided to work on a prototype. It was going to be a painting application to start with. So think of a painting canvas application with multiple users joining at the same time. So we need to have a collocator experience, or it's multiplayer. If you grab a color marker, that position of the color marker and rotation needs to be all synchronized. So there's just a lot of technology packed in here. There's also multiple inputs. So you have to think about the controller. How do I track the controller? How do I go from hands to controllers, from controllers to hands? And also we have the amazing pass-through that we have all been asking for many years, which was just recently released, and it was also incorporated into this application. So the idea for the application is, think of a drawing app where you have a photo that you take from the pass-through cameras, you put it behind the whiteboard, and you can trace, right? Or you can just use it as a reference point as you're drawing. So in order for us to, or for me to build this, I wanted to start things from scratch. We developers want to create things from scratch, but I think building blocks, in my case, works really well because you can drag and drop all these different components, and then you can customize them as you go or add custom logic. So these are some of the different building blocks that I added. So pass-through, which allows you to see the mixed reality world, and you can see digital objects overlay. So that's that component, which has a dependency on the camera rig. Also, I added the controller tracking. So drag and drop that. The objects are all set up in the actual hierarchy. I also added collocation. So some of you who implemented collocation know how difficult that is, right? So this automatically takes care of that. It has a dependency to the share anchors. So the way that it works is when you add this component and you run this in Unity, there's going to be an anchor at the center of the room in front of the player. When that happens, the room is collocated. So that anchor is going to be shared to So that's the host. That gets shared to all the clients that join. And then when that happens, then everybody is basically positioned based on that reference point. So a lot of technology. Back into that, we just have to drag it and drop it. So, and then the other ones were the player name tag. So if you guys are creating games where you want to see the other players' names, then you add this component, and then you can see that as players join your session. And then lastly, I wanted to be able to synchronize the actual color marker positions and also the panel for the whiteboard. So I added the network grab object, as you see on the bottom right there. So the way that it works is when you set up your environment, I had two choices. So I'm really familiar with Unity 2022, and I've used it for many years, even though people say, okay, move to Unity 6. And that was my habit. So I always start with that. So then quickly I realized, well, why not try Unity 6? So I tried Unity 6, figure out a couple of quirks, and then got things working. So this prototype is built with Unity 6. And then you have to select which modules you're going to add, right? Like if you're installing Unity, the modules that you're going to install are going to be Android, because that is the underlying technology that Quest is built on top of. So we have Unity installed. Now we need packages from Meta SDK. So you got multiple options. In my case, I always go with Meta all-in-one, and it has everything, all the SDKs, which is good and bad. So I recommend doing that for prototyping, it's fine, but moving forward, just pick the packages, the individual packages that we offer. I think that's always better to streamline your project so you don't have all these packages that you have to be worrying about. And then after that, you have to set up the plugins, right? So in my case, I ended up using the Oculus plugin. That was early on before we started talking about OpenXR and other things. But you also have the option to select OpenXR right now as of V74 or greater, which is what we recommend. Also, once I get the plugin selected, then you need to decide which devices you're going to be targeting. So in my case, I did Quest 3 and 3S because that is going to be the devices that PCA, the pass-through camera access, supports. And then the project setup tool, it's amazing. I don't know how many of you started developing when the Oculus integration package was available. Like if you can raise your hands. And do you guys remember how difficult it was to keep track of all the different settings, right? And if you didn't get one setting, you have to go to this other thing and find it in the forum. So it was always like a nightmare. So the cool thing with this, and I use it a lot, is now you get rules, right? Like if developers have comments and say, well, Dilmer, this, it's not taking care of this. Well, we hear your feedback, and we can add that rule to the project setup tool where we just hit apply, or we look at the recommendations that it's suggesting, and based on that, it applies settings so that your mixed reality project is set up properly, and also is optimized. So you don't have to apply it all. You can ignore some if it doesn't work for your game. But for the most part, I always hit apply, and then I just keep track of those in source control. You can just do a commit, and then push it, and then if you want to revert back, you can always do that. Parallel Sync is a tool that I really recommend looking at, because for this experience that I built, you can run multiple instances of Unity, and what it does, it creates a clone. So when you launch Unity, you can have multiple versions, not multiple versions, but multiple instances of the simulator running, and then you can test co-location pretty easily with that without having to deploy to a device. So really recommend that tool. It's also pretty easy to set up. So once you have the mixed reality environment set up, we need to start thinking about the building blocks that I mentioned on the earlier slide. So this just shows you how you would add those. You pull up the building blocks panel. And then as far as multiplayer, the co-location building block, once you grab it and drop it into the scene, it's going to tell you, do you want to use netcode or do you want to use Photon? I am very familiar with netcode. I'm not saying use netcode, but that's what I decided to use. In your case, you're more than welcome to use Photon, which works great. You can use Unity. But if you use netcode, the dependencies are going to be Relay and Lobby as of right now. But Unity is moving to more of a unified package. So heads up, Unity 6, you're going to need to install the services, that multiplayer package. Otherwise, it's going to say that it's deprecated. It still works, but it gives you that warning. And then the Horizon development portal, in this case, I use it because we added the player names. So we need to get that player name information from the Horizon developer web services. So that just adds basically the app ID, so you can add it to your project so that it can communicate, get entitlements correctly, but it's pretty easy. Just go to the portal, get the ID, and put it into Unity. Okay, so I show a lot of slides, but I didn't show any action. So this is one of the features that I wanted to incorporate into the application. So instant content placement came out on V71, and when that came out, it basically shows you how you can use depth. So it uses depth API to determine where surfaces are. So normally if you use MRUK, which is a mixed reality utility kit, you have to scan your room, right? You scan your room, and then you can detect where the walls are, where the tables are, where different objects in your room are, and that works great. We recommend MRUK, but if you don't want to add MRUK or have that friction to have the scene set up, you can use instant content placement. Uses, like I said, Depth API, scene model is not required anymore, and then there's an example. So in this case, I use grab the environment panel placement beta sample that is under MRUK, download it, did a little bit of refactoring on the code, and then voila, this is all working fine. I can place the whiteboard on the walls. Then okay, so now we have the project set up, we have the building blocks, everything that we needed for the game as far as dependencies. So now this is how it works. We have two users, one user can draw on the whiteboard, the person that drew first, she has a better handwriting than me, so I let her go first. And then I draw after. But if you notice, though, we're doing a multiplayer experience. So I'm drawing, there is a network variable that is storing an array, and that is getting sent back to a server RPC. The server RPC sends it to the client's RPCs, and that was the only customization that I did on the networking part of the code. Most of the setup was done by the building block. Just a couple of different methods that I added to be able to do it. But the name of the person shows correctly. I can move the colors, and that information gets synchronized because the color has a network graph object, and that information gets all synchronized to the other clients and the clients to the host. So that's a fully collocated. So what are some of the tools that I use? So, and Mike mentioned how important they were to use Meta XR Simulator. I also use MetaLink. In my case, I ended up using all three for different parts of the implementation. So I wanted to create custom grab poses. So for custom grab poses, the simulator doesn't work as well. You can still do hands, but you can't really move your hands because it's all really rigid. You can just move the hands around with your keyboard. But I use MetaLink to do that. So if you guys look at that video, I was wearing the headset. I'm connecting to my computer via USB-C, and then basically moving my hands, and then I can test that the poses are working correctly. I can also make sure that I can draw, and that was just a great tool to be able to test that. The simulator, on the other hand, was great for me to be able to test on different environments. So I wanted to test, in this case, I'm testing in this environment. I have the board in front of me, so I want to make sure that that is working correctly. I can move the controllers by using the keyboard, and I can also draw. It's not as precise as using the real controllers. The cool thing about the simulator, though, is there's a feature called data forwarding, that what you do is you calibrate the controllers, you connect it to the simulator, and then you can basically just use Unity as the screen that you're looking at, and then the physical controllers you can move around. So I think it's the best of both worlds if you want to do that. Or if you guys probably have many gamepads, you can also test with the gamepads and test your experiences with that. And then Immersive Debugger worked really well in this case. So all I had to do is I added a debug inspector to the actual script, the ability to be able to draw on the whiteboard. And there was a start line and an end line. So that allowed me to expose the functionality to the Immersive Debugger. And basically at runtime, without me having to deploy every single time, I can change that by the creation of the constant inspector that I did. This is a simple use case, but you could probably see the value of adding these components and what you could do. I can also test how pass-through looks like if I change the opacity or different styles. So I talked about building blocks, and when you drag them and drop them, and there's some misconception that you can't really customize them, but you can. In my case, I was able to change the hand tracking graph visualizations, which is what I'm going to be doing in this video. And what I did is I drag and drop the actual building blocks for the graph interactions, And then at that point, if I want to enable visualizations, I can do that. I can also change the colors of the visualizations. And the great thing about that is I have full control. I can enable those components. I can add custom logic to those components. But building blocks is fully customizable. And then you can also adjust the graph poses. At some point in this video, you're going to see that the graph poses that I have, I can also modify and I can add to them. So building blocks allows you to just have a starting point. And then the multiplayer stacks, you can go to photo and you can also use, if you want to use netcode, you can also do that. But like I show in this case, you can see that I have the graph poses activated. That is not something that is default added by the building block. And then in this case, I have the outline on the fingers. And this is really cool. This is a really cool feature that you can go in and create many hand poses depending on your experience. Like if you're grabbing a can, if you're grabbing a different type of object, you can align the fingers the way that you want it. So that's another customization that you can do after you add building blocks. So you have a lot of freedom in there. So now, who is excited about pass-through camera API? Raise your hands. Awesome, awesome. So I am really excited about it. We have been asking for this feature for many years, and it was recently released. So these are just some of the requirements for it right now. So you're going to need, like I mentioned earlier, a Quest 3 or a Quest 3S. The underlying operating system you're going to need is going to be Horizon OS V74 or greater. That's what we recommend. And these behind the scenes include something called the Android Camera 2 API. If you guys are familiar with Android development, there used to be an Android camera at some point. This is the improvement version of that, and that is really what it's doing most of the work here. We just have a wrapper on Unity that basically generates a webcam texture, and that webcam texture is the one that holds the texture that you can see through the headset. There's going to be two permissions that are required. The Android permission camera is for the webcam texture to be able to read that information, that camera data. And then you're also going to need a custom permission, which is called Horizon, that permissions headset camera. This is what it's going to pop up to users when they first open the experience, and you have to grant the permission before. But this is the prototype. You can see I took a picture of my computer, and I said GDC Game Developers, and then we wrote on the wall, on the whiteboard, welcome to GDC. And you can kind of see also the quality of the pass-through, which is pretty good as well. So pass-through camera API permission, this is how it's going to look like on your actual Android XML. I've been getting a lot of questions on social media about Unity 2022 to Unity 6. Make sure that you remove the Android XML and recreate it. Otherwise, you're going to get a bunch of errors. And that's just from a 22 to Unity 6. In addition to that, if you're prototyping and testing, you're going to need, for camera API, you're going to need that line at the very bottom. There's also an option to update your manifest. If you don't want to delete it because you have too many things in there, you can also do that. As far as the code, there is a sample which I'm going to show you, and I can share with you guys. I recommend you to go to the booth, because these examples that we built, you're going to be able to basically build it for yourself from start to finish right at the booth. But this shows you the line of code where we access the webcam texture manager. So basically, you drag and drop that prefab into the hierarchy. That takes care of asking for permissions and everything. And all you need to do in the code is just basically read that property, the webcam texture. And then you can map that to a raw image or an image. Or if you're really familiar with shaders, then you can do a lot of magic with shaders in there. You can see here, in this case, we're reading that information from. And then this one, it's the prototype. You can see the PCA running. It's really, really fast. And you can see that she's drawing. I can see what she's drawing. I can also move. I made that a grabbable object that I can move around. I can draw it. You can see that. And then the end was, okay, I'm going to take a picture of it. I don't know why this idea came up. I thought it was fun to do, so I took that picture and then put it right beneath it. And then just an idea of how you can take pictures. You can do a lot of things with a lot of machine learning use cases with PCA. And then she can grab it. I can see the changes. And that is it for the prototype. So as far as like takeaways for the prototype, honestly, building blocks, it simplifies development. I love to code and everything, but I don't want to reinvent the wheel every single time. Multiplayer programming, I done a lot of code with netcode for many years, and I love doing it, but there's a lot of things that I don't want to keep doing. So starting with the building block, drag and drop, and then you can customize it, you can change it, you can add to it. I think it's a beautiful thing in my case. And then, yeah, building blocks can be customized, like I show you in those different cases with hand grab visualizations, poses, and also the multiplayer stack. So that is it, and I want to open it for Q&A. So if you guys have questions, we're going to have you line up in there and ask your questions, but yeah, thank you.
All right. One thing to note that this experience that you just saw, you can actually try it live in our booth starting tomorrow. So we have a few desktops that you can actually build the same experience. So again, when you go back to your teams next week, you can actually get started building. Excellent job.
Thank you.
Questions? Thank you.
Quick question. The web camera tool seemed really cool. One of the things I've been looking for is a desktop streaming version, similar to virtual desktop. Do you guys have that, or is it something that you're looking to build?
Let me make sure I understand the question. So similar to the camera pass-through access, you're asking if we have an ability for what, sorry?
For mimicking rendering someone's desktop stream. Similar to virtual desktop.
Yeah, I think you can today look at what the user is actually playing. Like you can use the Meta Developer Hub to do that, and that allows you there to cast basically what the person is seeing. So that is currently available today.
Is that a tool I can drag and drop into Unity and have have a VR game?
I see.
So Meta basic multiplayer experience where I have just a screen, drag and drop a screen with some settings that has DR desktop streaming.
There is a tool. It's called from Live that you can do that. It's a camera pretty much that you can drag and drop into Unity. So I would recommend looking into them. And if you have additional questions, I'm going to be at the booth, and then I can show you some of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Hello. Good to see you, Dylan.
Good to see you.
So Nicole Azar here. I'm making a game called Follow the White Rabbit, mixed reality. And I was curious how soon we're going to get like building blocks or something for the camera access for pass-through video. It's a mystery adventure that takes place in your room, and I want to do semantic tagging, like many of us in this room, to put that into my game engine so I can create really fun mysteries we can play together.
Excellent question. Can you hear me? Yes? Yes? All right. We're looking at it. We want to release some building blocks around these features as soon as possible. I think one key takeaway that you probably saw today is that it's already very easy to access the Android level API. So we're looking at ways to bring those to building blocks, but it's already really, really easy.
Okay.
Would love to chat more on what other building blocks can help fast track your experience as well.
Okay, great. Yeah, so if we have it running on mobile, for example, on Android, that might help us get in. Okay, thanks.
That comes with being short. I had a question regarding the building blocks that we just introduced. I see that it's with Unity. Do we have anything like building blocks for Unreal that can be used, or is it coming in the future? And yeah, I think I'll leave the other questions for the booth.
Excellent question. So the question is, building blocks is available for Unity. Are we bringing it to Unreal? Right now we have released it for Unity. It's a question that we get all the time. We don't have any announcement of bringing that to Unreal yet. I would suggest using some of the Unreal specific resources like blueprints and seeing the developer-facing content we have for Unreal. But I hear your feedback loud and clear on how you can help Unreal developers as well.
Let me just add something real quick. So we created an MR template for Unreal that is not just made available for downloads from our website as well. So do check it out.
Okay, thank you. I'll do.
Hi, I am a team developers and I do about the mixed reality arcade games. We make a mixed reality called games is a Snake Arena. We establish a tournament in the 9 March, but we have the problem which in the heat of the device, when we use more than 30 minutes or 1 hour, the device may be heat and the sensor will be something not unstable. This is the first and have the second in the MetaQuest in version 74. It have the problem when we close the Guardian. We cannot casting video from the to the another. This I have a two problem. I need some contact to make it better.
Excellent. Thank you so much for the question. So just to repeat, the first one was around the device performance overheating if you use multiple features, and the second was a bug on V74. So let me start by the second. We will follow up on this. Let us know exactly what is broken, and the team will have a look. On the first one, do you guys have any practical tips on how to take overheating of device?
I would say come to the booth. We have a bunch of experts there. There's a whole Ask the Expert table, and we'll find someone who can help.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hey, good morning. Great to see you, Delmer. I follow you on Threads, so it's nice to be finally connected in the same room. It's maybe more of a question or a suggestion. Sorry, it's more of a suggestion than a question. One of the things that I'm seeing around mixed reality development is that it's really hard to get people to understand what everybody's making. You know, like this, it's like you have to do drawings, mock-ups. And so my team is simultaneously developing for Horizon Worlds and for mixed reality. One of the things that we're seeing in Horizon Worlds is the development is much easier because you can all go into the space, right? You're in the same engine. It's almost like being in a Figma session or a doc, right? And so just a thought that it might be nice to kind of think about how we could do this for MR. Could we essentially make some sort of like co-presence environment where multiple people can join the session as you're working on the game or the product?
Yeah, I can add, hey, it's a pleasure to meet you. So the question was, do we have anything where we can have a co-presence when we're designing games or applications in MR? Because right now it's really complex to do that. And the thing that I can think of is like Shapes XR, like the way that they do, and they do design, and multiple people can work in the same place. So we'll take that feedback. I think it's great. I agree. Right now it's not optimal the way that you develop multiplayer games where you have multiple instances running, and if you want to test with somebody else, you have to deploy to a device. So yeah, I completely agree with you. We'll get that feedback and then talk with our teams to make sure that that's something that we can line up in the future.
And we're really happy to work with you guys if you want to do that. You know, we are working with the sort of the Quest on the Quest side, some of your teams. So you know, if you want guinea pigs, we're here.
Come to the booth and let's have a talk. I'd love to chat with you.
Yeah, because also like, I think one of the biggest things, right, is everybody's space is different. Mm-hmm. You know, and so a lot of ideas just become like I just see that there's such a disconnect for people a lot of times because you're having to use words. And then as soon as you even do like a Photoshop mock-up of something, you can get, you know, but so again, like Shapes XR is great, but I think you want something where you're literally like natively with your Unity assets, like kind of exchanging stuff so that you can rapidly build stuff out and test it.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much.
We have time for one more question, but we are going to stay and answer any questions on the sidelines. There's a full day of programming coming after this.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for your talk. It was very good. I was thinking that maybe do you guys have any prediction for having like marker trackings in the future? Because I think everyone's expecting that and everyone needs like a mixed reality Yu-Gi-Oh! It's my dream. So maybe if you could like track the cards and everything and create games using physical objects interacting with the virtual ones.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and and I get that a lot. So there is a great example. Come to the booth, I can share with you.
Okay.
That one of our engineers made as soon as PCA came out. There's one engineer that made an example with OpenCV. So they got the texture, and then they're running that texture against the OpenCV for Unity, which is in the asset store, which I think it works. But then there's another engineer that used a different mechanism to do that. And that's something that I can share with you. You can look at the example, download it. There's a QR code example in there as well. There's another one where he lay a paper with the barcode on it, and then as soon as it detects it, it basically puts a cube on it. So we have examples to share.
Nice.
And you would have to be cautious about performance. So that's something that this is an early version. But we're working on creating better, more robust solutions in the long term, where we can just have building blocks or more built into our tools or maybe into the operating system.
Yeah. Just detecting would already be great. Tracking is even better. Thank you.
Awesome.
I'll be there.
Thank you so much.
All right. We will answer the question just in a second. We just need to wrap up the session, and we will be here to answer any questions. But let me just go through a few takeaways from our session today. First of all, you can choose the path based on the team's skills, concept, and target experience. We talked about the 5 different development paths that we offer. And Unity, one of the more popular game engines, we offer 3 different paths that you're free to choose, whichever works best for your team. Prototyping, especially mixed reality and multiplayer, is now fast and effortless. So these are 2 use cases that you can go back, and we literally cannot wait to see what you build. Pass-through camera access is one of those things that in every single event for the last few years, everyone has been asking for. So we can't wait to see what new content will emerge thanks to that. And yeah, full toolkit available across all engines and development paths. And building for Horizon OS is easier than ever. We have a few resources, so if you want to take a picture of the QR code just to see how you can download the tools that we talked about, super easy. Everything that we talked about. There are also more tools that we didn't have time to go through, especially if you're building haptics, audio features. The Haptic Studio is a great example of that. And Developer Hub is something that developers tend to use throughout their development journey. And we'd love to hear your feedback about this session. We have a few different sessions coming up today where they're going deeper into different topics. They're all happening in this room. So if you want to learn more about tabletop MR experiences and pass-through camera access, there are some more talks coming today. Or if you want to learn about our developer support programs like Meta Horizon Start, where you can apply and be part of a really vibrant community of XR developers. We offer a lot of support and specialized access to that group of developers. So that's all for us today. Thank you so much for coming. Please come for the next sessions as well.
Hello. So thank you for coming out this afternoon. Before we get started, I'd just like to remind you to turn off your cell phones. I know it's not a movie theater, but still it could interrupt the presentation and disturb your neighbors and all that. So please do that. Also, there'll be hopefully time at the end for questions. And there'll be some QR codes at the end to take a survey. So when that's through, please take your time to do that. Give us some feedback on this presentation, what we can do to improve and that type of thing. So let's go ahead and get started. So today we're here to talk to you about emerging realities and multiplying wonder. And that's kind of an interesting title. But dropping into a VR game can be really exciting. But today we've got a couple of developers here that we're going to have you talk to that have taken a much more difficult challenge, and that is developing in mixed reality. Because when you develop in mixed reality, it's not only the gameplay, the mechanisms, the plot that you have to worry about, but you also have to worry about the environment that you're in and how you can make gameplay interact with that. But if you get it right, if you overcome these obstacles, the gameplay can be absolutely a magical experience. Now, there's a lot of MR games that are out there now, and there are a lot of them creating magical experiences. So please, download a few. We've got, of course, Spatial Ops from Resolution. You'll hear some more about that in a minute. We've got Starship Home, which you'll hear about, and Niantic as well. But when I was pulling together the presentation for this talk, I had just finished testing an MR game called Guardians of the Realm. And I wanted to kind of explain to you what was happening in that game and why it was such a magical thing. So I work downstairs in my house. I have a living room downstairs, and I have a patio door that faces my backyard and a window that faces my backyard as well. And so I go into this game, and the idea of the game is it's a combat game where these attackers start coming in. And so what's really cool, you look out in your own backyard, and you see these warriors kind of creeping up, coming in to your back patio. So you have a sword, and you're fighting those guys. And then you turn around and see them flying in through the window. And I mean, I tell you, the sense of immersion that you get with that when you're in your own home and you're in your physical surroundings and there's these invaders coming in. Now, these could have been anything. They could have been zombies, aliens, attackers, whatever. But that kind of experience where you can mix that reality that you've got in your house or wherever you're playing with the virtual reality of these things coming in, it just creates really interesting experiences. So we have a packed agenda today. The speakers, myself, of course, and the others here that you're going to hear from are all experts in MR gaming, and they're going to give you some of their insight as to what's going on. Now, we're going to start out, I'm going to introduce mixed reality just to kind of get everybody on the same page, understand what we're talking about when we say mixed reality, and some of the terminology that we use, like scene anchors and pass-through and that type of stuff. And then we'll turn it over to our expert, Doug Northcook here, who is a real expert in MR, and I'll introduce more later about that. But his company created an app called Starship Home, and so he's going to give us some of the lessons that they learned in creating that and kind of talk you through how to create some great MR experiences. We'll then come back to me, and I'll talk about the pass-through camera API. Now, the pass-through camera API is a new API that's just released into public release last Friday, and it's available now for all of you guys to play around with, and it will allow you to take your MR experiences to the next level. So I'll kind of introduce the concept of it, and then you'll hear from two of our partners. We've had it in partner experimental since, I guess, December, and two of our partners that have played with it and created some neat experiences, and so they're going to show you some of those and some ideas around using the pass-through camera API. So, with that, let me talk a little bit about mixed reality. Now, we break mixed reality down into three basic components. We've got pass-through and occlusion, anchors, and scene. When we talk about pass-through and occlusion, what we're talking about there is that there's forward-facing RGB cameras in the headset itself, and they give you this pass-through of what the room is, and it's projected into your skybox. So that's pass-through. In addition to that, we have the depth API, in which it allows you to detect how far things are away. Now, the value of that is you can create something called occlusions. And occlusions are where you take a virtual object, pass it in from a physical object, and you no longer see the physical object, or the vice versa. You pass a virtual object behind a physical object, and you can't see it. So that's what we call occlusions, and that's a very basic component of what creates reality. In addition to that, you have a lot of other things like lighting and shadows, but nonetheless, that's the kind of the ground basis of what you're doing. Anchors. What anchors are, and you hear people talk about spatial anchors and scene anchors and a bunch of stuff, different things like that. But what an anchor is just a point in a 3D coordinate space where you can come back to. So let's say you want to place a poster on a wall. So you'll have an anchor that you put there in that particular three-dimensional space. So when you come back, that poster's still in the same place on the wall, and it anchors to that. Finally, we talk about scene. Now, what scene is an understanding of what your room is about. So we use object detection to tell what's in your room and what's in the scene, and it can identify things like, okay, that's a wall, that's a ceiling. Okay, that's a ceiling. That's a couch. This is a bed. And so you get these kind of objects that come back to you that are in a particular point in space with particular bounding boxes that are semantically labeled, bed, couch, table, whatever. And now in doing that with your gameplay, you can say, hey, I want spiders crawling across the ceiling. So you know where the ceiling is, you put the spiders, they all attach to it. You're all good, right? Or you've got a board that you want to place only on a table. So you put that board on the table. So you can make your gameplay react, understanding the semantic components of whatever your room that you're in. Using those three things together, you can really create some cool MR experiences. And in addition to that, we have something called building blocks. Building blocks are these little components that we just click and automatically add into your scene. So you can click something there and it'll give you a camera rig. You click another one, it'll give you pass-through. So it's really easy to get started experimenting with this stuff. So look up building blocks. But what's most important is the experiences we're trying to create. So what kinds of things are we trying to create? We're trying to create really immersive experiences. So as you see this one on the left here, you will see that as the virtual objects go behind the couch, you don't see them. You see them bouncing off, so they'll have collisions with the physical objects using something called the room mesh. And so using these different types of things, it creates a super immersive experiences. But in addition to that, you also have to have some amount of adaptive interactivity. What we mean by that is all the rooms are different, and this is what makes developing NMR particularly challenging, right? Because you come into one room and all you have in there is a bed because it's a bedroom. You go into another room, it's a kitchen. Well, wait, there's no beds in a kitchen. The living room has something else. So your gameplay and adapting to that is really tough. And that's why the scene description that I mentioned earlier with semantic labels can be so handy because you can say, okay, I now have some understanding about the environment I'm in and I can make things react, only put things on walls or do different things like that. So combining all those together, hopefully you'll create a great MR experience and use some of the tips that Doug is about to give us. So let me introduce Doug at this point. Doug is the creative director at Creature. When not gathering up DICE awards, he creates amazing experiences and has several under his belt. So we really listen to this guy. He knows what he's talking about. And Doug?
All right, wow, thank you. So what I will say is that I will only be talking for a few minutes, and if you want like the full Starship Home experience, you should go to our engineering director, Mark Schramm's GDC talk, Thursday, 3:30 p.m. in room 2018 here in the West Hall. Okay, so I'm Doug Northcook, let's ignore that. I'm gonna show you a little bit of our game, Starship Home, right now. And I'm going to turn the volume down a little bit, maybe, if I can. So what you're seeing here, this is all shot through the Quest 3 camera. And in Starship Home, we turn whatever room you play in into a starship. That room then takes off, goes into outer space, and you collect specimens of alien plant life, and then you go inside of their dreams. And really what we tried to do was pull together like the most expert, most senior team that I could find on the planet to try to solve what at the time were some very impossible problems of figuring out how do we make objects feel like they're actually in your room, that they belong on surfaces. And Kirk was talking a little bit about some of the scene data, which has a lot of noise in it, and it's very hard to get these kinds of interactions to work in a way that creates the kind of immersive, very compelling illusion that we're talking about. And so that's the launch trailer for our game. And what I wanted to do is just talk you through a few kind of key ideas and lessons that we learned when building. An early one, and this was kind of a day one prototype for us, and carried through all of our work, was this idea of surface awareness, right? And like now there's a lot more data that you can get from the scene, but when we started building, we were originally building on Quest 2 and on Quest Pro, which didn't have depth detection, which didn't have any of the features that are now in Quest 3. But what we did know is we do know that we can get surface data of some kind. And so we worked very, very carefully to try to think about objects and how they would interact with any type of surface, even if we didn't know what that surface was. And so you see a lot of that here in this shot, where we have one of our plant pots that when you have one of the pots in your hand and you let it go, it just hovers with little jets in the air. But if you take it near a surface, you start to see a blob shadow go down onto the surface. It gets darker as you get it closer. Little legs come out from the pot, and then the pot will land itself on that surface, right? And so every object is contextually and surface agnostic. So it can float in the air, it can attach to the floor, it can go on top of a sofa, it can go on top of a table. And we really try to think about this sort of like object resilience, that the user should be able to put any of our objects anywhere in their home, and it should feel like it belongs there. To the point where what we really tried to cultivate was an approach where users would actually move physical objects in their home to make space for our digital objects, which was something that we continue to see in user videos and in playtesting, which is kind of where that magic is, that people find our objects meaningful enough that they actually change the physical layout of their room in order to play the game. And with that, like we think about this much more like product design, and that all of our individual objects they have to be as detailed, rich, interactive, responsive as any physical object that is in the room. Because we want users to treat them like they are physical objects and like they are permanent fixtures, to the point where we started asking users, once they would take the headset off, to tell us where every object in the game was in their room. And most users could do that. They could tell you, this plant is over here, these windows are here, right? They had this memory, this object permanence. And all of that leads into this idea of making the impossible feel plausible. And so you see this, we have this storage compartment that pulls out of your floor, and when you look through your floor, the storage compartment goes down like 15 feet. But it doesn't, because it doesn't exist, but it feels like it does. It feels like there's this infinite storage hatch that goes down through your floor. And with that, right, what we're really trying to do is get to this place where there's like true cohesion between our virtual objects and the real world. And the $10 word for this is verisimilitude, which is the feeling of truth and truthfulness when in fact it is not. And so we think about this as trying to make things feel real that are not real. And we do that by focusing on intelligible affordances, that a user should be able to look at one of our objects, even if it looks a little alien and a little squishy, and understand what it's capable of doing, right? That this crank can be turned, and these handles can be pulled, and these objects operate in some way that is discoverable by the user. And that where we couldn't do that, or where we found users struggling, we would add signifiers, we would label things, which we ended up doing more than we were expecting, in part because I think users found mostly our fertilizer creatures, which you see in our trailer with these squishy little guys. They were like, what do these guys do? And so we had to do some work on that. But really with all of this, right, is that part of making this feel real is really going deep on every individual interaction. And so you see here, right, we're using hand tracking, but if the audio was playing, you would hear the slide rails of the airlock being pulled out. You would hear the gas as you click it in, right? So everything actually like feels like it is a physical mechanism. But the way that we generally actually talk about this on our team is we talk about goop. And other game designers might call this juice. But juice is for everyone else and goop is for us, which is like our kind of signature way of thinking about interaction design, which is that we think about objects that are worth interacting with. And they're worth interacting with because they make you laugh, they make you smile, or they give you some sort of superpower and let you do something that was previously impossible. And all of this with the intent to try to delight users, surprise users, make things happen that they wouldn't expect. And so a lot of this is baked into a lot of the behavior of our plants. In the game, this is one of our favorites. This is the Achis floralis, which is our little eyeball plant. And he looks at you, he follows you. He also follows objects in the scene. He's very curious. And he understands the environment that he's in a very rudimentary way. But if you poke him in the eye, he recoils and kind of looks at you like, why did you do that to me? Right? And you can touch the little top of his head and pet him, and that moves around and squishes, and you get close to him and he's making little sounds. And if you haven't watered him, he gets a little sick, right? And every object in the game acts like this. Every object in the game has this way of speaking to you without actually speaking. And I think for us, like, this is why mixed reality is so interesting, is that we have this potential to put new memories into people's physical spaces, right? I can take your empty living room if you just moved into a new apartment, and it's now a spaceship and it's going somewhere. You can do this in your cubicle at your office, right? That there's something really compelling, and I think Kirk talked about this a little bit, right? Of taking a kind of mundane space, or even taking your beautiful home full of plants and designer furniture, and that's an awesome spaceship, right? And that, like, if you have a cat, your cat comes on this adventure with you. And that the room is also a character. And I think that's one of the big things that we latched onto early on, is that the room, whatever room you decide to play in, is role-playing as a starship. And that you have to embrace that idea when you're building for mixed reality, because you are building a contextless game. And so with that, your game, or your experience, your app must be meaningful in any context. It must be playable in this room and be interesting. It also must be playable in a messy bedroom with garbage and laundry all over the floor, because that's where kids are going to play this game, right? And I think that idea of really embracing the room itself is part of, like, the deep magic, I think, that we found. And I'll be around later, but I'm going to hand it off to my next peer here, and I'll let Kirk introduce them. So thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Doug. I'm going to introduce this really briefly because I'd really like you to hear from the guys who've played with it. But the Pass-Through Camera API. What the Pass-Through Camera API does is it allows you access to those forward-facing cameras and provides that information to the developer. So you can actually take the camera frames and take them into your app. And after taking them into your app, you could feed them into an MLCV framework where you can download object detection. In fact, this very next video that we have here is showing YOLO, which is a common object detection algorithm that we just downloaded off of Hugging Face, compiled it into Unity, sent us, and put it right behind it. And you can see what it's doing is it's doing object identification. It's giving you a bounding box of where it is and a probability that this is the object that you think it is. So there's a lot of object detection stuff that you might want to use that we wouldn't provide for you. We'll identify things in a scene, but it has to be general stuff. We're not going to train something to identify a specific thing that you might want to look for. Maybe you want to look only for, white-haired poodles or something. And you could define an object algorithm to do that, put it in, and then use that in your game. This is available in a public experimental. It is accessible via the Android Camera 2 interface. And if you have any questions on that, see me afterwards, because right now I would like to hand it over to Tommy Palm of Resolution Games. Now, if you don't know Resolution Games, you should. They have a dozen really great games and one of the best and most talented teams in the industry. So with that, Tommy?
Thank you very much, Kirk. I actually been looking forward for this pass-through camera API for a really long time. I think it's incredibly powerful, not only for games, but I work with games, so I'm going to show quirky examples of how we've been experimented with it for our games. So I've been working as the CEO. I'm the founder behind Resolution Games. We've been doing this for more than a decade now. It's a very special space to get to experiment in, and you're at the forefront of technology, and it's one of the things that I really enjoy, to experiment with new stuff and create it into some new gameplay that hasn't been possible to do in the past. We started making only VR games because that was the only option, but if you look at our portfolio right now, I think most of them are actually playable in both VR and mixed reality. Demio is one of the bigger titles that we've made, where you can either play together with your friends in the same space, or you can have them join from different states and different parts of the world. And I got to work with Alicia on this together, also with Acron and Cookout. And it was a super fun project to work on. But I am here to talk about the pass-through camera, and here are 3 examples where we played with it in some of our internal productions. The first example is from Spatial Ops, which is a co-located shooter. We spent more than 2 years developing this, way before the technology was ready. We launched it this fall, just as the APIs for anchoring worked well enough to really have a commercial game out with it. It's doing quite well. And here we experiment with the pass-through camera to let users texture their objects. So it's you're playing it in your own space, the best played with friends in the same location, and you place out virtual objects and combine them with mapping out your furniture in your room, so you can throw grenades that bounce off real objects or virtual objects. And it's one of these use cases where people can be skeptical to mixed reality, and then they try this and get it straight away how disruptive this type of technology is. When you in VR, cyber sickness has been a really big thing. In mixed reality, that's a much less of a problem if you have this type of natural movement. Another example that we were working on just internally for a hackathon is a concept we called Lab Rats. We've been doing these couch co-op games before, and we wanted to kind of think about how we would do multiplayer in mixed reality in a meaningful way. And in this case, we used a pass-through camera API to capture one player's room. So you can see that the textures are quite crude, but it works really well because it's just kind of the background for, you have virtual objects in it. So here is from the lab rat's point of view, and they have to kind of solve puzzles and mazes. And you have this asynchronous game that is really fun. And it's quite interesting to kind of visit somebody else's space. It gives for a really cool backdrop. Here's more of a living room example. So I think it's very promising to use it. This is not something that we're releasing, but it's just an experiment, internal experiment. This is something that we're actually releasing in early access. Here you can make your own textures for these very quirky, silly 20 guys that follow you around. If they're friends and families, the people you recognize, it becomes way funnier. And people internally really love this, so we decided to put it out so other people could play with it well. And you can kind of build your own gameplay experience with this. Here you're taking away gravity and trying to hit the goal there. So this is available on the store. You can check it out if you want to, and you get a chance to hit me with a baseball bat. So if you don't like what you have to say, this is your chance. That's all I had. I'll give it back to you, Kurt.
Okay, great. So that looked really fun, but we are running a little bit behind time, so I'm going to just jump right into this. Alicia, can you come?
Hello, I'm Alicia Berry. I am from Niantic Spatial. I support the Peridot IP and team. Some of them are here. Hello, thank you. I am going to speak on Hello Dot a little bit. Interesting. Okay. Hello Dot was originally a port from a mobile game. That was the original idea, to take an AR mobile game, which is in market right now, and see what we could do in the Quest 3. And to our surprise, after spending about 3 months building ragdoll physics, we could almost lift and shift to the Quest 3, which is super exciting. The challenge is we lost that camera access on the Quest 3. We had been using it on the phone, and so we had all sorts of amazing features on the phone that we couldn't port over to Hello Dot. And by the way, I will plug 2 things. One, Hello Dot is available in Quest 3 right now, and we're about to launch a big update, so stay tuned. And 2, if you'd like to know more about Hello Dot, Ashley Rosenbaum from our team has a topic tomorrow called Less Coding, More Booty Shakes, and I really encourage you to attend. It's going to be very interesting. So let's show you 2 videos. So you might say, hey, this looks like VR, and you're right. Because at the time of building this deck, we had not fully integrated Hello Dot with the camera access, but I want to show you what we're thinking about. And so the first video on the left is basically a Dot booty cam. So it follows the Dot through the room, and if you have ever worked with mixed reality, you are limited by the cameras that are here. So like Tommy's example, where you could like have a room and move about that room, really when in mixed reality, you can only move around the cameras. And so in this case, we are able to, if we have a scan, a Gaussian splat of the room using our app called Scaniverse, we can render that in the Quest 3 and then layer on animations. And on the left here, we have like the slow motion dot cam. So we're super excited about what this could bring in terms of UGC. Imagine if you had no skills in terms of video editing, but you could create a 3D scene in VR and then make 2D rectilinear videos. We think this could be very compelling. Our second is this very late-breaking video here on the left. Uses a lot of what Tommy was talking about, and also Kirk, but that's our own ARDK light chip. It is using our object detection, and you see Luis's dog here, where it's like, it's an animal, it's a turtle, it's a cat, and GenAI is driving that animation, which we also have in our mobile app here. And this is in market right now, so the Dot sees a tree and gets pretty excited about it, and this player got in-game currency by completing a quest. And so what we imagine with camera access is really pushing the boundaries of virtual objects. And so you could pick up like a blue marker, a real blue marker, and take a blue marker and color your Peridot blue. Or imagine you had a virtual eyedropper and you could pick any texture and drop it onto something else. We really imagine this to be kind of a Rubicon for people to be able to get into UGC without a lot of technical knowledge. And then finally, our last use case is pretty canonical. I'm sure you would have loved to have this during GDC, which is the ability for wayfinding. And this is, again, a mobile app, but we have the ability to render this on the Quest, and we expect to have this very shortly, maybe H1, where you've got Peridot navigating through a Gaussian splat and wayfinding. And we know there's a lot of AR apps on the market that could be doing this on the Quest, and all of a sudden, there's this new place that AR apps can now be in an immersive headset. And we're super excited about the possibilities. And we'd love to come back next year and have you in your Quest and being able to find your bathroom or the snack area with Peridot. So imagine your tidy use case if you could use this for, I don't know, doing quests in a real world, like an MMO. That's what we imagine. So for us, this is just the beginning of really gamifying the real world. And guess what? The real world is full of high-fidelity assets, and they're all free IP. So I'm super excited to dev with you. And if you'd like to reach out, please reach out, and we could talk more about some of the Niantic technology that's already enabled in using the Quest Camera API pass-through. And with that, please play Peridot, and I'll hand it back to Kirk.
So unfortunately, we are right at time right now. At least that's what my watch is saying. Here's a couple of QR codes to go and get more information. I'll give you guys a second to take a picture of that. Just to kind of reiterate where we are with the camera pass-through API, it is available in the public experimental release. All the documentation is online, so you can download it today if you want to and start playing with it. We can't wait to see what you do. I mean, again, the ability to take your own object detection algorithms or MLCV algorithms and apply them directly to the input is just amazing. And the AR case as well, AR with a camera is not hands-free. AR with a Quest is. So the things you can do with that, from gameplay to industrial apps, it's just absolutely amazing. I'm going to put one more slide up here. Please, if you get a chance, take a picture of this, go to this, and give us some feedback on how we did in the session. With that, thank you very much. Oh, one other thing. There's a breakout room, I think, in 2014, if I heard the room right. So me and the other speakers will be over there if you have other questions you would like to ask us or more detail. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
All right, hello everyone. Thank you for joining. We're here post-lunch. I had a great panini. I hope you had something good. I am David Harris. I'm a product leader at Meta, here to talk about the Horizon economy, our investments in monetization and in creators and developers, and how you can take part. So I joined Facebook back in 2014, when it was known as Facebook, to work on Facebook profiles. And back then, your profile was the main way that you represented yourself online. And a profile pic is great, but it pales in comparison to the fidelity of connection that you get participating in embodied experiences. The metaverse is the next step in the evolution of social networks. And like the social networks that came before it, it will be built by a thriving community of creators and developers, ranging from individual hobbyists to professional game designers to large studios. This is why, after a decade at Meta, I chose to work on Horizon, because I'm inspired by all of your creativity and motivated to help you earn a living following your passions. So, what is Horizon Worlds? Well, hopefully some of you heard a little bit about this earlier today, but it is the next generation social platform designed to help you feel like you're together even when you're physically apart. It is social, synchronous, and embodied, which I know are very jargony terms, so let's break them down. The idea is that you participate in it with friends in real time together and by navigating 3D spaces immersively as your avatar. The main way that you explore Horizon is through worlds, and this is what creators are developing. Hopefully earlier today, you heard a bit about all of the new creation tools that we've started to unveil. Many of these are powered by Gen AI. And I've got to say, I am awe-inspired by these new capabilities as they come online, and even more so as creators have begun to take advantage of them to see what people are doing. And Horizon is growing faster than ever. When we launched Horizon, it was available just on Meta Quest headsets, and it rose to become one of the top experiences on the platform. Now we've expanded Horizon to mobile. There's a separate app for Horizon that you can use, and we've begun to integrate Horizon into the Meta family of apps, including Facebook and Instagram, which are collectively used by more than 3 billion people every month. We have a successful track record of scaling mobile experiences at Meta, and we're excited to apply that playbook here. The idea is that we want to ensure that your creations are exposed to as many people as possible and are eager to tap into the unprecedented scale that mobile can provide. All right, enough about that. Let's talk about how you all can make some money. So this brings me to the Meta Horizon Creator Fund. Last month, we announced a $50 million creator fund for building worlds on Horizon, and every dollar will go directly to creators and developers, and every cent will come through this year. There are already a lot of great experiences on Horizon, but the platform is emergent, and we want to generate even more compelling games, social spaces, and entertainment that make it greater than ever. We know that you have a lot of platforms that you can choose from when you're building, and some of these are larger than Horizon is today. We want to make sure you are rewarded for coming on this journey with us. And all of that's to say, Horizon is still early, and by building now, you have the greatest chances to break through, to tap into the Creator Fund, and to generate sustainable earnings. So, in 3 steps, join the Meta Horizon Creator Program, build engaging worlds, and get paid. The Creator Fund itself has a few different components, but the largest of these is the bonus program. We reward you for your contribution to the Horizon ecosystem across 4 dimensions. How much users spend time in your worlds on mobile and in headset, the retention of your world, and in-world purchases. The idea is if you generate, let's say, 10% of all the time spent in creator worlds on mobile, you'd get 10% of the mobile time spent bonus. For retention, we reward you based off of the proportion of returning players with larger bonuses for bigger worlds. And for the in-world purchase bonus, we reward you based off the percentage of paying users, again with multipliers for larger experiences. I'll also mention that the bonus is designed to be most generous on mobile. So we heavily recommend betting there to generate the biggest earnings opportunities. Now, the Creator Fund sits on top of the main way that you earn within Horizon, which is the consumer-driven economy of in-world purchases. Here, there's no cap to your earnings, the sky's the limit, and you can monetize your creations however you want. In the context of Horizon, that looks like 2 kinds of purchases, consumables and durables. So let's talk about each of those. Consumables are one-time use items that you purchase and then can use right away or save for later use. So think things like power-ups, like a speed boost, or in-game tokens like coins or gems, or maybe a clue to help complete a game. If I'm being honest, I've spent more than I care to admit on hints when I'm stuck in a puzzle. So Kawaii does a great job taking advantage of consumables. Everyone see Jessica here and her daughter Charlie in the front here, who were speaking on a panel earlier. They're doing awesome stuff. This is a family that's been working together and has been able to generate a series of amazing Horizon worlds. We've got Kawaii's Daycare, Kawaii's Grocery, where you get to be a cashier and help customers check out with parody products. And then Playroom Tower Defense. So here, I'll do my best, okay? So we got evil toys coming at you, and you got to strategize with your team, your offense and your defense. You got to figure out where you're going to put your towers. The whole thing sounds more intense than it is. I mean, it's very aesthetically cute, very kawaii, I would say. So one of the things that I think these folks have done really well to take advantage of consumables is first selling tokens. So you buy tokens, which you can then subsequently redeem for a power-up in the world. You get dropped in the lobby of the world, where you can get guidance on how to play the game, but then also get exposed to the item shop so you don't miss out a chance to level up. Switching gears to durables, these are items that you purchase once and then can use indefinitely throughout your experience. So think things like physical assets like a prop holstered to your avatar or a special vehicle. You could sell VIP access to a space in your world or maybe game level access. And then there are things like badges and titles. So these are things like labeling somebody a supporter or a verified user, that kind of stuff. So Meta Jesus has Spin the Bottle. I don't think Austin's here, right? Oh, all right. Hey, Austin. Austin has an amazing story. So full-time painter, started tinkering with Horizon, and then was able to make Spin the Bottle and Horizon creation a full-time gig. Spin the Bottle is awesome. You should definitely check it out. It's got a simple game mechanic. You spin the bottle. If it lands on you, you got to take out another player. Last one standing wins. Not exactly the spin the bottle that we grew up with, but you get the idea. And the game mechanic is fun, but what makes it really great is that you get to do it with other people, right? So you get to spend time hanging out with others as you're playing. And it's through this lens that the flagship items that you can purchase, the guns, sort of come to life, because Austin has a great live ops strategy, dropping special edition, limited guns, so you can build out your collection and then have something to talk about with other players as you're experiencing the game. Okay, so let's go over some best practices. And I know we're at GDC, you're all pros. A lot of the stuff that I'm going over, right, isn't especially novel. But that's the point here, right? You can take best practices honed across the industry and apply them here in Horizon to get great return on your effort. So first, think freshness, as I was talking about with Spin the Bottle, continuously dropping new items monthly, even more frequently, to keep the experience feeling vibrant, give people a reason to re-engage and to continue purchasing. Then having a diverse array of merchandise is important not only to appeal to different user preferences, but also to help users express their individuality. And then finally, relevancy. So you don't want the IWPs to feel bolted onto the experience. You want them to be deeply embedded within the experience so they feel meaningful and contextually relevant. You'll also want to think strategically about pricing. I see a smile here because Kawaii did exactly this with these 2 bananas. You can buy them for 150 credits. You want to have a range of prices so that you can meet people where they're most comfortable, right? So think about the intersection there with the user journey. Consider having cheaper items that you can sell earlier in the experience, and then have more premium items that you save for when users are more deeply engaged. Anchor prices are another powerful economic concept. This is when you might have a more expensive item that you sell, even if you don't expect it to sell very well, to make the lower priced items feel higher ROI. And then finally, because players are first purchasing meta credits and then redeeming those for in-world purchases, they sometimes have leftover credits in their wallet. So if you have oddly priced items, you can take advantage of users looking for things to spend with them. So I mentioned the bananas here. On the other end of the spectrum, you've got Saber here, which is a world from the creator Sandwich, who sells 2 tiers of premium sabers, some for 5,000 credits, others for 30,000 credits. So there's no one-size-fits-all strategy. It's whatever makes sense in the context of your experience. So I'll once again emphasize the mobile opportunity. The bonus is designed to be most generous on mobile. And if that wasn't enough, we're also running a series of contests throughout the year. We started the first one last week. We're calling it the Mobile Genre Showdown, and there is $1 million of prizes on the line. For the top 5 creators who make the most innovative and engaging mobile worlds, we're going to reward $100,000 each. And then for the next 25 creators, we're going to split a pot of $500,000. So a lot of money on the line. We started this a week ago. It's going to run through May 18th. These contests are super fun to participate in because you get to do it together, participate in sharing best practices and tips and tricks in the community forums and such. One creator who did this really well last year was Habiter. Ben is here also, is that right? He was here a little bit earlier speaking. His world Bugs was one of the winners of our contest last year. It's a, I would say, cozier game. There's no clock that you're competing against. You're traversing the world to find bugs and rare insects. The more bugs you get, the more XP you get. You get XP, you unlock more lures, then you can find rare insects. It's a lot of fun, but it works really well on a phone. One of the things that Bugs does really well is get really crafty with the camera. So after you sort of leave the lobby or sort of your home environment in the world, the camera zooms in so it's not the typical bird's eye view of your avatar. So you can see the ground a little bit better and then can spot the insects really well, even though they're small, even on a small phone. So these are the kind of considerations to think through when you're thinking about what is going to work really well in a mobile environment. Bugs was also built in collaboration with Mike the Guru, and I think it is Space Glitter Unicorn. I'm always really impressed by the creativity, not only of the worlds, but also of creator names. And it's just great to see these kind of collaborations come to fruition. OK, so I'll end there for questions by once again emphasizing there has never been a better time to build for Horizon. We have amazing new creative tools powered by Gen AI. We have unprecedented reach through mobile and integrations with the family of apps. And hopefully now you've internalized the great earnings opportunity ahead. So join the Meta Horizon Creator Program through our developer portal. There's some guidance there, and get started. So with that, would love to take some questions and also encourage you to share some feedback at the end. And then I think after this, there's, I believe, I/O. It's Alcove 2014 that we all got to hang out in for some overflow. But with that, any questions that I can take from the group? I think we have a mic here. If you want to take the question, maybe hop up, and then if other folks want to hop in line.
Sorry, I was just curious. Does Meta take a percentage of in-game sales?
Yeah. So the way that our business model works is that people first buy Meta credits, and then they redeem those for in-world purchases, and then creators are paid based off of a conversion rate from the credits to dollars. So that's how the transaction works.
OK, that's similar to other metaverses, but thank you. That was my only question.
Yeah, the idea is to be pretty consistent with industry precedent here. Yes?
What's the rough adoption split between phone versus virtual reality headset?
Yeah, so the question here was what's the rough adoption split between mobile and headset? And so I would say because Horizon was first on headset, it is still being used predominantly on Quest devices. But what I would say is ask me that question in a year, right? So we're at the beginning and early days of growing our mobile experience, and we expect usage to go up the most in that regard, and for mobile to be where we think in the long term there's going to be the most reach. Yes?
Will you guys provide any test users similar to Discover in Fortnite?
Will we provide any test users similar to Fortnite? Does anyone on the team know the answer to that question? Yeah, I'm not sure either, unfortunately. So let's take that after, and I'll try to get you an answer there. I don't think so. Yeah. What I would say though, this kind of feedback is very helpful. So definitely hit us up after if you have any thoughts. You know, I mean, look, right? Like our jobs, everyone who's here today for Meta, our jobs are to make you all successful. That's what our goal and focus is. So anything that we can do to help unlock your creativity and help you build engaging stuff that people love, we would love to make happen. Yes, I guess we're not doing the lineup thing. Do line up if you can. Otherwise, I'll keep repeating your questions. But yes.
What's the meta cut with those credits in Horizon World?
So I think the question was, what is the meta cut with respect to those worlds? So I don't think we share the exact breakdown for how the conversion works, but we do once you join the program, so you can check it out there. It's not especially straightforward because people pay different amounts for the credits based off of their location and how many credits they're buying. But again, I think our focus when we were establishing all of this was just to be consistent with all the other players that I'm sure you're all familiar with. Yes?
Do you have tokenization in the roadmap?
Do we have tokenization in the roadmap? Can you be more specific?
Are you going to offer any on-chain assets?
No, I don't think that Web3 type integrations are our focus for us right now. We are definitely interested in furthering interoperability across the Horizon metaverse and then potentially beyond more platforms. But for right now, our focus is to make sure that everything on Horizon Worlds is really awesome. Yes?
What's the demographic breakdown for both creators and users?
So I don't think we share anything specific there, but what I would note is probably consistent to your experience if you play, which is that Horizon definitely appeals to a lot of young users, and we're really excited to see how young adults and older teens have started to engage with the experience. And then, of course, we also see worlds that are targeted towards older users as well. So I know that's not a particularly specific answer, but hopefully you can. I see. I will note the feedback around wanting more audience insights around the breakdown of users in your experience. I think that's a very good point. Yes?
So if you're a creator that makes 3D models or something like that, is that an option that you can sell those 3D models on the platform?
Sorry, the end of the question was through other what?
Other creators and other worlds.
Okay, so if I'm hearing the question correctly, when you make 3D assets, can you sell them, and then can other creators sell the assets that you've made? Am I hearing that correctly? So the main way right now that consumables and durables work is that you make an item that is specific to your world or your set of worlds that can be used that way. I have a lot of people here who have told me things I'm supposed to say and not say, but what I will say is that we're super interested in those kind of concepts, so you can take my evasive answer for what you will. Yes?
Curious if you've seen any patterns emerge around popular genres for Horizon more broadly.
Kristen, do you want to maybe speak to this?
Yeah, hello, Kristen, product manager at Meta. Certainly what we're seeing in terms of genre is a lot what you would see in other sort of virtual world creators. Things like simulation games, role-playing games especially being very popular. I hope to see also more obbies and things like that enter the world. Personally, I really like those, and we've seen those be really successful. Also, in addition, just hangout spaces, cozy spaces like you saw with the bugs, all of that stuff has shown to do really well.
Got it, thank you. And as a quick follow-up, are battle passes possible to offer today?
Yes.
Cool.
Yep, you can do that.
And what about subscriptions?
What about subscriptions? We don't offer subscriptions in the context of a world, but again, noted, and we're always exploring different types of business models. But right now, in-world purchases and being able to sell an object or access or something like that in your world is sort of the main thing that we're focused on. Yes?
What's the player concurrency right now?
What is the player concurrency? Do you know the precise answer? Like the maximum concurrency?
The average, really.
Oh, average?
Number of players on the entirety of Meta every day.
I don't know that we have any specific numbers that we can share. Yeah, I'm seeing head shakes from my colleagues as well. So nothing specific I can share on that point. We get cagey about numbers. These are some of the sort of big company shenanigans we deal with. Any last questions? Yes?
Regarding the previous question about fading out and which games and genres are successful, once you join the program, do you get like a reward or something that aligns, of course, with the other what to work to try and ensure that success?
Yeah, so the question sort of what insights do you get after you join the program? And there's a few different things that you can look for there, right? So the first is we share a lot of case studies and anecdotes and other types of documentation around best practices through the Meta Horizon Creator Program. So once you join the program, you'll start to get that kind of communication. Then yes, you do get a lot of insights around how your own world is performing across a bunch of different metrics. Definitely all the ones that we focus on in the bonus, including time spent, retention, rate of monetization, stuff like that. So we have both these sort of program level insights that we share as well as world specific insights. And then more abstractly, I would say this is definitely an area that we're focused on a lot. You probably heard me use the term live ops a couple times as I was talking, and we know live ops sort of lives and breathes on creators' ability to understand what's working and what's not, iterate that way. So we're very interested in building that out further. Yes?
Will players be able to earn credits?
Will players be able to earn credits? So players aren't able to earn meta credits directly, since those can be redeemed for any item across any different world and even things beyond that. But you can definitely do a few different things like that. So there's concepts of earned points. You can then also have your own in-world token or something like that players can earn so that they can then redeem things. And then you can price things that way too. So you can say this is 100 of your world bucks or 100 meta credits or whatever you want in that regard. Yes?
Do you have any insights to share in terms of like a pricing strategy for in-game things? I'm sorry if you already covered that. I arrived a little late, but.
Yeah, I did try to go over pricing strategy a bit, and so I'll hit on some of the key points. And it's making sure to have cheaper stuff available for newer users, to have more expensive items that make the cheaper items feel more meaningful, and then to have some stuff that takes advantage of users who have sort of leftover credits available. But I mean, I would say this is another thing I would experiment with, and having a bunch of items at different price points. That way you can see sort of what's working and what's not. And then I also mentioned the fact that sometimes higher priced items can make lower priced items feel higher ROI. We've started allowing items to be priced as low as 25 credits, which is, depending on how many credits you buy at a time, about 25 cents. Yes?
In 2 years' time, what are the 2 or 3 critical things you're most excited about for this community to be moving towards?
That's a good question. I mean, in a really big picture, the thing that we want is to make it as easy as possible for you to make the most engaging experiences. So that's why so much of our investment is just on really, really meaningful creative tools, and then even things like guidance that can help you level up what you're making. So our bet on Gen AI is about making it easier and easier for the limiting factor to not be the time you spend at your laptop or computer or whatever, and rather your imagination. We just want to help you breathe life into that. We're also working on a bunch of capabilities to make Horizon have even higher visual fidelity, support greater concurrency, things like that. So we're very focused there, but fundamentally we just want Horizon to be more and more fun, right? And we know the best way that we achieve that is by enabling you all to fulfill your dreams. And so that's really where we focus. OK. All right, we'll pause there. We have a bunch of other sessions. I think I'm the second of 6 this week that are focused on Horizon. So make sure to check those out to kind of round out your picture of the platform. As I mentioned, there's, I think, a follow-up in Alcove 2014, if I'm recalling correctly, for us to keep chatting and for you to meet not only folks at Meta, but also to discuss with other existing or aspiring Horizon creators. So thanks very much, and look forward to seeing you all around, or even better, in Horizon.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to join us today. We're here to talk about 2 things. Firstly, the MR game Battlonauts that we made, and also how we brought it to the MetaQuest store using Meta SDKs in a relatively short time. Before we get into that, we're going to introduce ourselves and the studio and give you a little context on how we got here. So I'm Martin Ashford. I'm the creative director and co-founder with Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Hogan. I'm the director and lead developer at Popular Sign.
Mark and I have worked together in the industry since 2010. We both worked at the same agency, producing real-time training and marketing experiences in XR. We made serious games for our day jobs and fun games in our free time, both using Unity, until we made contact with Meta in 2022 to develop as Pop-Up Asylum full-time. Pop-Up Asylum is a small 10-person team based in the UK. We focus on small R&D projects, demos, and vertical slices. And when we can, we build games. We try to focus on making sure we build the right project to solve the problem in front of us, building out mechanics and interactions using proven design standards. And we use clear design language in our 3D art to support the player's understanding of the game worlds we build. And this is supported by writing clean, modular code, ensuring that we can build efficiently and maintain a high standard of quality across our portfolio of work. The studio was founded in 2013 as a hobby project, and in 2022 we began working with Meta as a third-party supplier, releasing demos like First Hand and Move Fast with Meta's Interaction SDK team, then releasing Battlonauts ourselves in late 2024. Battlonauts is a 4-player mixed reality game based on the classic tabletop game Battleship. Set in the near future, where space travel and within the solar system has become possible, and factions battle over control of a newly formed wormhole and access to a new solar system's worth of resources. Players arrange their fleet and then try to locate their opponent's ships by launching missiles at the opposite side of the board. I'll just let that finish. So as a small team that focuses on R&D prototypes to prove out ideas, we end up with a lot of projects that never see the light of day, some more successful than others. One of these prototypes was a 4-player Battleship game in VR, and that was part of a much larger social project. Sometime after putting the project down, we discovered one of Meta's mixed reality sample projects, and we could see the potential for an MR tabletop version of our prototype. We went from an existing VR prototype to a polished MR game with AI bots and single-player campaign in just over 3 months using Meta dev tools. In our social prototype, we wanted to explore compelling social interactions that focused heavily on hand tracking. Our aim was to create a set of hand interactions that felt effortless within the VR social setting. By removing the controller, it allows for better social presence between players, and by building Games that are more suited to hand interactions, it lets players interact in a way they intuitively understand, removing the controller learning curve, making games more accessible to everyone. We built a 4-player version of Battleship to highlight pick up and place and button poke interactions, a simple 2-player Hearthstone-style card game to show playing card interactions, and a free-for-all shooter using pinch to fire. We played Meta's Spirit Sling sample project, which is also a 4-player mixed reality tabletop game where players fire slingshots to attack other players' pieces on the board. Spirit Sling demonstrated the potential for an MR tabletop version of our Battleship prototype, and because of the way we built our original prototype, it was simple to combine the 2 projects into a polished released game. Having a successful sample project to reference proved that there was a place for more tabletop MR content on the Quest store, and it was great to see what worked. And that's Spirit Sling. But why build an MR version of Battleship? Tabletop gaming has always been a very social pastime, which brings people together. With the prominence of MR and improvements in Avatar 2.0, digital tabletop gaming is able to capture the same feeling you get from playing games physically together. Organizing a physical games night can be difficult. Even resetting the board can take time. A digital tabletop game, it removes all the stress from setting up a game, and finding players to play with online is easy with public and private game lobbies, and MR doesn't compromise on social presence. Hand tracking, MR, and social presence provide the perfect mix for an engaging and effortless experience for people who are new to XR and veteran players alike. We use all 3 to capture the essence of a tabletop experience digitally. But it wasn't without its challenges. With mixed reality, there's nothing preventing you from rendering objects at any distance, but placing them further than the player's walls can mess with their sense of depth perception and make the interaction feel unnatural. So it was important to keep the players close enough to each other that everyone appeared inside the player's home environment without compromising gameplay. Our prototype's board layout was designed for a large VR space, much larger than most people will have in pass-through. In order to get the opposite player inside the play space, we needed to scale it down and make it to a more natural tabletop size that aligns with the traditional board games, and some elements needed to be redesigned. We took the flat board from the prototype and made it vertical and transparent. That way players could see each other's boards and retain their eye line with other players while missiles were flying and ships were destroyed. As a fun side effect, when a missile flew towards the board and missed, it would carry on going towards the opponent narrowly missing them, which was kind of fun. Sometimes a player's room might be too small even for this setup. When this was the case, we used a blending trick to fade any objects rendered beyond the player's walls. Meta's mixed reality utility kit can generate a 3D mesh of the player's room. We rendered the room mesh using a multiply blend mode to darken whatever had been removed beyond the room's mesh. When composited with the camera feed, the darkened color of the game allows more of the real world to show through, giving the objects a transparent look. This worked great and didn't require any changes to the existing shaders, including the avatar shader. Our social prototype didn't include single player. We wanted single player to capture the same feeling as multiplayer tabletop game, so we took the time to produce bots with personality and a complete upper body 3D model. We used Marvelous Designer to quickly create a spacesuit using cloth simulation of the 2D garment patterns. Marvelous Designer is really powerful for creating character clothing to a high standard in a short time. For animation, we used Mixamo, a free library of thousands of full-body character animations. The animations were linked to hits, misses, win, and lose states in Unity. We added more animation than we ended up using, but it was great to have options. Bots sometimes ended up displaying more personality than human players. And we hear that from players as well in reviews. And nothing on this side is new at all. But we wanted to touch on art production and maintaining quality across assets quickly and getting art into Unity in a controlled way. We use consistent material IDs in all of our high to low polygon workflow. We create a shared smart material in Substance Painter that is used on all of the assets in the project to keep the visual language consistent between assets. Once inside Unity, we make sure we maintain connections to the imported FBX. If we change something in Maya, it updates nicely in Unity. Everything becomes a prefab, and then those prefabs often end up inside other prefabs, which are then brought back to Maya using Unity's FBX exporter. We then control animations, particles, and audio inside Unity Timeline so that we know animations will play out exactly how we want them to. Mark is now going to explain how we were able to get Battlonauts release ready fast.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to cover some of the Meta SDKs that we used in Battlonauts to speed up our development. So that's including the Avatar SDK, Interaction SDK, Audio SDK, Scene API, as well as Meta's Spirit Sling sample project. So Meta released the entire Spirit Sling project as a free open source resource for mixed reality tabletop games as part of their many GitHub samples. And it shows some of the best practices for doing tabletop MR and helped getting the project set up. The Spirit Sling sample is divided into two parts. So it has the game's core logic, which handles the mechanics and rules of Spirit Sling itself. And then aside from that, it has its mixed reality tabletop framework. So the tabletop framework provided all the logic for positioning the board inside of the player's space, as well as handling player and avatar co-presence and networking. And it also provided wrappers for photon fusion, which are integrated with Meta's platform destination API, allowing players to invite their friends on the platform to a game. So that's the Spirit Sling project on GitHub there. Our original prototype ran on Photon Pun, but with the framework, we switched to Photon Fusion, which is one of the go-to networking solutions for Unity. And this meant that we could replace our old lobby and room setup code with the framework's built-in system, which simplified our code base. And our game logic for the prototype was already well structured, so integrating it with the framework was fairly painless. Ship placement, attacks, and turn-based mechanics carried over seamlessly, and that meant that we were able to focus on really refining the experience for mixed reality. Starting with player representation. So player representation is a challenge that all multiplayer games face, and teams can spend tons of time trying to give players opportunities to change how they look. With Battlonauts, it coincided with the release of Avatar 2.0. So using the Avatar SDK, we were able to offload a significant amount of dev time and give players a high-quality representation of themselves that is familiar across other games as well as Horizon worlds. And with Avatar 2.0, we finally got legs, which is great because we didn't have them in Avatar 1.0. But it's very much geared towards standing games. And ours, being a casual seated game, often the avatar's legs in a stood position would go through the floor and it'd look very weird. And cause depth mismatch, where your eyes are perceiving two things at different depths. So we decided to add seats to the avatars using Avatar SDK's Attachments API, which is great because you can pin any object to the avatar, to the hips for the chairs, but you can also do shoulders. It's kind of designed for weapon systems, really. But we ought to pin the seat model to the avatar's hips, and then that will then scale if the avatar changes sizes. If you've got a larger avatar, it scales the seat for them automatically. Works really well. And we used the avatar animation behavior to pose the avatars in a seated position, as you can see there. And this really added to the board game feel, whilst keeping player eye lines consistent and avoiding the depth mismatch on the legs. And in Battlenauts, Meta's Interaction SDK handles pretty much all the interactions. ISDK has got amazing support for hand tracking with a robust set of interactions like grab and poke. And when you're making a pass-through or mixed reality game, we really recommend going hand first for your inputs because the players can see their hands as pass-through. We use ISDK's poke interaction to handle most of the board interactions. The default settings worked great out of the box. And we use this for selecting what cell you want to attack on your opponent's board, changing which player you're attacking, because you can attack any of the 4 players you're playing with, as well as the game's various menus and buttons and system interfaces, which work great and worked out of the box with ISDK's Unity UI integration. And when you're using poke with hands, it just feels really natural. It's a really good interaction. And then hand grab is ISDK's solution for grabbing objects. So in Battlenauts, we use that at the start of the game when you want to pick up your pieces and place them on the board. And when you're doing a special attack mid-round. Hand grab is built as a very modular system, and it has great default settings, but thanks to its modularity, you're able to swap out sections of it. So we were able to specialize parts of it for Battlenauts. For example, when you're grabbing the board, we use a 2-handed rotation interaction so that the player can't like flip the board upside down. And when you're placing your pieces at the start of the round, we were able to exaggerate the effect of the wrist's rotation to help players when they want to rotate the ship 90 degrees, because it's quite straining to turn your hand the full way. We can exaggerate that, and they only have to make a small movement to place the ships exactly how they want to lay them out. So for the public release, we knew that single-player modes would be expectation, and our prototype had been exclusively multiplayer. So this was a brand new feature. To make this work quickly, we used Photon Fusion's offline single-player mode and made the bots use the same API as the players. Essentially, each bot worked the same way as a human player would in a multiplayer game. The enemy AI uses the same rules and has the same limitations as a player to make every encounter fair, but it also includes behaviors to mimic humans and enhance unpredictability and excitement. So depending on a bot's personality, they might attack a player who's weak, or retaliate against someone who's just attacked them, or challenge the player with the most health. And once we had single-player quick play working, it was simple enough to create a set of these bot personalities with gradually increasing difficulty and choose a number of bots per level to create a campaign that was challenging and added some story context to the world building around the 4 factions. After the player completes the campaign, they earn a score, and this score goes on a leaderboard, and we were also able to save dev time here by letting the Meta Platform API handle the scoreboard. So before I hand back over to Martin, I want to touch on some other tips that save time. So we were able to iterate faster by replacing hand-coded if statement conditions with Interaction SDK's active states. So Interaction SDK's active state is like a Unity serializable interface that can achieve similar functionality to if statements, but it's a lot quicker and you don't need to write any extra code. For example, you can use an active state group to combine multiple active states and trigger some in-game functionality based off of that when all become true. So if mid-game you discover that some buttons shouldn't be interactable when the game is paused, you can disable that by just dragging is pause condition in there, no extra code needed. And we used Meta's XR simulator to quickly test small changes in the editor, which is it's a lightweight XR runtime, and it allowed us to debug and iterate without constantly putting on and taking off the headset and dealing with Oculus Link. It made the daily development a lot smoother, and it paired great with Parallel Sync. So Parallel Sync is an editor extension for multiplayer testing across multiple editors. And by combining the XR simulator with Parallel Sync, we were able to run multiple instances of the game on multiple editors on the same computer. And we were able to do mixed setups as well, so we could have one instance running on the headset via MetaQuest Link, whilst another instance on the same PC is running using the simulator, which is like great for multiplayer testing. And on the image there, you can see we've got 2 game instances running Unity in the background. And one of them on the left there is MetaQuest Link, and the other one is using the XR simulator, all on the same PC. Martin?
And finally, good game development is always going to be incredibly hard. To get it right, building a fun and compelling game takes time and energy. We're not saying you can always do that fast. But if you have a winning idea or a prototype that you're looking to find a way to get it into the hands of the players fast, the support is there with Meta's dev tools. Casual tabletop MR is a relatively fresh concept, and now you have the tools you need to make an engaging MR content to a generally higher standard than you would when building those systems yourselves or ourselves. Thanks for listening. So it looks like we've got some time left for QA, if anyone wants Q&A, if anyone's got any questions. I encourage everyone to come up to the mic, though, please.
Hi, thank you very much. It's a great talk. Loved it. I was curious about what kind of hand inputs that your players and users might have been doing that you didn't see it coming. Maybe they were trying to perform an action. You knew what they were trying to do, but you didn't think about how they were doing it until you watched maybe somebody play testing or something like, oh, I see what they're doing, and then you resolved that.
Probably one for you, I think.
So the question's about hand inputs that we weren't expecting the user to do. I think certainly the ship placement exaggeration was one of those where players would be trying. When you're laying out your board in battleships, you want to get what you want to get. So ISTK's hand grab is mostly based off of wrist rotation, but when you're placing a piece on a board, a lot of the movement or the rotation comes from the very small movements of your fingertips. I can turn a ship 90 degrees just with my fingertips in the real game. So I'd say that was something that we found players were struggling to turn their ships, and so that was one of the ones that we came up with a solution by just exaggerating all this wrist rotation so that we could keep ISTK's wrist-based movement, but the players weren't getting frustrated because they had to really jank their arm around to turn it 90 degrees.
As a follow-up question, did you ever happen to find any value or have any conversations regarding giving the player maybe a setting or a control for them to be able to determine? Because I'm working on a puzzle game in a similar fashion. I want to be able to have blocks rotating. And I've kind of been wondering about that very thing, about having an opportunity for the player to decide for themselves in the settings how much of a hand rotation they want to be able to do to rotate those blocks and pieces. I mean, we were definitely going for this is like a hidden feature. Like the players, the players when they're turning the pieces, their hands, they are moving, doing these micro gestures with their fingers, and it's the actual. I think it feels to them like they're moving it with their fingers when really they are moving it with their wrists because we've tried to make it very subtle and a sort of a hidden feature to the player. Cool. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much for the talk. It was very insightful and useful. I see you mentioning about Avatars 2.0 in its seated pose and how you used it. Were there any challenges that you faced around that when users would, I don't know, sit and move around or something, or handling animations around seated pose of avatars?
So the question is about any challenges with the avatar animation system.
Avatar animation system, especially anything with the seated pose, with the chair attachments. Yeah, so
I'd say like the Avatar 2.0 is really definitely geared to standing at the moment. So in our game, you're seated regardless to whether you're standing in real life or not, and it works well. Everyone has like a hover chair, and it doesn't feel unnatural. Normally we do play seated, so but that was definitely a challenge to get that in, because simply how geared the Avatar SDK was at the time to the idea that the players are standing, even to the point of in the version at the time, which I think we would say maybe V69 or 68. If you were seated, your avatar on the network would still be standing, and your eye level would be incorrect. You'd be people would be looking up to talk to you, and it was wrong. So we did have to struggle a bit through that, but then with the updates, maybe in 72, they made it a lot easier to customize your animations, and I think it's going to get even easier and easier.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I also think it's incredibly important to note that your own interpretation of what the other avatars, the other players are doing, you should make sure it is clear and consistent and readable. So whether the other player is doing something or even laying down, as long as to you, that they look like they're being represented in a good way, it will encourage them and you to have a good experience together, which is ultimately the end goal. So reality and accuracy is one thing, but consistency and fidelity is probably a nicer goal to try and reach.
Okay, just to make sure I'm getting the right thing. In this case, all avatars are always sitting, irrespective of the physical position of the other players. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
You are always sitting to them, and they are always sitting to you.
Got it. Thank you.
Other folks, so you mentioned before a test game you guys were doing that was similar to Hearthstone. Has Meta thought about making a collectible card game?
We are a third-party supplier, so let me repeat the question, sorry. Has Meta thought about making a collectible card game?
Yeah.
As a third-party supplier, we aren't fully aware of what goes on at Meta, but I would say that card interactions are something that, in general, everybody would like to work well in MR, including us. You know, we had a moderate success with our demo. I think it was quite playable and quite fun. I wouldn't know any 100% on anything, but I would encourage everyone to keep an eye on the Interaction SDK team and the work they're doing. Right. I'm sure they have some great stuff in the works.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for the talk, guys. What was something that was either surprising or unexpected, like feedback that you got from players, maybe related to it being a mixed reality title?
So the question was surprising feedback from players with it being a mixed reality title. Generally, I'd say our player base is, at the moment, nice. It's a good size. It's manageable. I wouldn't say it's out of our control. We are very lucky to have 4.9 on the store as a paid game, which we're very, very happy about. And generally, everybody just says this is an excellent example of Battleship in MR, and they enjoy playing it. They've also been really, really good and quick to let us know when there are bugs, which we were happy to fix. So nothing surprising. But we're hopeful for, maybe there's some curveballs.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for the talk. So I want to talk about how you referenced how you had to change your tabletop design to make it more sort of vertical because of the limited space. So given how AR environments are very arbitrary, people can set up their room however they want. Did you have any special logic for the initial placement of your game assets to make sure that they don't clip into furniture or into the wall or anything?
You want to take this one? Sure. Yeah.
So we used Spirit Sling's tabletop framework for that, and it worked great out of the box. So I'd encourage you to have a look at the Spirit Sling GitHub. The gist of it is MRUK, the Mixed Reality Utility Kit, can give you, it has an API to give you, here's a position for something of this size in the room, please give me that. And you can specify tabletop or walls. In ours, we specify a tabletop, and if we don't find a tabletop, we try to position it somewhere in the room that's not intersecting the walls. And if all else fails, we just position it in front of the camera.
Okay. Did you ever have any issues where like the initial placement was like in the player, so like the player like, started inside the table?
I'd say yes, but we give the player obviously the option to move it themselves, and if it is going to intersect the player, then we'd rather it intersect the wall. So we'll fall back to in front of the camera at that point, and let the player just move it where they want it. And if you're in a room that the player hasn't set up as well, we follow that same logic of in front of you, and it works well.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Hi, thank you so much for the talk. I was kind of curious, you mentioned the Meta XR simulator and it was useful for your development. I was curious, how did it help you guys do your work?
So with the, if you've used MetaQuest Link, you can either use it cabled or Wi-Fi, and if you use it on the Wi-Fi, then a few times during the day you might find it disconnects from the Wi-Fi and you've got to go through various menus again. So like, using the XR simulator, it just kind of saves you that trouble, and you've still got a lot of the hand interactions that you would want to do. So like, you know, we're able to test pressing buttons using the keyboard controls and the mouse. And yeah, it's a toggle in Unity to turn it on. So you tap it, hit play, and then it opens up as a fresh window, and you can just test what you want to test very quickly, without bothering to. Oh, Link is disconnected again. I need to restart Unity and put the headset back on and launch it again. So like we're using it for that, and then the fact that you can run several instances of the XR simulator all at once, just for multiplayer, that was amazing. I could launch 3 instances of the XR simulator and put on the headset myself, and I could play the game against myself all on one PC. I didn't need to like connect to anyone or bug anybody to say, oh, come on, I need to test something, can you join the game with me? Although that did happen all the time as well. But for most of the time, yeah, if you just need to test something multiplayer, just launch 3 XR simulators and you're good.
Well, I will add to that as a creative director and with the audio team and the art team and design team, it was almost sometimes more stressful knowing that the devs could test without us, because we were sat there going wondering, how is this thing coming along? And then they just provide us with a polished, finished product all of a sudden, instead of us all having to test out loads and loads of bugs, which is reassuring. But for this was the first project we really used it for, so it was a little bit of a change of pace for us, not having to test as much in a positive way.
Thank you.
Any more questions? So I'll just leave it on the feedback slide. Thanks again, and if you could please find time to scan the QR code and let us know how we did, we'd really appreciate it. And we'll be hanging around here for a bit, and I think there's a alcove around there, which we will be there for a while if anyone wants to chat. Thank you.
All right, everyone can hear me? We're good? Cool, I think we'll, can I have the clicker here? I think we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you for coming. Before we go into intros, I actually want to start off with a quiz. So this is a level from Candy Crush, free-to-play game, very successful. Does anyone know what level in Candy Crush this is? No one? Any guesses? Close. No, it's level 65. This is Candy Crush developed by King. And the reason I start by showing level 65 is this is a classic success story in analytics and game development. King invested in a data analytics team. They ran the analytics to figure out where are people dropping off. They saw there was a huge drop off in level 65. They made it a little bit easier, and it was successful for them and for the players. So this is a quote from Andy Dunn. He was the head of data analytics when they did this investigation. And I like to start with this because of the last sentence here. It's important to keep a dialogue going with our gaming community. What data allows us to do is create that dialogue at a huge scale. And I like this because sometimes people can view data as opposed to creativity or a cold, inhuman factor in game development. But when used correctly, data and analytics actually expands our connection between the developers and the players. And that's what we want to talk with you about today. So I'm Ben. I'm a data engineering manager at Meta. I focus on creation tools in game development. I have 2 degrees, one in psychology, one in analytics.
Yep, and I'm Brad. I'm a data scientist at Meta. I focus on Horizon ecosystems, mobile, and content success.
And we're going to talk to you today about how we at Meta use analytics in our game development. And hopefully this results in all of you being able to take away some learning about how you can use analytics in the development of your own game. So we're going to split the talk today into 3 different buckets or 3 different levels. Level 1 is sort of the intro. This is how do we measure our top line goals of our game? Are players coming back to our game? Do we have a good monetization model? Can we grow efficiently? Level 2, we're going to deep dive a little bit and talk about how we can fine-tune our game experience to achieve the right balance. And then finally, my colleague is going to talk about, in level 3, some innovative work we're doing on metrics to help us to detect aha moments in a game. These are the magical moments of a game where when a player experiences, they get it. Now, we're going to use Horizon as our case study. We both work on Horizon. That's what we're familiar with. And we work for Meta. So we're hoping that this talk is applicable to all types of game developers, but we'll probably have an outsized focus on things like UGC platforms, free-to-play games, games that are on platforms that have analytics available. Almost all the metrics we talk about today are already available for Horizon creators or coming very soon. And you might hear me use the word world instead of game or creator instead of developer. So let's jump right in. So we'll start with level 1. How do we measure the top line goals of our game? So I'm going to talk about 3 goals. The first one is, have we achieved product market fit? Have we built a successful game? Now, there's a lot of ways to think about this. At Meta, we really care about, have we built a game that people are going to come back to? Then we'll talk about monetization. Do we have a profit model that can justify the project that we're doing? And finally, once we've nailed a retentive game, a game that monetizes well, can we grow efficiently when it's time to acquire more players? So we'll start with the first question. Do we have a game that players want to come back to? And there's a golden standard metric for this, which is retention. So I'm going to show you 2 flavors of retention here. Starting on the left, we have classic retention. This is what percentage of new players to your game are going to come back and keep playing at a later point. So on Meta, this is the formula we use. Let's say we have 20 new players on day 0 that are trying out the game. We're going to check back in with them 30 days later, and we're going to see what percentage of them have played the game in the last week. So in this example, we had 20. There's 8 who are still playing a week later, or 30 days later. That gives us 40% weekly active users at day 30. Now, there's a very similar metric called stickiness on the right. It's basically the same, except that we care about all types of users, right? So we're going to look at all the players on day X. Maybe they're new players, maybe they're existing players. And then we're going to go forward 30 days. What percentage of them have played in the last week? If you're a new game early in development, you probably care more about retention. You want to make sure as you get new players that you're really going to be a hit with them. If you're a more mature game, you might care more about stickiness. You don't want to alienate your existing player base, even if it means you'll do a little better with new users. Okay, but both of these metrics actually have a huge problem, which is that they take 30 days for us to see the results, right? And that's just too long for most games, especially if you have live ops support, seasonal updates. You don't want to make an update to your world or game and then have to wait 30 days to see if retention went up or maybe even down. So the way that we solved this at Meta is we looked at all of our fast landing metrics, and we tried to see, do any of these have a correlation with retention? Right? Is there any signal we can get from these quick metrics that'll tell us if a game's going to be retentive? And it turns out there is. So we ran this analysis, and we came up with this metric, sustained visit rate. So for a Horizon world, what percentage of the visitors stay longer than 5 minutes? And if you have a high sustained visit rate, you're probably going to have high retention. And now, of course, if you're on a different platform or different game, you might have different metrics, and you might want to run your own correlational analysis. Or Brad will talk about in level 3 a method you can use to figure out which metrics matter for your game. Okay, let's talk about the second goal, revenue. Is it profitable? Do we have a good monetization model? Now, Horizon Worlds is a free-to-play game. So the first thing we're going to look at is, what is our in-world purchase funnel? Now, I'm mainly going to talk about sort of natural monetization. I hope everyone here got to see the monetization talk earlier today. We have a big creator fund that's sort of on top of all of this. So we look at the in-world purchase funnel. We see how many players visited your world is sort of the top of it. Maybe at the bottom you have how many of them made a purchase. And that's the main metric we care about from this, which is our payer conversion rate. So let's say we had 22 players visited a world, 4 of them made a purchase. We have a payer conversion rate of 18%. Now, you can also, of course, do all types of analytics here. Why is there a big drop-off before add to cart? Maybe I need to make it easier to add items to the cart. But we would start with the payer conversion rate. Now, this doesn't tell us anything about revenue, actually. Right? This just tells us how many purchases were made, but we don't have a dollar amount. So I'm going to show you 2 revenue metrics side by side. So on the left, we have average revenue per user. This is pretty self-explanatory. We're going to take the total revenue we have in our world. We're going to divide it by the total number of players. This is great because you would use this as a rule of thumb for how much revenue am I going to gain if I gain 1,000 more players. We also have a similar metric on the right, average revenue per payer. This is the same calculation, but we're only looking at players who have made a purchase. Now, I like to look at all 3 of these metrics together, payer conversion rate, average revenue per user, and average revenue per payer. They're all sort of different dials that might wobble as you grow. If you add, 1 million more users or players, you might have a lower payer conversion rate, but hopefully your average revenue per payer stays the same. Those are all things you want to track as you start to grow. Okay, there's like a whole course you could do on monetization metrics. I'm not going to cover all that. I'm just going to focus on those basics that I already talked about. Here's some other ones we look at Meta, but we have to move on. Okay, so let's say you have a retentive game. You have a great monetization model. Are we ready to grow efficiently? So there's a couple metrics we look at Meta. The first one is growth accounting metrics. So as we're growing, we want to take each player that we have and put them into a different bucket. Maybe a player is new to your game or new to your world. Maybe a player is retained. So they were new and they kept playing your game. That's great. Maybe they're churned. So they played your game and maybe they didn't like it, or for whatever reason they didn't come back. Or maybe they're resurrected, right? So they stopped playing your game, but they came back. Maybe their friend invited them, or there could be any number of reasons. These are called growth accounting because there's all types of formulas you can do, which are really cool. But honestly, just tracking the raw numbers of these buckets is really helpful as you start to grow. Now, how do we optimize our growth? We like to look at the top of funnel. So on Horizon Worlds, this is something, the visit through rate. So we look at, of all the players who saw our world, how many of them actually visited it? Different platforms might look at different things, right? If you have a game that you pay for, you would look at purchase rates or wish list rate. You might look at install rate on different platforms. But the idea is the same. Are we converting for the people who have seen and heard about our game? Are they actually trying it out? And we have some cool features here on Horizon Worlds. We're launching very shortly a tool that creators can A/B test different cover photos of their world to see which one performs better. If you're on a different platform, you might want to switch around your gameplay preview video. Those are all ways that you can drive this up. Okay, again, there's more metrics you could talk about here. I already talked about install rate. I also put up here K-factor. It's a little more technical, but you can Google it. There's plenty of information out there. That's a way that you can measure virality. So if you have a viral game, according to the K-factor, you should expect that it will grow by itself, right? People are going to tell their friends about it, and it will just take off, which would be awesome, right? Okay, before I show you that, there's one thing I haven't told you, which is how do you know if the value of your metric is good or not, right? Is 40% retention good? Is 66 cents average revenue per user good? And the answer is, I don't know, right? You might be on a different platform or have different goals or focus on different devices. One method that we do recommend you use is provided by most major platforms, including our VR store, including Horizon Worlds, and that's benchmarking. And basically, that compares your metrics to other sets of games that are successful on the platform. This picture is from our VR store. We're launching within the next month benchmarking on Horizon Worlds, where you can compare your retention against the top 100 worlds or other metrics. If you can hit that range of other games that are successful on the platform or even beat it, you're probably in a good shape to go to the next level. Okay, so that's it for level 1. That's a quick intro of these 3 goals. Those are the metrics we talked about. That's sort of 101 analytics for game development. Now we're going to go into level 2. This is about fine-tuning your game and achieving the balance that you want as a developer. In contrast to level 1, where most developers care about the same metrics, level 2, most developers in games are going to have a unique set of metrics that they care about. So not every developer is going to care about the same metrics, but every developer should care about some metric in this stage. And it's going to differ by genre, right? So Candy Crush, which is a puzzle game, they probably care about round analytics or level analytics. How many people are making it to each level? How much time are they spending there? A game like Super Rumble, which is a PvP shooter in an arena, they might care more about weapons analytics or kill-death ratio to hit the balance that they want. And there's all types of metrics that you can look at here. These are just a few. All of these are available to creators on Horizon Worlds. I can't go through all of them, but I'll talk about 3 just so you get a sense of what this looks like. I'm going to talk about area analytics, round analytics, and weapons analytics. Okay, let's start with area analytics. This is Bobber Bay. It's a Horizon world that's an island. Players can go fish. And there's not a linear path through this, right? You can go fish anywhere you want. You can ride the boat. You can go in the secret tunnel. You can go in the store. You can go to the lighthouse. We care a lot about knowing how players are interacting with each area of our world. So one really cool thing that we do is we can look at 3D heat maps of our world. So we use this internally. It's coming very soon to creators. This is the Bobber Bay world in gray. And then on top of it, we've superimposed a heat map, in this case, of the points where players leave the world. So we can see there's a big red spike right where you join the world. So some people join and leave right away. There's another spike at the respawn point when you fall off the boat. Maybe you get frustrated and you don't want to wait for the boat to come back, so you leave. There's also a cluster at the top where we have signage and updates. So those are all things you'd want to take into account as you're developing a world. And we have different heat maps. We have time spent, monetization location, where players report other players, things like that. A more traditional view to area analytics, which we also support, is to allow developers to label an area in their world. Right? So this whole area is the lobby, and I want to see how many players enter the lobby. Or this whole area is the store or the secret lounge or whatever. So we ran something on Super Rumble early on when they were doing a beta test. And we found that only 60% of the players visited the abilities area. Now, abilities in Super Rumble, like Super Punch, Super Jump, these are a core part of the game experience. But 40% of the players weren't being able to change their ability. You can only change your ability in the abilities area. So we shared this with the studio. They saw this data, and they redesigned the lobby, added some signage, and we got that number to 10% instead of 40%. Okay, let's move to round analytics. So I'm going to share 2 examples here. On the left, we have Kaiju. This is a Horizon world where one player is a monster, and they're trying to destroy the city. The other players are defenders, and they're trying to take down the monster. Now, we did some round analytics here. And during beta launch, we saw that, I'm going to have to read here, I didn't memorize all these numbers. 38% of the players did not even start a round, which is a pretty bad experience. Maybe that's because the median wait time to even start a round was around 30 seconds. And that's median. So there's players waiting even longer. And that's just too long, especially for mobile players. 42% of the rounds ended because the monster left. And then finally, of the completed rounds, it was unbalanced. Only 7% of the time, the defending team, which has more players on it, won the round. So the studio saw this data. They made the updates. It's much more balanced now. You should go check it out. It's really fun. Another example is Spy School. This was a pretty early world that we invested in at Meta. It's a platformer. You're racing against other players on an obstacle course. And you're trying to complete a round. A round is 5 stages, so there's sort of a hierarchy. And so we found 20% of world visitors never started a round. Only 32% of new players completed the round. And the first stages, even for experienced players, the first stages in the round were the hardest. So we shared this with the studio. They've flipped the order of stages. They shrunk the lobby area so it's easier to start a round. They cut the round length down to 3 stages. And we, for example, that 32% number, we got it over 65%. Okay, one more example here. Again, from Super Rumble. These are all content that we've developed, so I feel comfortable sharing our metrics here. We looked at weapon balancing. So early on in Super Rumble, my favorite weapon, I guess, of course, was the grenade launcher. And we saw that that was almost like double the amount of kills were coming from grenade launcher as the other weapons. And you might want this in your game, but our studio did not. So they saw this and nerfed the grenade launcher, sadly. But they ended up with a much more balanced game, which is what they were intending to do. Okay, like I said, there's tons more that we could go over. We just don't have time to go over all of them today. But I hope that this demonstrates that we're not trying to fight creativity here, right? In all of these places, we're trying to help developers materialize the vision that they have for the game and helping them fine-tune it so that they can give players the experience that they're hoping for. Cool. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Brad, who's going to take us even deeper to level 3.
Cool. Thanks, Ben. All right, cool. Let's talk about detecting aha moments in your game. Alex Schultz, the VP of Analytics and CMO of Meta, says that the overall #1 thing we focus on for growth is retention. And magic moments or aha moments are the point when players are engaging with your application or your game where they just get it. Sometimes it can be pretty straightforward. For Facebook, it's friends. But for games, when you have a lot of things going on, it can be hard to know what things are happening in your game that are impactful or important. And I want to talk about a few techniques that you could use to analyze what are the most impactful actions, or what are the aha moments that are leading to retention in your game. So let's start off with the most traditional way I think I've seen people detecting aha moments. You want to look at your precision, recall, and your F1 score of players taking various actions in your world. Precision would be the percent of people who take that action who end up retaining. Recall is the total percent of retained players that end up completing this action. So here on this chart here we have day 7 retention versus your day 0 time spent. So we're trying to ask the question, what is a good amount of time spent on day 0 that is going to maximize or lead to the biggest impact on a player's ability to retain? And so essentially, the F1 score is, it makes you sound very smart, but it's very difficult to understand. We have to compute the harmonic mean of precision and recall, which is 2 times precision times recall divided by precision plus recall. This metric isn't my favorite for this reason. It's very difficult to interpret and even more difficult to explain to others. But it's more the traditional approach that I've seen to impactful metrics. Take a recall. Everyone starts at 0 minutes. 100% of your retained users start at 0 minutes. That's why it's 100%. As you go down, let's say to 10 minutes in day 0, you're looking at around 60% recall and around 22% precision. Take the harmonic mean of those numbers, and you get your F1 score. We can see in this chart that the time spent threshold that maximizes your F1 score is around 15 minutes. And so this next method, Yoden's J statistic, is my preferred method for figuring out these metrics because it's a bit easier to interpret, I believe, and it actually leads to different decisions than you would make with an F1 score. And I believe the most important reason you would choose one metric or another is if it leads to different decisions. Okay, so here, we're going to take, with the J statistic, we're looking for the biggest difference between your retained and your churned users. It's basically a glorified funnel analysis against two populations. The first population is your retained users. What do your retained users do on day 0? The second population is your churned users. What do your churned users end up doing on day 0? You compare the difference between those two populations, and you get your J statistic. Technically, it's your sensitivity plus your specificity minus 1, but practically, you're just looking at retained player completion rates minus your churned player completion rates. I really like this metric because it finds a natural balancing point. Things that happen very high up in the funnel, like spending 0 minutes, has no weight. And things that happen very downstream in the funnel, like spending 40 minutes, has a much lower weight as well. And I mentioned at the beginning, J statistic and F1 score often are correlated, but they make different interpretations, or you can make different decisions on them. And earlier with the F1 score, we were looking at 15 minutes. The J statistic on the same data would say 7 minutes is actually more impactful. So let's walk through an example. Let's take a game we mentioned before, Bobber Bay Fishing. There's 4 core actions that you take on your first day. You open your fish decks to see what kinds of fish you can catch in the world. You cast your rod to try to attempt to catch a fish. You actually do catch that fish. And then finally, you can cash in that fish for in-game currency. So let's walk through these 4 steps, look at the F1 score and the J statistic, and help us figure out what's happening in the game and how we might be able to optimize it for the future. And so we have this graph. Let's start at the left here, opening your fish decks. This is the first thing that we prompt you to do when you enter into the world. Players who end up retaining is this blue bar here. Players who end up churning is this red bar. Let's look back and see what they did on day 0 that led to this outcome. 72.7% of your retained users opened their fish decks on the first day, and compare that to 65.9% of your churned users. It's not that big of a difference. I wouldn't say particularly that this action is very impactful because both your retained users and your churned users are doing it at similar rates. But if you look at the F1 score, as it's calculated, 37.4% of your F1 score versus 6.8%. Next, casting rod. 57.6% of your retained players cast their rod on the first day, 44.9% of churned users. Starting to now see some separation when you look at the J statistic, and 12.9 percentage points difference. However, it's still coming out to a little bit better of an F1 score. There's not too much discrimination between the two. Next, let's look at what percent of people actually caught their first fish, actually caught a fish on day 0. 31.4% for retained players, 15.7% for churned. This is the step that's actually maximizing the J statistic, indicating that this is the most impactful action of those 4 that people can attain on day 0. However, for the F1 score, it actually comes in a bit lower. The reason for this is that your F1 score actually biases toward recall in a way that's not helpful for downstream engagement. So things that happen high up in the funnel tend to be biased towards an F1 or an F1 score rather than a J statistic. And finally, let's look at the cash-in step. 13% of your retained users are cashing in versus 4.8 for your churned users. This one was pretty interesting to me because it seems like it's a similar proportional drop-off from fish caught to cash in for both your retained, for both your retained users and your churned users. About a third of people are actually cashing in their fish once they catch it. So that's insight number one, apart from anything here, is people don't really understand that you can do this action. But it's still really important at an 8.2% J statistic. So what would I recommend to the team if they were developing this game? I'm actually not sure the open the fish deck step is all that important. It seems like if only 50% of people are really casting their rod on their first day, that seems like a very important action that's maybe there's some friction for people to get there. And I would focus less on opening the fish decks early in the game and maybe save that for a later step. If we were A/B testing this, or if we were developing the game, we might try out a different version of the game where this step is delayed and see if retention for the new version goes up. But more practically, I think we would look at this J statistic and see what changed. Can we maximize the J statistic for your fish caught step? Cool. And then Ben, you want to talk about dashboard stuff?
Sure. Yeah. I'll just close this out here. Just want to say again, what we hope to do on Horizon Worlds is give the data that developers need. So this is some of the data that's available. I encourage you to check it out. If you think some key data is missing, we'd love to hear about it. We're working on adding new stuff all the time. Please let us know about that. If you have an analytics background and you're interested in building the future, I'd also love to talk to you about that. And two other quick housekeeping things. One, there's a great Gen AI panel that's happening later, hosted by Horizon. A great place to hear how people think about Gen AI and game development. And then also, please give us feedback. You can scan this, let us know, was this a helpful talk or not. There's also, I think, a form going to be emailed to you later. And I think that's it. We're running a bit short on time, so I don't think we'll have time for questions, but we'd love to talk to you. We'll just be right outside the room if you want to chat with us about anything. And that's it. Thanks. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for coming to GDC and especially to this Meta sponsored session. How was your lunch? I hope you had a Red Bull because coffee won't give you enough of a buzz for our product. We're about to launch into the sugar-fueled ride through the wildest VR game you ever seen, really. I'm Andrew Grechko, one of creative leads from Jollyco, and I will present you this Sugar Madness journey alongside the Meta Horizon Star Developer Program. And please meet my colleague, Andrew Gamurar, senior developer in our team. He will be ready to answer your questions after the session. Let's start with a short work-in-progress video. In Sugar Madness, you'll shoot, dodge, laugh, and maybe curse your way through the twisted remains of a candy kingdom. 1 minute, you're enjoying a sugary treat, and the next, you're under fire from mutated jawbreakers with attitude. This is a place where Willy Wonka meets Mad Max on a VR battleground. Here, candy isn't just sweet, no way. It's seriously dangerous. And trust me, it is as chaotic as it sounds. Sugar Madness is a fast-paced arcade VR first-person shooter where quick thinking, strategy, skills, and adaptability are the only way to survive. Grab your gear, brace yourself for the sugar rush, and get ready to take down candy morph hordes in the candy-themed world. We designed our game to enthrall players of all ages, making it the ultimate mix of fun, competition, and challenge. And the multiplayer mode, it's a perfect party game, ideal for groups looking to compete, team up, and challenge each other on a fast-paced battlefield. While creating the competitive multiplayer mode, we faced a couple of challenges. One of them was that in the beginning, in the first implementation, the player could only see the live scores of other players. But after a couple of playtests, we decided that it will be more fun if a player can see how his friend is engaging in achieving the same goal on the same level simultaneously. The main challenge here was that originally the scene was designed for the single-player mode. So we needed to make it to be uploaded and displayed at the same time for all players. In Sugar Madness, you're battling through the world gone completely off the rails. 1 minute, you're enjoying the candy-coated landscapes of the once thriving Candy Kingdom, and the next, you're ducking for cover as a swarm of mutant jawbreakers come hurtling at your face. Technically, to create our game, we use Unity, Blender, and AI tools to get new ideas and speed up the process of texturing. It is related mostly to art, to creating concept arts and visuals. Also in Unity, we created an editor to set up the paths and types of attacking enemies. So it allows us to select the random attack patterns, which makes the experience more variative and fun. Now you are ready for the campaign mode. Player progress through the story, venturing across 3 biomes to save the Candy Kingdom. Now that you're finished, you can unlock the crazy nightmare mode. You also have the option to earn extra XP and coins to unlock new weapons and get exclusive campaign rewards. One of the challenges, the biggest challenges for our developer and artist, was to create a big and vibrant 3D world, which would be playable at the highest frame rate. The campaign takes players through 3 biomes, each more corrupt than the previous. At the beginning of each campaign, players select normal or nightmare difficulty. However, nightmare difficulty unlocks only after finishing the main campaign. Don't forget. Now both wave and rail levels have multiple variations that are randomly selected through each run. Every time a player starts a level, a randomly selected chunk is used as the gameplay environment. Wave level consists of random enemy wave patterns and approach directions, shuffled to keep playthrough fresh. Rail levels are divided into shorter, equal sections. These segments are rendered in random orders for replays, adding a variable touch and freshness within each run, never boring. To increase replayability within our game, we decided to use a dynamic level generation option. But this presented us with a creative challenge due to the large inventory of variations. We then connected to our colleagues. They pointed us to Oculus Asset Streaming for Unity. Thank you, Meta, for this seamless integration utility that helped us permanently resolve the issue. The same approach with a replayable architecture we used when created our cool and funky bosses, each with a twisted encounter that always happens when candy goes rogue. For each boss, we designed a system that randomly selects attack patterns per phase. We use weighted probabilities to reintroduce earlier attacks with enhanced effects, ensuring that no two encounters feel identical. Each boss phase in every encounter features 5 possible attacks, with 3 randomly selected each run. Early phase attacks can even return later, with boosted speed and enhanced effects. Let's talk about defensive mechanics. Shield. Players can activate a shield with a trigger button on non-dominant hand. The shield has a limited stamina, visible through a countdown, and recharges when not in use. Upgrades and boosters will enhance the shield's power and stamina. And dodging projectiles. Players can physically dodge incoming projectiles by moving their body. This adds an extra layer of immersion and action for our target audience. Since our game emphasized the ability to dodge incoming projectiles, the system needed to be equally interesting and fair. For static levels, the solution was quite easy. But for levels where a player gradually moves, it was a challenge. The main issue was that when the projectile was untied for dodging, some projectiles dodged and didn't require any dodging at all. Yet, none of us as smart as all of us. We asked the Oculus Star developer community to throw us a bone, and bingo! Several excellent solutions were proposed. We then combined 2 of them. The first solution was not to move the player before the projectile, so we would know the exact location of the player, even when the projectile was flying. Second, to simulate the state of the projectile, which is moving with the player simultaneously, then and only then the projectile will move straight to the target. So, in this way, the player and projectile always move in a straight line as if in anticipation. This action allows the player to better understand when exactly to dodge, and this makes the gameplay more honest. And of course, it's double fun to save the Candy Kingdom in the multiplayer mode. For now, we have 4 different formats. Full campaign. You have to complete the full campaign racing against 4 other players to finish first and with a higher score. The second is biomatch, a quicker option where players face off in one biome with 3 levels and a minigame, which is perfect for shorter player sessions if you're on a rush. Single level match. For the fastest sessions, compete in a single level and a minigame to see who comes out on top. Don't be a loser. And minigame mode, involving players to compete in one of the 8 minigames of their choice. Let's move on. Now the MetaQuest multiplayer features provide a way for our game to enable users to find, invite, and play together. These features include destinations, invites, rejoins, notifications, plus travel-centric features, such as quick invites. Multiplayer features have been shown to have a consistently high user engagement and a strong motivating factors for user reoccurrences and opportunities. Let's talk about other features that we implemented. First-hand in Unity. Okay, so we needed to create a holographic interface for our in-game store, but a full touchscreen approach was impractical because of various technical and usability challenges. Approach that we tested was not so good because we spent a lot of time on this sample to find the best solution for our team and further seamless integration suggesting the most suitable solution into the game by our programmers. So we analyzed the ways of interaction offered by first-hand utility, and we were inspired to develop a system. Now, to maintain consistency with the game's tactile controls, we implemented a hybrid holographic interface with physical button and interaction, ensuring an intuitive and seamless user experience. Leaderboards. Whether competing with friends or taking on adventure solo, players will enjoy a non-stop action and the thrill of climbing leaderboards. It's worth noting that Meta provides a decent API and documents regarding leaderboards. Meta's social features allowed us to implement a functionality for users that will allow them to interact with friends, followers, and other Meta Horizon users. We use user info, friends and relationships, party, and party chat. This helps us notify users when their friends play our game. Also, users can invite those specific friends with whom they played earlier, or have with them just a voice chat. Social features will help our users find ways to interact with followers and friends by showing them their achievements and their progress through the game. We consider multiple add-ons that will enhance and upgrade our monetization model. The further add-ons will include new content, such as new biomes, new weapons, consumable items like boosters, skins, etc. The Meta in-app purchase system stands out as a comprehensive solution for adding all those consumable items. When it comes to add-ons, the platform well-structured guide includes a detailed C# code, plus examples and integration instructions that streamlined our development process. It's all about you. Now the system made it so simple to create and manage various types of in-app products, from consumable items to permanent features. Thanks to the SDK architecture, it integrated naturally with Unity's existing framework, making it straightforward to incorporate add-on content into our game's existing inventory for a better vertical experience. The platform also provides many robust tools for managing product catalogs, pricing tiers, and regional availability, giving us complete control over our add-on offers. On the payment side, Meta's robust server-side validation system has proven to be exceptionally reliable. Many developers are familiar with those tools provided by Meta, and it would be remiss not to acknowledge its impact on our development process. Those tools have proven intuitiveness and effectiveness for most players. It reinforced our confidence in choosing the right solutions for our game and inspire us to develop our own implementations. Thank you. And now, if you have questions, we are ready to answer them.
Hi, thank you for the talk. In part of your gameplay, you have the player moving on sort of a rail system. How did the team approach players that might get motion sick, and did you encounter that as an issue?
Well, we had this problem in the beginning. All of us got a bit of motion sickness, but we had our own tool developed in-house that helped us approximate the distances over time so the player doesn't feel the motion sickness.
Okay.
So we are playing with different curve animations or animation curves to help us improve the situation so the player is feeling okay.
All right, thank you so much.
Hi, my question is about business side. I mean, look at your presentation. It is a really decent game with a lot of content. So why did you choose to go to Meta Horizon World instead of putting it as actually a charged app? And how did that go with this business decision?
Well, actually, it's a bit misunderstanding because we weren't speaking about Meta Horizon Worlds. We're speaking about Meta Horizon Start Developer Program.
Oh, I see.
So it's a title which is now in coming soon stage on Meta Quest Store, but Meta Quest Horizon differs from Horizon Worlds.
I see. That's a misunderstanding. Thank you.
No problem.
Do you guys have any other questions? Okay. Oh, we have a person.
Hello.
Hello.
You obviously ran through a lot of things that you have implemented in the game already. Is there anything still coming up that you're really excited to do with Sugar Madness or any other projects that you're working on?
We have some extra content that we didn't showcase here, but it's still in development, but it's coming very soon. And regarding other projects, we have the multiplayer that for now you can try the meta booth to see for yourself, and it's gonna become even bigger in the future. We have a roadmap to implement, but not to implement, it's already almost finished, and we need just to finish it in the future.
Very cool.
Way did you say that? Is the multiplayer not built currently?
No, the multiplayer is built currently, and you can try it at the meta booth or a Jollyco booth.
I'm building a multiplayer, a tool that, among other things, implies multiplayer, so I'm interested, provides multiplayer tools. So I'm interested in how you guys implement the multiplayer. Unity netcode or Photon are the common ones. Did you guys use something like that?
We used Unity netcode for game objects because our dev people were familiar with this tool, and we naturally wanted to implement it further into this game. So thanks to Unity for giving us this amazing tool. It really helped us with the whole multiplayer thing. It has a lot of tools that helps us debugging, play test with other people, or to create multiple instances locally so the developers can see if the multiplayer is working right or not. Okay, so nobody wants another question? We still have time, so you can ask everything you want. If you want another question, yes.
I'll come up. Since no one else give something, I guess talk a little bit more. What things in particular did you not like about your netcode experience, your multiplayer, the experience building this game multiplayer with Unity netcode?
Let me think. Well, netcode is still it's a release tool, but it's still growing very fast. And depending on the version of Unity, you need to choose the netcode version too. So we had to choose the right combination of Unity version and the right Unity netcode version. I think that was the biggest challenge for us. But otherwise, we didn't see any problems with it. Like small things, but we managed to fix them very fast.
I have another question, but no one else. Okay, cool. You know, one of the things I've been opportunistically doing research on is different ways to build multiplayer. If you don't sound to be super familiar, but there's at least two different ways. There's a lockstep version and a traditional version, which is, from what I understand, both from the codes. It costs more bandwidth. The punchline is it costs, there's a more challenging to implement version and a less challenging that has higher resource costs in terms of bandwidth, CPU, various sorts, depending on how you implement it. The technical specifications are very technical. But one of the questions looking into is to what extent it's better to prioritize, what impact did the servers and bandwidth specifically cost have on your total development experience? So from a price perspective, was the cost of servers relatively small, or where did that stand in your big budget picture?
From what we saw, our own use of the netcode didn't use a lot of data or bandwidth, because we chose very carefully what data to transfer between the server and other users. So thankfully, we didn't have a problem with this thing. Like, the budget for the bandwidth was well between our limits, so yeah, we didn't see any problems.
That matches what I would expect. Nice to get some confidence.
Yeah, this tool is really amazing, so I hope other people use it too.
Hi there, thank you for the talk. I am a pretty fresh Unreal dev, pretty new to the gaming industry as a whole, and looking to get into VR, XR, MR, all of that. From your experience from making this game, how accessible would you say Horizon Start is for someone who's brand new to the entire VR, MR scene?
So first of all, it's about sharing experience. We are very grateful for Meta Horizon developers community, where we always can get some feedback and solutions. As I mentioned in the speech, there were a couple of challenges, and Meta Horizon members helped us resolve them. Second, I believe that it's all about not only support with documentation, but also with support to promote our game, to be more visible on the store, to be shown in different sections, their categories. So, you know, we're only in the beginning of our journey, and it's very exciting at the moment, and we believe that the most important things are still ahead.
Awesome. And then a follow-up question. I'm sorry if I missed this during the talk, but how long have you been developing this game?
Well, it's about, we started in early September, so it's about 5 months.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
I wanted to add another thing. Andrei mentioned that we use AI for texturing, but we use it mainly for fast prototyping to help us achieve like some prototype that encompasses our vision. And after that, our artists make everything. Our whole art is made by people, because we notice that mostly people enjoy work done by people. but we integrated AI in such a way that it will, let's say, speedrun our process for the artists, 2D artists, 3D artists to create these assets. So, yeah, thank you for coming to our presentation.
All right, are we ready to go back there? Thank you guys for coming. I, had a 5:30 p.m. panel, and I was like, we are going to be talking to an empty crowd. So I'm so happy that you're here and you braved it for 5:30 p.m. And I'm personally really excited about this panel because we have such an incredible group of people who have been working tirelessly and devoting themselves to AI and have so much knowledge to share. Firstly, I'm Yelena Rachitsky. I work at Meta. I lead a lot of our emerging formats work, and we really investigate, content innovation and how our new emerging technologies really creating more compelling experiences that give value to the people who buy our devices and play with our content. And I've been at Meta for 10 years, and it is a really incredible time right now, especially with emerging tech. And obviously our title is Can AI Make Your Game Better? And we're at a time with AI where we have such wildly different opinions about it. It's really interesting coming to GDC every year because you get a pulse on the landscape. And the progress we've made over the last year is interesting. Like, we're actually seeing stuff come up. Some people think AI is just a fad. Some people think AI is gonna solve everything. Some people think it's gonna take everyone's jobs. I think the reality for a lot of us working in technology is it's never just one of those things. It's never one extreme. It's really, how do you take the technology and how do you craft it into something that's meaningful? And that's what I'm really excited to talk about today. So before we start, how many of you in the audience are already working with AI in your development of some sort? Wow, pretty incredible. How many of you are kind of cynical about it and kind of come in here to make fun of the talk, or just are very apprehensive? So I get a sense. The person who has not taken a seat in the back is the one that isn't sure if he's going to stay or not. We have 3 different panelists, and we're going to get into a few different topics. One is around our creation tools and creating content more quickly, and more specifically some of the things that Meta is invested in. So we have Joey Vergara, who's a technical game designer, who's going to dig into that. And then on the other end of the player experience, we really have one of the most expert people I can think of who's had a history of just bringing aliveness into characters. John Snoddy, who just announced his startup today, and he'll talk a little bit more about that. But how do you bring emotion and storytelling and creating aliveness into an experience? And then we also are going to talk about where this is all going. And we have Josh English, who is from Series AI, and I think one of the most well-funded and largest gaming studios that are investing fully into AI. So a lot of those categories, and I really hope you come away with some sort of insight in how you can work with it to make your experience better. So maybe very quickly, each of you can give just a short intro of who you are, and then we'll get into some of the questions.
Start here?
Start here, yeah.
Hey, I'm John Snoddy. We have a company called Operative Games. I have a long history in and out of kind of games and interactivity. I ran research and development at Disney for kind of the past 15 years, left about 2 years ago to start this company. And this company is about taking screenwriters, Hollywood storytellers, these people that are really great at creating the kinds of stories that really speak to our hearts and really are based on characters that are really meaningful to us, to take those characters and stories and to realize those with AI characters so that you can actually interact with them and jump into a world with them. And in our case, we'll talk more about this in a minute, but our characters are fully conversational. They can talk on the phone or Zoom calls, and that's what we're doing. We just came out of stealth today, so exciting day.
Hi, Joey Vergara. I'm a technical game designer at Meta. I work in the Horizon org on creation tools, and my career had mostly been in AAA doing like character action stuff and gameplay verbs and really focusing in that area. And I did a bit of work on UGC platforms briefly before as well. What really excites me about the Horizon org and working in Gen AI specifically is how it really raises the floor for people to enter the ecosystem, start creating, similar to the way RPG Maker did for me when I was really young, or how Unity also did for me a long time ago as well. So I really get inspired by creating that entry point for people who otherwise may not have been able to do so.
Hi, I'm Josh English. I'm the CTO at Series Entertainment. We used to be called Series AI. We're a 2-year-old high-tech video game startup that we put the company together with the premise of, can we leverage generative technology, generative AI, to make high-quality video games? And what we've learned over the past couple of years is that we can actually use that to empower human creativity, and it's been a great success story for us because we launched our very first title from scratch, The Ultimatum, back in December. Choices from the Pixelberry Studio is also under our umbrella, and we're launching multiple other video games this year.
Wonderful, thank you. So we're going to start with you, Joey, and we have a little video to share. So that's a sizzle reel of some of the creation tools that Horizon's working in, and Meta's investing really deeply in AI and believes in it. And I brought Joey here because he's a technical game designer and actually working those tools to figure out if it's effective and what's helpful and what's actually helpful for developers and creators. So I'd love for you to talk a little bit about what Horizon is investing in, what's on the roadmap, and then also from a game designer perspective, what you're seeing as just really valuable around it.
Yeah, so the video showed a couple of the tools. Sorry, I'm a little camera shy, so take me a second. Do you mind me stating the question? I apologize.
No worries, no. So we're seeing a lot of these bespoke parts, right? Around sound effects generation, around texture generation, around mesh generation. I'd love to just hear a little bit more around what you're finding value in and where the Horizon roadmap is going.
Yeah, so one of the things that's really powerful about these tools, it really gets you from a blank page into something you can start working with, and that's really powerful. So, for example, the thing in that video, like it showed mesh generation, like they created that entire world for that video in just 2 hours of just typing in prompts to get a world to feel alive and colorful. The thing that's really valuable, honestly, is that I mentioned before in the intro, but it raises that bar to entry because I worked in huge AAA teams or AA teams of some of the most talented people in the industry. And if you're working by yourself or in a smaller team, there's just some quality bar you will not be able to hit by yourself without a lifetime of experience. So being able to just get a sounds that you can plug into your game and get that feel that you want, the ability to just get a script to work and get something working is really powerful. You know, one of the things that we're also really investing in, besides making these tools a lot better and a lot more useful and making sure they're actually great in a game creation context, because if you don't think about it in terms of how a creator actually makes something with it, you just have cool technology. But we want people to actually make something that they're proud of using these things and something that it really expresses themselves. Another thing we're investing in is, besides the tools being better and more of them, is how they're tied together so that a single prompt can also give you an output that combines these tools. So an example of that would be like, anybody who's made a game knows that if you want to punch something and something explodes, it's not as simple as it takes damage and it goes away. You need feedback. So if you prompt something like that, you also want to be able to get sound effects from that. You want to be able to get visual effects from that. You want to have the code show some like spring effect or something to make these things feel more alive. Sorry if I went a little tangential there.
No, that's really, really great. And then also from a game designer perspective, and thinking about people here trying to use it, what are you seeing as the technology being helpful for, and what do you think is the skill sets that are needed to use it as effectively as possible?
I mean, it's really useful just how fast you can iterate with these things. And anybody making a game, you want to iterate as quickly as possible, get feedback as quick as possible. Like even outside of the Horizon ecosystem, I'll use LLMs to, you know, if I have an idea in OpenUnity and just like get something working quickly, these tools really make me able to test an idea a lot quicker than I had been able to before. I apologize.
No, this is great. And then I'm going to go to you, John, because right now we're talking about creation tooling, and where there's a lot of conversation around efficiency, and I know Josh will talk a little bit about that as well, of making things faster. But that doesn't always mean it's going to make things better. You might be able to test more ideas more quickly. But I'm curious from your perspective, what are you doing to bring more aliveness to it, and especially your work within characters? And I think a lot of us have seen demos that have felt very robotic and like tech demos. I'd just love for you to deep dive a little bit into how you're approaching it also as a game designer to just leverage it.
You know, I worked for Disney for a long time, and when you know, Disney's sort of the character shop, you know, you really get the religion of story and story coming from the application of great characters and characters that have these deep backstories and histories, and that everything that somebody says on stage or on screen has to come from some motivation. And so kind of, in a sense, growing up in that almost, you think that way. You think that it's not just about typing a script and here's what I want the character to say. It really has to be, why would the character say that? And so you have to really start with those motivations. There's a funny thing that if you're writing a screenplay, you know, you invent the character, you do a lot of history of the character, you figure out where it came from and all that stuff. But in truth, you ultimately just throw all that stuff away and you write the dialogue. So you turn in a page of dialogue with some stage notes and things on it. And for us, you throw the dialogue away because we generate all the dialogue live, and all that stuff that you used to throw away is the stuff that you turn in, all that backstory, all that history, so that we can have these characters feel complete and feel, you know, like they're saying things because they believe those things, and they're acting a particular way because that's what they understand of the world. And so that for us is the most important thing, is to do that homework and do that building, that foundational work, so that everything that happens when you're interacting with a character, that character is that way for a reason. And you don't have to actually know that reason, but just having it come from a reason makes the character complete and makes the experience feel true.
How do you approach it where you make it feel more like working with the AI? I think a lot of us have been using ChatGPT and prompting, and what comes out of there isn't as efficient, it doesn't feel that alive, and we're going to show video in a little bit that's going to show some of the character you're working on, which I'm excited to. But what's your process in going back and forth when you're prompting or working with writers, that you can give some insight to the audience of how you're actually finding what makes us connect to an experience?
We spent about a year really in just handwriting prompts, just going in manually and trying to find those things of what is it that makes, why does the character feel stiff? Why does the character feel disconnected? You know, we think of like Siri. Siri's this very smart lady that's always sitting there. You picture her staring into the camera, waiting for you to say something, but you're driving it all. You know, she's not busy. She's not doing anything. She always has time for you. And in the characters we've designed and built, we always want them to, you know, if I called you and any one of you in 2 hours, you're in the middle of something. It's not like you're standing there waiting, you know, holding the phone, waiting for me to call. You're busy. You have lives, and so we come to a number of kind of epiphanies of how humans act, how we live our lives, and we're always in the middle of something. We're always going towards something or from something, and there's always something that's bothering us that we're a little worried about, and there's something we're hoping for, and something we're excited about, and something we can't wait to tell somebody about. And you have to have all that stuff. And it's funny, you don't use it. It's not like, you know, the character tells you everything that happened to them in the last 15 years, but by having it there, it does affect everything they say and everything they do. And then that has to extend into the animation and into the character design and into the if there's music, if there's, you know, it all has to be one story, one experience.
Yeah, and a big theme that I'm seeing across AI is that need for craft and that need for storytelling. And I'm curious how you're approaching it, where there's one spectrum of AI that's very open-ended and gives so much agency. There's another end of the spectrum that's a film, and you're watching it in a passive way. What's your philosophy of creating a compelling experience that's kind of in the middle? How do you create a proactive experience that creates motivation and stakes, but also allowing for what's that magic of AI, which is a little bit of that agency?
We did a lot when I was at R&D at Disney. We did quite a lot of work on kind of new ways to tell stories. You know, it really grew out of my getting to work with the feature animation team, like I said, and watching them craft those films and thinking about how amazing it would be if we could just get into a world with those characters and hang out and have fun. And we're really building that now. But the I don't know, I think I distracted myself. Tell me your question again.
That special space, I know it's 5:30 p.m. everyone, so everyone gets a little bit of a grace. That special space between agency and control, where you feel that magic of the AI that gets to know you, but if it's too open-ended, you get a little bit lost. And I think a lot of us have played some of those experiences. So I was just curious in your philosophy around that, until crafting these characters where they do become alive, where the player feels like they just made a friend, but it's not so open-ended that they get lost. And these spaces between storytelling and open-endedness, it's just such a space that I think you're digging into. And so that's the area that I was curious about understanding in your investigation on this.
Well, I think there will be really great open-ended, open world, make it up as you go along kind of experiences. I think those people will figure that out, and those will be cool and amazing and stuff. We're doing a different thing. You know, we do feel like that storytelling is deeply human. It's you know, as long as there's been speech, there's been storytelling, and it's just moved from medium to medium. You know, from cave paintings to theater to film to animation to TV to video. You know, just storytelling is it's not the only thing, but it's one of the things that really matters to people. And so we want to create things that feel like a story, that feel like it has the sense of kind of a beginning, a middle, an end, and has moments where there's a crisis, and that crisis builds to a climax, and then that climax gets resolved in a satisfying way. And again, I don't mean to say this is the only kind of storytelling that could ever be successful. There'll be many new forms, but that's a form that we know, that we love, that works. And so the first things we're doing are like that. So we have, all of our characters, as I said, in this first title we're doing, they all have phones. You can, they live in our world. They're not like off in a Star Wars world. You can call them on the phone, talk to them. You can text them, they'll text you back. You can schedule a Zoom call with them and interact with them face to face. And our stories have, there are mileposts that are fixed in our stories. We know what they are, you don't, but we're steering you gently toward these important milestones because we want, you take the line, Luke, I am your father, that Darth Vader said to Luke Skywalker, and that was like a moment where the Star Wars world just completely upended and changed and everything. And it was just a set of words that out of context mean nothing, but in context mean everything. But you had to have all this context built in the film for that moment to make sense. And so that's our job. We feel like it's almost like we're building a theme park for you. We've got some really exciting things that are going to happen. You don't know about them yet, but if you stick with us, you're going to wander through this thing and we're going to take you on a journey. And we think that's why you would give us money, is to take you on this journey to have fun with it. So that's kind of how we're looking at story.
Yeah, so maybe this is a good setup for the video we're going to show.
Sure,
so this is the first ever peek of your new game that was announced today, out of stealth. Do you want to give a little setup, or should we just play it?
Yeah, let's see. In this, I feel like I'm on the Tonight Show. In this clip that I just happen to have, our star is. It's the first time you meet this character. You've been told that you need to get on a Zoom call with this guy, and so you literally get a text, and it has a link for a Zoom link, and you click on that link on your phone, and it launches Zoom, regular old Zoom, plain old Zoom, and this is what you see. And so this is literally a call, no edits or anything. It's a call between Eric, one of our engineers, and this character Daniel.
Awesome. Let's see it.
Hey, Daniel.
Greetings, Eric. How's it going?
It's going pretty good.
I feel like a giraffe folding itself into a clown car.
Yeah, it does look like a tight squeeze.
Well, looks like my shirt decided to start its own abstract art gallery.
Yeah, man, hopefully that stain is easy to get out. Sorry about that.
No worries, it's just adding some character to my outfit. In case any didn't tell you, my name's Daniel Janik. And you must be Eric, right?
Yeah, that's me. She didn't say much about the nature of our conversation or anything, so it's kind of a mystery. What's up?
Gotcha. Well, you're catching me a bit off my game. I just got out of business lunch that turned into 6 rounds of soju and some loud karaoke. But let's get down to it. Sound good?
Oh, you can't drop that bomb without going into more detail. What did you sing?
All right. Picture this. A bunch of Korean investors, 6 rounds of soju, and me trying to hit the high notes on Bon Jovi's Wanted, Dead or Alive. Let's just say, I'm more of a basketball guy than a rock star. Now, let's get back on track. Are you up for it?
Yeah, sounds good.
Awesome. So, Eric, tell me, what do you do for a living?
Actually, I'm a 3D artist. I work on animation and systems and 3D models and characters, stuff like that.
That's pretty cool. Bet you $5 imaginary dollars that takes a lot of creativity and patience. What's your favorite part of the job?
Honestly, lately, bringing characters to life. It's really cool to kind of inject animation and ideas and systems into a character that then turns around and surprises you and seems very lifelike. So it's been quite the journey.
I can see why Anya thought your skills might be a great fit for our needs. It's all about bringing things to life, whether it's a character or getting to the bottom of a mystery.
That's wonderful. Yeah. It's one of the first I'm starting to see where the character has emotion into it, and it's the motivation and natural reaction. So really excited. And I think, there we go. And if you guys want to help, because apparently Enya needs your help, call her. And if you call that number, you'll talk to
Yeah, that's literally another character in the game. That's her phone number. Feel free to give her a call. She's a little stressed out. See if you can figure out what's going on with her. I don't know. She tends to be that way, but give her a call when you have a minute.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Don. And Josh, you are one of the companies who I think is, like I mentioned, the most well-funded, fully AI native, has almost 200 people working in the company, fully focused on this area. So I look at you and I think of one of the probably most front runners, forward thinker companies in full AI native. And so I'd love to just pick your brain on what you think is being enabled now that wasn't possible. Like what you think we're going to be seeing coming out this year that you're really excited about.
Well, that's a really good question. I think what everyone here who has some experience with AI, you've noticed that I can make image, I can make art, I can make a 3D mesh. I think what we're going to see this year with the rapid advancement in the technological landscape is anyone will be able to develop a level, create a story, construct a narrative, lay out the beats for that story, create some compelling characters for that, write some music for it. There's going to be a lot of different game content capabilities that are going to be completely accessible to just about everyone. And I think what that's going to do is it's going to radically reduce the gap between how hard it is to make a video game and getting it, and the amount of time it actually takes to make it. So your time to market is going to be radically reduced. But that has some very, very interesting implications for the future as well. But for this year, we've already looked at a market space where, 1 million games launched on mobile last year? So we have massive market saturation. We have a room full of very skilled people here who know how to make games professionally, make games for a living. If anybody can pick up a lot of these powerful tools, not to pick on Horizon, and make a video game, what is the difference between what the AI can do and what we can do? And the difference is the skills that you bring to the table. I think what people completely underestimate is that the same power tool that levels up everybody, allows you to make a game or game content, is going to have a scaling effect for everyone else who's already, this is something you already have talent for. It's going to be a force multiplier for everyone here to actually allow you to make high quality games a lot faster. It's going to automate a lot of the boring, repetitive things, and allow us to have a lot more time to focus on the creative aspect. So if all the boring stuff's taken care of for you and you get to focus on the fun stuff, finding the fun is going to be a heck of a lot easier.
And then on the other side, so we talked about the creation experience and now thinking about all of this tech coming into runtime. We talked a little bit about the character component. I'd love to hear a little bit about where you're digging into kind of full simulation type of experiences that are on the end player.
Well, I think a lot of people have been focusing a lot on what you would call like a design time AI. How can I use AI to help me design, build, create a video game? What we're going to start seeing coming out in the next year, and something actually we're going to be launching next year, is video games with generative AI embedded in the video game itself. You're going to be able to have a conversation with an AI, and it will build the level. It will be able to lay out the story. It will design the quest for you. It will actually power the non-player characters that you interact with that will adapt based upon the choices that you make as a player in the video game. And that's really what it boils down to. The outcome of the video game is going to be based upon the sum of the choices that the player makes as they progress through the story. And that is the definition of what a user experience is. And so this is a very powerful capability for broadening and deepening the player experience.
And where are we going to see some of that come out from series?
I'm sorry?
Are we going to see some of that come out from series?
You're going to see some of that come out from series, for sure.
Wonderful. And so for everyone here, there was a lot of hands of people who are actually working with AI in some ways. And I think everyone here is learning how to use it more effectively. So for each of you, what is the advice you would give for people to leverage it to really make their game better, as the title of our panel points to? What do you think is some of the important points for them to take into consideration as they're figuring this out? And maybe we'll start with you, Josh, and we'll go down.
Well, I think like any new technology, the this is a very scary thing. Is AI going to take my cheese? Is AI going to take my job from me? It's not. AI is going to be a power tool allowing you to do things and increase your capability. So my recommendation to you, if you want to make a game better with AI, is the person who's going to make the game better is you, not the AI. Well, what it is going to do is going to be it's going to be an enabler for you to make a better game. And that's what I think we're going to see a lot of examples of this in the next year.
And tips from you, Joey, as people are using Horizon and different creation tools, what can they do to leverage it and get the best output so their experiences can be the best they can be?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to invite everybody here who maybe took a look at Horizon a long time ago, maybe you haven't. We released our desktop editor in early access just a month ago. Some of our AI tools are released, some are coming soon, some are coming further down the line. And I feel like the tools themselves are actually extremely powerful for onboarding and learning a new ecosystem. So for example, our scripting is done in TypeScript, which if you're coming from most other places, is probably not where you thought that the scripting would come from. And I found it a little daunting at first, but the tools actually onboarded me onto it very quickly when I hadn't done any web development previously. And so in terms of like making your games better, I think the tools can actually make you better at what you do. Like as a hobby, I've been starting to build a software renderer in C. It's a little masochistic, but the Gen AI actually helped me like link libraries, which is something I didn't want to spend my time doing. And now I understand it a lot better than if I was just going through the documentation and hoping I was looking at the right page. So yeah, use our editor, use our tools, onboard onto it, try to create some stuff. It's super fun to use. We're also investing a lot into creator funds. So there's also money to be made if you're having fun building with our tools. So why not try?
John?
AI is kind of, it's like a magic wand. You know, the first time you use it, you just can't believe I just said those words and there's a picture there. And it's kind of an amazing picture. It's a picture I could never paint. And it is incredible what it can do for you. But when you really start to use it professionally, it gets much more difficult. You know, doing something great is still hard. You know, much of the busy work can be done by others. But if it's going to be great, it's going to be hard. And I find that I can create an image that's surprisingly good for me, but then when our creative director, Jeff Gibson, makes an image, suddenly it's like, yes, that's it. It's exactly that. It's so much better than when I do it. And so I guess I would say, yeah, it's sort of a magic wand, but a magic wand in the hands of a magician is an even more amazing thing. So craft still matters. You said that earlier, and it does. And I don't mean you have to go hire, you know, a Disney feature animation director to be able to get anything done. You don't. But you do have to focus, to pay attention to, you know, you can make passable things very, very, very quickly, but understand that everybody's making passable things, and the things that are really successful will rise above that. And those are the things that really people apply themselves to, that really put their soul into, and bring together a team of people that really care about every aspect of it and kind of sweat those details.
Yeah, and I think that's a good end point in really what our panel is called is can it make it better? And a couple of the bigger takeaways is AI does not replace creative talent. And I think we've all seen AI come out and we can tell when it lacks a bit of soul. And it's the human touch, it's the creative talent, it's the story, it's the character, it's the orchestration of it that like makes it feel alive, and we has a human instinct. So that is one of the big takeaways. And the other one is thinking of AI as kind of like a teammate or a partner that you kind of work against and figure out, and it figures you out. And those are the two big areas that have been coming up across the conversation here. And one thing I want to say is that at Meta, we really believe in this, and we're investing in it. One part is the creation tools, and another part is new content innovation. So if you have really incredible ideas or new ways of making stuff, we always love to hear it, and we're putting some resources behind it. So there's a lot of interest in getting started. And unfortunately, we don't have time for a Q&A, but we'll be outside if you have questions. If you have questions on how to get started at Horizon, if you want to talk more about John's awesome game, or what the incredible things that's happening out of series. I think you said you're launching 8 games this year alone?
Yeah. Yes. We have a lot of games in the
A lot of games.
Wow.
So love to hear from you. I think we're all in this exciting space of figuring out together. So let's share knowledge. We're here to support. And I want to thank you guys for coming and braving the 5:30 p.m. panel time, and for this incredible group of panelists who are able to share their deep knowledge with us. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone, for joining today. My name is Kristen Mann, and I'm a product manager at Meta working on Horizon. Previous to Meta, I've had the great opportunity to work on some amazing games like Guild Wars 2, Alan Wake 2, I don't know what it is with twos, and Shadow of Mordor. But today I'm here really on this Thursday, like I said, to recap the great talks that have already happened about Meta Horizon Worlds. There have been some great talks from my colleagues on economy, on tooling, on Gen AI. And I'm going to walk through the journey we've been on at Meta through the Quest ecosystem and talk about how we're doubling down on creators and developers, starting, of course, with our Creator Fund that we announced last month. I'm going to talk a little bit about how the tools will support creating great, amazing worlds. And then I'll get to how we're helping our creators, the meat of this, expand reach and Meta Horizon Worlds, especially the growing opportunity we have on mobile and on Meta's family of apps. Meta Horizon is Meta's next generation social platform where people can spend meaningful time together even when they are apart. Worlds are central to enabling that social part of Horizon. And worlds are really the gateway to dynamic, fun, immersive experiences, sort of what you saw on the video earlier and what you see on the screen here today. Horizon Worlds is, of course, built through an amazing community of creators. And maybe a quick show of hands, how many creators do we have in the room today? Yay! Welcome, glad to have you here. Built by these amazing creators. And Meta Horizon Worlds initially started on Quest headsets, and then we quickly expanded that to web and mobile so that there are more users to enjoy the great experiences that we have on Meta Horizon Worlds, and that they can enjoy those experiences whether or not they have a headset. And so that developers and creators can reach more people across a variety of devices. Last year was pivotal for us. We invested in improving the visual quality and performance in order to power great, amazing content. And we have continued to improve the core systems of monetization and tooling. As a result, Horizon Worlds has grown significantly last year, and it is a top 5 app among Quest 3 weekly users. We have also accelerated our investments in mobile with the Meta Horizon app, which I've spent a lot of time working on, which opens up the ability for headset users to play and coordinate with their friends, like I said, regardless of whether those friends have a headset or not. This also maximizes reach, enabling cross-platform play for Horizon Worlds, and makes it easier to share and coordinate play. This year, we are creating more opportunities for developers and creators to reach the roughly 3.3 billion active users on the Meta family of apps, including Facebook and Instagram. And I will talk a lot more about that later. First and foremost, though, we believe that it is important for creators to be able to build a business around successful worlds. Last month, we announced that we're investing a $50 million creator fund for our creators. Now, any creator of mobile and MR worlds in eligible countries can earn through the Meta Horizon Creator Program. And we just expanded that creator program to more than 17 countries, and we welcome all the creators and developers in this room and around the world to come build your business with us. Each month, we'll pay out bonuses from the Creator Fund to the makers of fun and engaging worlds, and bonuses will be tied to the world's contributions to the overall ecosystem based on metrics such as time spent, retention, pretty standard stuff. As part of the $50 million Creator Fund, we also have kicked off a new creator competition last week. We ran one in December. It was very cool to see what everybody came up with as part of that competition. Now we're amping up the prize pot. It's now $1 million with individual prizes up to $100K. And I'll have a way you can sign up for that at the end of the slides. Bonuses and competitions are not the only way developers can build a business from their worlds. You can also sell digital goods as in-world purchases. And as of a few weeks ago, we expanded the amount of countries that users can purchase goods in. So now users are able to purchase items in any worlds to expand on the growth that we've been seeing across paying users and transactions. And of course, you can't build fun and engaging worlds without tooling. So to help creators build those amazing worlds, we have invested in creating a tool set for that. We released the Meta Horizon Worlds desktop editor into early access last month, which gives all creators access to a set of powerful advanced tooling on Windows, which includes things from TypeScript to 3D model imports, PCs, and more. Now, creators can create more complex and interactive experiences on desktop using a workflow that's already familiar. In the US, the desktop editor also comes with a suite of Gen AI tools that enables creators to push the boundaries of creativity, shorten the time to deployment, or leverage it to fill a technical gap. Now, creators leveraging the tools can generate TypeScript, sound effects, and ambient audio. And coming soon, creators will be able to use generative skyboxes, 3D mesh, and even create an entire experience from scratch. In addition to providing various ways to learn, earn, and a more powerful creation tool, the unique advantage, as I said at the top, is that Meta can provide creators user acquisition and access to our 3.3 billion active user base across the family of apps. And we know that growth and getting more users is especially important to creators and developers and is always top of mind once your world and experience is out there. Now that Horizon Worlds works across web, headset, and mobile, creators can reach an even larger audience than before, shipping once and getting access to the platform at scale. We have built more ways for the family of apps users to access Worlds. Today, existing Horizon users can access Horizon Worlds directly on Facebook, and we have plans to expand this to Instagram as well. So if you look at this third image here, it says Fire and Rescue, has a Go to World button. That Go to World will take you directly to that world within Facebook, no needing to switch to the Meta Horizon app. Speaking of the Meta Horizon app, we are also another hot topic when it comes to user acquisition is discovery. We're also improving our discovery algorithm in the Meta Horizon app, making it easier for players to find and discover their next great world, and making it more straightforward for developers and creators to understand how their world will be discovered and what they can do to improve their chances of discovery. And we're not stopping here. We recognize that this is a critical funnel for growth. And we're going to continue to expand and invest in ways that creators can reach the family of apps users over the coming year. So, a lot of words for it. There's never been a better time than to build for Horizon. Please join us and join the wonderful creator community that is around us today. Come join the Meta Horizon Creator Program. It gives you access to the Creator Fund, gives you access to the competition and tutorials and a whole host and a community there to help you. As I mentioned, we have the Creator Competition. I'll plug it one more time. The theme this time around is mobile. I'm very excited about that. And I hope I can see some obbies being built. Those are my special favorite. I would love to see some obbies come out of this. But I'm looking forward to seeing all the things that come out of the creator competition. I also want to plug, if you're interested in getting a hands-on demo of the desktop editor, please visit the Meta booth in the expo hall. It's right there up front. It's a great way to get your hands on the tools and get a sense for things. And we can't wait to see what you build in Horizon. I want to leave ample time for Q&A, so please, if you have questions, either come up to the mic or you can raise your hand and shout at me. I'm open to either one. Yes?
I'm curious, the Gen AI tools, are those all hosted by Meta, or can we access other Gen AI tools that we might host elsewhere? And then also, what is the ability to to interact with RESTful APIs for other databases through the Horizon desktop builder?
Oh my goodness. Why don't I follow up with you after and get the answer to that? I believe the answer is we are hosting all of them. But on the second question, let's follow up. Great question. Yes.
Oh, hi. Hi, Manders. One of your creators. Do you have any plans for essentially incorporating kind of almost like ad-based bonuses into your program?
Yeah, great question. Ads is a huge part. Obviously, it's a pretty well-known way of user acquisition. And so we are looking at how we might incorporate ads both into how we can help power UA on our platform. So nothing to announce now, but we are looking at it.
Okay, next question.
Please.
When is the ability to bring in skin meshes coming to be able to have more advanced animation for features or characters that you're making?
Yeah, you should know. I don't have a timeline to announce today. I think just keep track on our announcements.
Okay.
Oh, no, Gabe.
Yeah, I meant if you have the technical questions, I can jump on too. But
beautiful.
Yeah, we're working on the ability to import custom skin animations. So that's in progress now. So we can talk more about it. Okay. But it's not available yet. Yeah.
Not available yet, but coming soon. Just a recap for the recording.
What is Meta doing to ensure with these new tools that there won't be a flood of mediocre content and just kind of poisoning the waters with too much poorly executed content?
Yeah, it makes sense. A good question. Here's what I will say is that we welcome a variety of content. So, right, what we want is everyone to come and build for our platform. I think what you are recognizing is how do we make sure that our players are still having a great experience and are not jumping into lower quality experiences, and really the work that I mentioned on some of our discovery algorithms and things like that will help support and funnel up the right worlds for the right audience, so that some players might want to try new worlds. So you could see that across some other UGC platforms where people just like to jump into new experiences and test them out. But some of our players might want only the top quality worlds. And so it's finding the right content for the right user at the right time. Any other questions? Yes.
Hey, I'm Matthias, one of your creators in the MCP. I see the Go to World button that you guys are adding into Facebook there. You're saying that would take them directly into the world on the Facebook app without having to take them into the Horizon app, I guess we call it?
Yeah, the question was, and I should have been repeating questions, the question was, does the Go to World button that I showed take them directly into Horizon World experience? And the answer is yes.
So how does what are their username at that point? Are we looking at does it give them
Great question. The follow-up was, do they have to go through the account creation process? Right now, it's showing up for existing Meta Horizon users, so they have an account already. So they are able to just jump in and play.
Do you have plans to add that or some type of like trial, essentially, if you're on Facebook or Instagram and you follow into a
Question was, do we plan on asking or setting up a trial flow? I think we're keenly interested as we build out into the family of apps, reducing friction wherever we can, because we're interested in getting folks into the experience as quickly as possible. So we're looking at everything, I will say, for ways that we can do it. Yes?
So just kind of to follow up on that one, how does developer ensure their game is on that feed that says go to world? Is it a paid kind of slot, or is it just algorithmic discovery?
So the question was, how do you ensure that your world is showing up appropriately? A lot of the things that we've talked about previously in other venues around ensuring your world is open to discovery. So that's things like making sure your world is highly performant, making sure your world doesn't have any sort of legal concerns with leveraging other IP, stuff like that is things that we're looking for. Otherwise, for the most part, it's a discovery algorithm.
Do you provide any kind of data of who is getting to the islands, who's playing those islands?
We have a suite of analytics that we provide back to creators and developers, and we are constantly working on providing more. So certainly, if you do get in there and have feedback, please give it back to us on what you'd like to see specifically. Yes?
Can you get in a little bit more detail about the marketing and how it integrates with all those apps? Is it up to the developer to market their own app, or I know you mentioned algorithm, but how does that work? And can you go a little deeper than that?
Yeah, because of the way, so the question was, how does marketing work? How does it integrate with all of these sort of integrations in the family of apps? There's sort of two ways to look at this. One, which is unearned sort of marketing, which is just like by the fact of having a great app or a great world in Meta Horizon worlds, you will get discovery, right? So for top apps, for example, or top worlds, for example, it will show up on our top picks or top worlds. That's an example of maybe unearned marketing or unearned discovery. And that is what I was showing here today. I think there was also the question about ads, which is sort of that earned or paid marketing. And I think that's the part where we're still investigating a little bit more into. But just know this is all for free, essentially, in terms of that unearned piece. All right. Thank you all. I will be available for questions afterwards. And please fill out the feedback form here. You have a chance, I've been told you have a chance to win a $5 Starbucks gift card if you fill it out. Thank you all.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to my annual GDC panel, Big Swings, Big Hits, Building a Profitable Business in MR, or if you've been in the chat for a while, VR. We're sort of covering the whole thing. We don't really look at MR and VR as separate to the ecosystem anymore. It's all what's best for your game. If your game is better in one, better in the other, have at it. It's pretty awesome all around. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Kimberly Unger. I'm one of the senior third-party content leads over on the Metaverse content team. Most of you probably know me through my strategic work on things like hands or on mixed reality or just straight up gaming innovation. And today I'm here to guide our expert group of panelists through what I hope is a conversation on building a successful business in MR. Now, as a note, the overlords have told me there is a QR code at the end of this that we would like you to click on so that you can fill out a survey and tell us how we did. Feedback is a gift, so please tell me how I can do it better next time. And there is a $5, I believe, Starbucks gift card floating around in there as well. So if you're starving after 4 days of GDC, go get your snacks. So as most of you are aware, the platform is growing up. And what we are seeing is a whole new kind of player coming in. They're MR natives. These are folks for whom putting on a headset is low friction. What they want is on the headset, therefore they'll put on the headset. They don't worry about motion sickness as much. They don't worry about whether or not the straps are tight. Their friends are in the headset, and that's where they're going to be. And this is a unique group for us. Previously, we've had to talk people into the value of VR. These people are growing up with it. This is roughly equivalent to the first generation of people who grew up with mobile phones. And from here, we expect things to just keep on getting bigger, going out there. And as this audience comes in and the way they look at games sort of changes, our whole audience is shifting around a little bit. And you know, the revenue is there. Like, we know that these people monetize. We don't have ads on platform. So there is no true free to play on our platform. If you want to keep doing the fun stuff, you've got to keep paying for it. And our job as people who run game development businesses is to figure out how to bring our games to those players and how to give them what they want. And to that end, join me in welcoming our panel. I've got a range of experience in the room for you today. We've got a Quest OG who dodged sequelitis. We've got devs who heard the siren song of gaming, made a massive pivot, and are running away with success on this platform. We've got a team that dialed in on the power of early access before anybody else really figured it out. And of course, we have the devs who figured out the magic of the monkey. And because I believe in a little bit of showcase in every presentation, we're going to let you guys intro yourselves, but before you do, I'm going to run a video for each of your products, and you get to show off what you want to show off, because this is all about the devs. We've got about 30 minutes, so we'll try to save time for a question or two, but I'm optimizing for insights. The information these guys can give you, I think, is maybe supremely valuable, and so I want to make sure you hear everything they have to say. So we might have to default to the time-honored tradition of hallway chat after the fact, but we can definitely get some of your questions answered one way or the other. So please silence your phones and laptops. If I hear anybody playing Candy Crush, I will call you out. And let's get dangerous. All right. So meet the panelists. We have Scott Albright, David Yee. Is it Chanel or Chenille?
Chenille.
Chenille. Mm-hmm. And we've got Tara. And let's get our videos going up. First thing.
Soldier.
Scott Albright with Combat Waffle. All right, Scott, you want to introduce yourself real quick? Tell us who you are, what you do.
Hey guys, I am Scott Albright from Combat Waffle Studios. As they said, I am the CEO and creative director for the entire studio.
Sweet. So you get to do all the cool stuff.
I do a lot of cool stuff, yeah. Fantastic. I'm very happy. Yeah.
Nice. All right, let's see who is up next. Next we have David Yee from Another Axiom.
A station lost in space, but filled with challenges, games, and events. Our home in the stars is finally online, my drifters, and it's yours to explore. Come drift, dive, and dominate in high-speed driftball. Relax with a little golf, or risk it all in the chaos of Scrapland. Every district pulses with adventure. Every corridor hides mysteries to explore. Hop aboard, Drifter. It's time to light up those circuits.
All right, and for those of you who are not familiar, Orion Drift is the next game coming out from Another Axiom, who are the developers of Gorilla Tag. So David, take
thanks
it
for
away.
that cue, Kimberly. Yes, that was not Monkey. That is Robot instead. My name's David Yee. I run production and operations for Another Axiom. That was Orion Drift, which we launched 3 weeks and a day ago in early access. So really excited to see how we're pushing VR and kind of these social spaces together. I think what you see there is about 75 players per shard that we have running live and on frame rate on Quest 2, which we're very happy about. And it also speaks to how we plan to move VR forward and also how we're successful in this space.
All right, let's go to the next one. All right, Shanil, it's all you.
Yeah, I'm Shanil Dio. I'm the CEO of Half-Brick Studios. I look after many things, but that game is Thrill of the Fight 2. That's the last game that I worked on, and it's currently in early access. And yeah, just amazing experience if you love fitness or boxing.
Fantastic. All right, and next up, Tara.
It's good.
All right, Tara, you want to tell us who you are and what you're up to?
Yes, so I'm Tara. I'm the director of product at Animal Company. So we are top #2 most popular and recently top earning game on the MetaQuest. And we've been doing this for the past 9 months on zero marketing spend. And just to give everyone a little context, so Animal Company is the IP of Spatial.io, and we've been in the MR/VR space for over 7 years. We initially focused on enterprise collaboration platform on the HoloLens, and then eventually evolved into UGC gaming platform on both AR, VR, web, and mobile. Animal Company is one of the original IP that we created in the effort of putting ourselves into the developer's shoes and creating the toolkit, but also the games that are built with it.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody. Let's get into the questions. And Tara, I'm going to hit you with this first. Since you were last on the intros, you're going to be first on the questions here. So, what do you wish you'd known about running a business back at sort of the start of your VR MR journey? And in your case, it can be from when Animal Company took off or when you guys were working with Spatial. But what do you know now that you wish somebody had told you way back then?
Yeah, so, building for MR, VR is such a challenging thing because the headset is still a very niche medium. So a lot of things that we wish as Spatial that we've known sooner is that selling VR and MR to enterprise is extremely challenging. The adoption was slow. The willingness to pay is even slower because adopting the headset to use on a daily use case as adults is just really hard to do. Our sales cycle could last from 6 to 12 months, which you could imagine how hard it is to be able to build a sustainable business. So that's number one piece that I think we wish we had learned in the past. Number two is Gen Alpha is the new audience of VR. If you think about how young audience, they were very willing to adopt new technology in order to play games without thinking much of the headset barriers compared to adults. We wish we had known this sooner, but back in the day, our background was very focused on enterprise use cases. Oh, and another thing about the Gen Alpha audience is that their parents are always willing to invest into new device and new content for this audience to learn and to entertain themselves. And then the third piece of things that we wish we had known is that hiring in-house talents is very important to grow because in the past we've hired a lot of gaming consultants and people from outside in order to help us learn as much as possible every time we try to find a new use case. But it didn't really work out well for us. We even outsourced some of the game development. But eventually we learned that let's try to build a team in-house and create an environment for them to grow and lead the project, which has led us to the success of Animal Company today.
Excellent, thank you. David, I'm going to pass the next question over to you. Let's see, so businesses come in all shapes and sizes, and growth is always tricky. Like, how do you decide when it is time to hire? How do you decide when it is time to take the next step forward and grow your company, even though maybe the revenue's not quite there yet, when you're trying to go bigger? Like, what do you look for in that moment?
Yeah, I was thinking my answer to the last question. I would say that, you know, you're all studios, you're trying to do this for business. So take it back to first principles. You need to know who your audience is. You need to know how they're going to spend. You need to build a P&L and a business model that speaks to that. And then throughout the course of that, you can find the answer to this question. For us, you know, especially in these crazy times, you know, as an industry, we have to look at the cost of onboarding someone and bringing them full-time onto staff versus if we work with someone externally. And there is a world where you can find great partners externally that can offer you everything that you get from an internal partner. But there are trade-offs there. And so for us, what I would advise you is to figure out what your core team size is, figure out how you can insource, outsource to kind of, and plan for scale and capacity that way. And every hire you bring in-house needs to be critical. They should be an absolute critical hire, and then look to see where you can scale and grow organically through contracting or other methods. And then work to build that way. Once you've proven you've got enough success there, then you can look to converting or even finding more people in-house that you can bring on. But bottom answer is look at your business plan. Make sure that makes sense and you're in the black. That is the best advice I could give on that.
Perfect. Scott, I'm going to pass this question to you as well, since I know Combat Waffle's been doing some hiring and some expanding and sort of taking advantage of your success.
I mean, yeah, we're currently working on 3 titles, and we have 2 more in the pipeline that are going to come down over the next like 3 to 4 years, hopefully. So we're currently actively interviewing people as of next week. Something we found with just hiring and basics, I really think you covered everything, David, was just because someone's built a VR game before in Meta doesn't mean they're necessarily a great VR dev. And we've found that out the hard way a few times. So I think when you're vetting your employees, you actually do a much better job, and you need to make sure you're looking at GitHubs and code bases, because that is something that we failed to do a few times. And it just came back to bite us to where we had to completely refactor AI systems and things of that nature and spent months to do it. So to save your money and your time, make sure you're vetting everyone the best that you can. Make them show you code bases. Make them show you their blueprinting. I'm in Unreal. Unity, maybe it's a little easier, but we're in Unreal, and devs are hard to find as is. But even expand to flat screen developers. We've been recruiting a lot of flat screen guys and bringing them into the world of VR. So that would be my best advice to you for hiring.
Can I add on that really quickly? How many of you are in XR/VR already? Or looking to, okay, good, most of the room. What I would tell you, and everybody here already knows, is your brand of XR is unique to your brand. And there are lots of different flavors of XR/VR, and you have to figure out what is meaningful to your audience. It's so new, it's been new for 10 years now. But you know, for us, we have very critical elements, we call them our axioms, where our belief in VR is different than other people's, right? We refuse to use menus, we refuse to use laser pointers, we refuse to do a lot of those things. And there are some people in VR that understand that, and there are some that don't. So just like if you get an expert that says they're a games consultant, find out what they actually did. Because if they were a customer support person or in QA, they may not be able to help you with your business model. So to the point, really invest in and figure out who you're actually talking to.
Yeah.
Can I just add to that?
Absolutely.
Quickly. So an approach that's worked well for us is to hire generalists. So just good all-round developers, because then you can move them to different areas. And you know, we found that when we get specialists, they come in, they fill a certain role, but then they're usually not as adaptable as the generalists.
Yeah.
That's a great insight. Tara, do you have something to add?
Yes, on that note. I think hiring people with the expertise from their background is really important for us to kind of like learn as fast as we can, but also you have to kind of strategically think how much can we adapt this playbook to this current day and age, because you know the technology is changing very quickly, and audience adaptation to like entertainment and technology is also changing very quickly. So it's very important to assess like how how much the consultant will be able to adapt that quickly to what's currently trending. And if you really like the work of the consultant, I think it's best to bring them in-house as fast as possible, because it's the camaraderie of a team, especially when it comes to game development, is so important. Without that camaraderie, it's harder to build a hit game that everybody would be invested in.
Agreed.
Perfect. All right. I'm going to skip ahead a few here, because I think all of you guys have done some interesting things on this topic with how you approach your audiences. So what was your thought process, or what was your decision tree behind choosing your current monetization model? Like, you've all entered the platform at a different point in time and sort of a different maturity level and with a different audience. So Scott, I'm going to start with you, since you've been around for a bit.
I mean, really, when you look at Tabora, the monetization model is it's just Escape from Tarkov's monetization model. We're in-app purchases, different editions of the game, but we have been analyzing very heavily Animal Company and Gorilla Tag and things of that for future titles, because they figured out something that we didn't know how to do. But luckily, knowing these people personally and being able to talk to them offline and on LinkedIn, we can get insights. But I think what they're doing now in the current space is a monetization model that works amazingly, and I think Tabora's model, while still good, is going to be the old guard soon.
Nice. Shanil, I'm going to hit you up as well, because you've gone from Thrill of the Fight to Thrill of the Fight 2, and I'm sure you guys have had some discussions internally about how to do that.
Yeah, lots of animated discussions, but I think with early access, we obviously wanted to get as many players in, because we started with multiplayer only. So we wanted to keep the price point relatively low, but we still wanted to charge for it, so we have the revenue to continue funding development. But our plans also factor in-app purchases as well. So we're at that point where we're trying to figure out, well, what's the attachment rate for players actually spending on in-app purchases? And that's going to have a big impact on what price point we finally go out at when we reach 1.0. So we're experimenting, and we're seeing what these other guys are doing and what works, and hopefully we'll get to chat a little bit more to you guys as well. But for us, it's about experimentation, but also being able to fund the development, especially through early access.
Perfect. David, got something to add?
I'll speak for Carousel, our original founder. The reason he decided on his monetization model is that servers were expensive and he couldn't afford them anymore. So he just had to start charging for something. If I put my publisher hat on, the advice I would give this group actually is to test your monetization. I miss App Lab desperately. Our plan was we wanted App Lab, so we were really sad to see it go away. Fortunately, the store team actually offered some alternatives to us in forms of early access, so if you're thinking about that, I would pursue it. But my best recommendation to you would be to work with your audience, make sure you've got something that's sticky and retentive, then test your monetization, and you don't know what they're gonna respond to. We kind of have a sense of what Gen Alpha is responding to, but maybe your audience isn't that. But test different forms of monetization, figure out what's going to work, and then turn your marketing funnel on. But that's just best practices, I would suggest.
Tara, do you have thoughts?
I totally agree with what David just said. Before we even start building our game, we already look into different successful VR games on the MetaQuest store and see what type of audience we want to go after and what's their appetite look like when it comes to spending. And funnily, we actually look at Ghost of Tabor and Gorilla Tag and Yeeves, among us, a lot of the games to see how they monetize. And we took a lot of inspiration from that, and we apply it into our game, and then we just talk to players, understand what excites them, and then we iterate from there. We layer in a lot of different monetization strategies after talking to our mobile consultants, and just trying out, experimenting. After seeing results for 3 different times, repeatable results for 3 times, then we say, okay, this is the path to go, and then we just iterate from there. So it's really about understanding the audience, take inspiration from successful games out there, and then just iterate on top of that.
All right, next question. We've got about 10 minutes left, so I'll probably do maybe 2 more questions, and then I think we'll end up wrapping it up fairly quickly. How important is post-launch marketing and sort of maintaining a strong presence in the store, changing your PDP, showing people what's coming next? And I think almost all of you have some form of IAP or some way to keep refreshing that. Is that core to the business? Is that something you need to just make sure you've got somebody who can sit on that all the time?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, thankfully I have a publisher that takes care of a lot of that for me. But the ideas behind the IAP, we are pushing new DLC at least once a quarter, and our attachment rates are insanity. They make up probably a quarter of our revenues each quarter, our DLCs do. If you're new and you don't really want to dive into yourself, I would tell you to get a publisher to handle it for you. I think David would agree publishers do a pretty good job of handling the store pages and things of that nature. At least mine does. But releasing that new DLC, make sure we continue to get banner access and things of that nature, or else Tabor would just sort of just be in the top selling, and maybe it would fall out eventually. But I really feel like DLCs are what keep us fresh on Meta.
I have a contrarian point of view.
Okay.
Sweet.
Partially just for discussion.
Yeah.
We don't do any updates to PDP. We don't do blog posts. We don't do developer posts. I know there's a lot of angst right now about the store and how much exposure you get and the level of curation that's there. But I actually view it as we are a market and a store that's actually maturing. Competition is good. Competition is here. We're all friends here. You know, all of our success is all of our success. But what I would suggest to you now is, in order to be successful, you have to lean into some real marketing. And marketing today isn't about, you know, building up demand for a title, then launching it to an audience you think you have. Marketing today is building that audience while you're developing and then launching it into a pre-built way. So post-launch marketing, I actually don't think is as effective. Pre-launch marketing, when you're actually engaging with your community and talking to them, finding out what they like, I mean, it's almost the community model we talked about before. I think that's more important than changing PDP art or anything else, is activate them early. Get to the Discord, get to socials, get to wherever they are, and talk to them about what you're building. That is going to drive your awareness more so than an ad that is on a platform that they don't even watch anymore, or never did.
So are you all driving your marketing through TikTok or Facebook? Where are you putting your organic marketing at your
We're
stuff like that?
a little unusual, right? We don't really have, we've reached meme status, so I mean, we don't really have paid marketing. You know, I think we have over 1 billion TikTok views right now for hashtag Gorilla Tag. Gorilla Tag with one L misspelled, I think, is a couple 100 million. But what I would advise this group is to find, number one, where is your audience? If it's Gen Alpha, they're not on Instagram, they're not on Threads, they're not on X, they're not on Reddit. They're on TikTok and they're on YouTube Shorts. So, and part of this also is, I would suggest you build your audience. So for any of you who are out there, and I apologize if any of you are in here, if you have people reaching out to you saying, hey, I'm a creator, or if you think, oh, I'm going to get this creator, they've got tens of thousands of views, and I know you've done this as well because we've talked about this, right? You're better off building your own creator ecosystem and people that are invested in your game and want to make content about your game and build their audience. You're better off partnering with them than you are to someone that's going to keep a transactional relationship where why pay them to do a video about your game when they're just going to do it and leave and they're going to take their audience with them. You're much better off building the audience, and Ghost of War did a great job doing it.
So what we did really is we blocked all the big creators out of early access. We wouldn't even give them in alpha, we wouldn't let them play the game. It didn't matter if you had 1 follower, no followers, 100 followers, we gave you access to the alpha. And because those people are going to make 10 videos a day on your title, if I go out and I hire a large creator, they're going to give me 1 video for 10 grand and I'll never hear anything else from them. And it does nothing for the algorithm to pick you up. And we've never paid for any marketing on our end either. Everything's organic, TikTok, YouTube Shorts. We just hired everyone in-house to do all the marketing for us.
Shanil, I'm gonna ask you to step in on this one because you're sort of come at this from a publisher perspective as opposed to from the developer perspective.
Definitely, but being in early access, we've really lent into the community aspect and deeply engaged with them. So we have brought on some influencers as well, but not the big name ones. Like, we have been developing our own, and if we engage with anybody, they need to care about our particular game and what they're doing. And we find that resonates well with the audience. And just building in the ability to sort of capture and stream your game footage to social networks is super powerful. So, you know, when the game hit early access, there were heaps of just videos coming out on TikTok, YouTube Shorts, everywhere. Obviously not Gorilla Tag levels, but it all just helps to keep that, sort of build that snowball.
Mm-hmm. Fantastic. Tara, how about you guys on Animal Company?
Yes, so I totally agree with what David said. We really believe in the ability to create a game where it's not only fun to play in VR, but also fun to watch on social media. And the reason why we come to this sort of like design framework for virality is what we call it in-house, is because we very laser focus on Gen Alpha as our audience. And if you think about what Gen Alpha does, they spend a lot of time in school, and then they spend a lot of time playing video games. But then on top of that, they also spend a lot of time watching social media, not only to consume content, but also to create content naturally. Like, everybody wants to be Mr. Beast, kind of like that trend. So, we designed the game in a way that, if people in here, how do we create different moments in the game so that people would want to naturally create content and share it with their friends, whether or not they want to be a content creator or not. And then from there, we go into like, okay, how do we release the game in a way that would give content creators new stuff to create videos every single week? And that's how we arrive at the weekly release cadence, which I would say is the #1 key to success in terms of like increasing our weekly retention. And then, we also have social media and community in-house. We start doing social media and community building on Discord 1 week before we even launch. And from there, like we gather all the people who are interested in the game and then show them what virality means inside the game. And then they can coordinate with each other to, copy what we already created on social media. So now we've been growing until, I would say, 500 million organic views on TikTok naturally. And a lot of the creators are actually just players from the community who are just really enthusiastic about the game and creating content. We didn't really pay any influencers at all so far. And, for example, like J-Man Curly, he just came to our game, really liked it, and then just create videos because it really boosts his channel. So that's something that if you go after Gen Alpha, you really need to think about, like, how do they spend their time on? And how do you capture their attention from, outside VR to inside VR?
Perfect.
I just wanted to add too, like, in terms of marketing dollars, we invested in creating tools to allow content creators to create content easily. So we created a spectator app, which allowed people to sort of film a match, from a third-person perspective, like a boxing game, and that really helped the community, run tournaments and things like that. And we really lean in. So I even participated in a number of tournaments, as one of the contenders. So I think it all goes a long way.
All right, we have time for one last question. What length of financial or timeline runway do you recommend developers plan for post-launch? So the game hits the store, is it a year? Is it 6 months? Like, you got to be prepared to buckle down for some period of time these days. You can't fire and forget into the store anymore. Off the cuff, what is your recommendation?
As long as you can, really, but 6 months at a minimum, in my view. Yeah.
Perfect. Everyone agree? David?
Yeah.
As long as you can stick around.
Infinite.
As long as
I mean,
Yep.
At least 6. At least 6.
At least 6 is a good answer. Yeah.
Okay, sweet. All right, we are exactly at the 3 o'clock mark, so arguably we need to be out of here. But I would like to have all of you give one last round of applause to our industry panelists up here.
All right, thanks for coming. Welcome to Design and Rendering Strategies for Blockbuster VR Games featuring Batman Arkham Shadow. Before we jump in, I've been asked that you all please silence your devices, and with that, we'll get moving. My name is Ryan Darcy. I'm one of the design directors at Camouflage, and we just shipped Batman Arkham Shadow in October of last year. And the game did pretty well, so we're here to talk about why we think that is. As stated in the title of this talk, we've got both a design and rendering section. I'll start with the former, and then I'll hand it off to my colleague Kevin Call to talk more about some rendering magic. More specifically, I'll be reviewing some of our Manta mantras, with Manta being the code name for Batman Arkham Shadow. These mantras help focus our efforts over the course of the project, and we ended up with over 50 of them. But I'm just going to focus on the ones that I think are most relevant to development in VR, and also relevant for ones that are about translating high-profile IPs to VR. So I'll kick it off with our first mantra, keep it authentic Arkham. It was very important that Arkham fans perceived Arkham Shadow as a new entry to the Arkham series. We knew that translating such a beloved IP into VR was going to receive a lot of heavy scrutiny. With that in mind, anytime a teammate had questions about how something should play, look, or sound, my question back to them was, how did the previous Arkham games do it? In almost all instances, we aimed to reverse engineer all the design choices unless we had to deviate because VR. And of course, there was a lot of that as well. That said, when it comes to developing a sequel, I found that it really helps to balance your innovation between new, better, and the same. Keeping it the same meant keeping it authentic Arkham. Making it better was where we selectively tried to improve upon features from the original games, and there were a few of those instances as well. But we also had some guidance on making things better from the Arkham Trilogy's original game director, Sefton Hill. In a DICE talk from 2012, Sefton discusses Arkham City development and suggests that when you've got a great feature, make it better. This is essential if you're trying to reach best-in-class quality. You've got to keep pushing, pouring more time and resources into great features so that they can reach legendary status. Every AAA experience requires a healthy serving of these IP-defining features. That said, this will likely lead to some scheduling problems, and Sefton's got another reminder to help us there, which is features we don't do are just as important as the features we do. On Arkham Shadow, we specifically lost some really cool gadgets like the remote batarang. This played surprisingly well in VR and beat all of our expectations for how comfortable it was to throw the batarang and transition the camera directly into controlling it. But it was absolutely the right decision to cut it because we didn't have enough campaign to show off that feature, and we spent more of our time making great features legendary. The last category from our balanced innovation slide is about creating brand new features, and this is where we felt the most pressure to flex our creative muscles. And for the most part, deciding on where to spend our new bucks was driven by capitalizing on unique VR opportunities, specifically leaning to the Quest 3 strengths, and squeezing as much as we could out of the hardware in order to achieve experiences that are just not possible in any other medium. One of Quest 3's strengths included phenomenal controllers and their high-fidelity tracking, which helped avoid some of the clunkiest, most immersion-breaking experiences I have in VR, which is gesture fails. On Arkham Shadow, we aim to make gesture input just as reliable as button input. Can you imagine if players of console games had their button press fail 1 out of 10 times? Totally unacceptable. And we felt that pressure to make sure that the gestures in Arkham Shadow were just as reliable. Grabbing and throwing the batarang received a healthy amount of love for this reason. And while we're on the topic of player sentiment, we embraced an easy-to-learn, difficult-to-master philosophy in service of everyone needing to feel awesome. The Arkham games are not exclusive to hardcore players like a Dark Souls, and the broader gaming audience is still migrating over to VR. So if you want to make a game with mass appeal, I think at least for the time being, you've got to make it really accessible. Related, another mantra we had was deliver the fantasy, not the simulation. There's probably a really cool simulation-heavy Batman game out there, but I don't think it's an Arkham game. And I don't think it's going to be widely embraced in VR at the moment. As an example, we started with a more simulated version of the grapple gun. You had to first lift up your hand, press the button to start aiming, release it for the line to launch, and then tug your hand in order to launch yourself forward. It actually was a really cool VR experience on its own, but when you put it in the greater sandbox, there was just too much friction, and we ended up reverting to a more traditional, simple reticle always-on experience and a simple button tap to launch the player. Another area we diverged from simulation was in our environment interactions, where we embraced the idea of making physacs, not physics. The way this primarily surfaced was by having generous autocompletes on interactions as soon as we had enough feedback to detect player intent. So this lever for the door here, as soon as we detected the player nudging the lever down a little bit, we slammed it to the full down position in order to avoid a kind of in-between states where the player thought they finished it but didn't complete it. Speaking of abusing the laws of physics, we leaned hard into a very locomotive combat feature set. When the team was asking me how we'd pull off Arkham's iconic free-flow combat, my answer back to them was, Batman doesn't walk across the room, he punches across the room. And this simple guideline ended up laying the foundation for combat, including an off-screen counter that auto-snap-turned the player to an off-screen enemy when they were being attacked out of view. Baking locomotion into combat actions was essential to deliver on Arkham's free-flow combat, and I would argue presents a much more heroic experience, as the player can then fully focus on making the combat gestures with their hands and not fiddle around with analog sticks trying to get from here to there. While we're on the topic of combat, perhaps one of the most controversial choices we made was leaning into a highly orchestrated Beat Saber-inspired combo system. At the end of the day, I think the bet paid off. Leaning into simulation-heavy experiences often leads to a lot of janky experiences in combat. We needed to demonstrate that Batman is equal parts strength and grace. Restricting the player's strikes to these more orchestrated combos allowed us to ensure both that the gesture flow felt good and that the enemies responded with an impact worthy of Batman's armored fists. Another critical combat-adjacent area to highlight is the Predator feature set. And we got help here from another Rocksteady veteran who worked with us on Arkham Shadow, Bill Green. He introduced us to the idea that Batman is never the underdog. In combat, that meant the ability to take on upwards of a dozen enemies at a single time. And in Predator, that meant always having ample perches and a full arsenal of gadgets at your disposal. Delivering on this feature-rich demonstration of Arkham's sandbox was essential for selling Arkham Shadow as a real Arkham game, but in VR. Another mantra that Bill brought us was, if it looks grappleable, it must be grappleable. That was important for Arkham Shadow as well, but we had another variant for VR, which is, if it looks climbable, it must be climbable. In general, if the player can't read the environment and can't judge what is and isn't interactable, it's going to lead to a really frustrating experience. I can't prove this with science just yet, but I actually think fundamentally that inability or ability to read the environment can lead to a lot of physical discomfort. So in addition to things like making sure you've got a high frame rate and never rotating the player's camera, ensuring that what the player expects to happen actually happens leads to a very comfortable VR experience. All right, I've got one last mantra to bring a close to our Bill-isms, which is, like Rocksteady, we make bold iterations. This meant that we had to be fearless about trying new things and then ruthless about throwing out things that didn't work. This led to some pretty scary moments, butting up against some important deadlines, but I think you need a balanced, healthy amount of risk in order to really reach that blockbuster VR game status. All right, on to something completely different here. Another critical non-action component to the Arkham franchise are the investigation moments. Early on in the project, we sought to really blow out this feature set and involve a lot more challenging detective moments for the player. This led to a lot of player confusion and ultimately messed with pacing and messed with the player's expectations of what an Arkham game is. Ultimately, we reverted back to a more traditional Arkham investigation complexity with the guiding mantra of keep it simple, sleuth. I would often joke that we need to deliver something on the order of a reading comprehension test for a 5-year-old. And that led to our unfailable multiple choice pop quiz moments, which were the only addition that we made to the investigation sandbox. All right, plowing ahead, let's talk about the player's full body avatar, or FBA as we called it. A mantra we embraced here is the player's avatar is the sum of its unequal parts. Most importantly, you gotta make sure the gauntlets and the hands are super high quality for the FBA. Going from there, you gotta make sure there's a really nice chest with a nice batarang, and then lastly, showing some legs during some opportunistic moments like sprinting, sliding, and jumping. Another big goal we had for our environments was delivering spaces on the scale of Arkham Asylum's courtyards. We knew that in order for the player to really feel the excitement of grappling and gliding around the map, that we had to have more of these expansive spaces and bravely and smartly embrace big. Ensuring that your hero environments like this properly complement your gameplay, absolutely essential to blockbuster moments in VR. An underlying mantra that helped us deliver on those large environments was this guidance from our art director, Matt Core: emphasize the significant and streamline the rest. This was absolutely critical for delivering a game at an Arkham scale and quality on the Quest 3 chipset. We had to be very selective about where we spent our art bucks, which also informed our lighting scheme and shadowy environments. Very on brand for Arkham Shadow, and something Kevin will be diving into detail here soon. A mantra that then helped us determine what to streamline was the game is your boss. What we were explicitly trying to avoid here was any one personal bias or one discipline or one feature taking an outsized amount of room in the game. We aim to evaluate the game holistically across all features and all disciplines. So when we had questions about whether we should do X, Y, or Z, I often said, let's let the game tell us. From there, it's all about listening to player feedback and figuring out where you should lean in and where you should cut back. Another point we had here was we would often get hung up on like a bunch of hypothetical pitfalls, which led to our mantra, troubleshoot prototypes, not ideas. You can spin yourself in circles for hours, days, or even weeks, imagining all the ways that your features may break or be terrible for the player experience. The best way to sidestep that is get it in the game in its most simplest form and evaluate from there. This was our approach for the shock gloves, which Arkham fans loved from Arkham Origins, but rightly called out as OP. Instead of talking about it for hours, we just tried a bunch of different variations and ultimately found something that fit all of our non-OP needs. Another cornerstone at Camouflage is making meaningful games, which informed our Say Something Important mantra. This mostly applied to our writers, of course, but was also an invitation to the team to support and elevate our narrative through environmental storytelling, music, and player interactions that complemented the core narrative themes. This rage sequence highlighted here in the image that starts with the brutal interrogation in Monarch Theater and ends in Gotham's courthouse. It was a great example of how gameplay, story, art, and audio all came together to focus on a key theme in our story, rage. Speaking of stories, remember that all of us in this room get to write the VR rulebook. This medium is still in its nascent days, and it's important to test its limits and break down imaginary walls. It's when you push these boundaries and develop never-been-done-before experiences that you truly deliver a blockbuster VR title. And with that, we're in the design portion of this talk, and I'm going to hand it off to Kevin to talk about some rendering techniques.
Thank you, Ryan. Hello, everyone. My name's Kevin Call, and I'm a rendering engineer at Camouflage. Today, I'm going to talk about some of the rendering techniques and strategies that we use to make a gorgeous game with Arkham Shadow while staying within the performance constraints of the mobile chipset of the Quest 3. First, I'd like to share some background info about the project. We made the game in Unity and shipped with a custom version of 2022.3, and we use Vulkan for our graphics API. We use a custom render pipeline, and our target frame rate was 72 FPS, which equates to a frame time of about 13.89 milliseconds. Let's start by talking about baked lighting. Because of performance constraints, the vast majority of the content in our game uses baked lighting. For static objects, we use Unity's built-in directional light maps. With directional light maps, you have two textures, the light map itself, which stores color and intensity, and the directional light map, which stores the dominant direction. Here's a visualization of the baked diffuse light from the light map. Directional light maps allow normal maps to affect baked lighting. You can see this in action with the embossed letters on the sign. And here's a visualization of the dominant light direction. This is what the scene looks like when lit with directional light maps. It's nice, but it's missing something very important, direct specular. Without specular, it's very hard to express many surface types, like metallics or smooth, shiny objects. Fortunately, the solution was fairly simple. We evaluated our specular BRDF using the dominant direction when applying light map lighting. While it's a major improvement over having no specular, there is a subtle issue with this approach that's easier to see in another example. Here's a screenshot from a different location in the same scene. The specular lighting looks good here, but notice the clear separation between light and shadow. What happens if we look at this from a different angle? As you can see, there is now strong specular lighting in some of the shadowed areas. This looks wrong because there shouldn't be a direct light source affecting just the shadowed areas like this. The reason this happens is we are naively assuming direct light is responsible for the light in the dominant direction at each texel in the light map, when in actuality, many of the texels are predominantly lit by indirect light. So now the question is, how can we further refine this to avoid false positives? The solution we arrived at was to use luminance as a heuristic to predict whether the light at a given texel in the light map was predominantly from direct light. We construct a mask from the diffuse luminance by allowing artists to specify a minimum threshold along with attenuation. This is then multiplied by the specular in the shader to filter out false positives. To be clear, the mask is not a separate texture, it's calculated on the fly in the shader. So let's go back to what the problem looks like, and then see what it looks like after the fix. Notice how the false specular highlights disappear from the shadowed areas. The way we gave artists the ability to tune these parameters was with the volume system in Unity's core RP library. This system is excellent for passing parameters to the GPU based on camera position. Before we move on from light maps, let's take one last look at the first screenshot from the scene and layer in the improvements. Here's the scene with just the built-in directional light maps. And here it is with specular from the dominant direction. And finally with the correction to remove false positives. Now let's talk about baked lighting for dynamic objects. For dynamic objects, we use Unity's built-in light probes, which store spherical harmonics, commonly just called SH. Like with light maps, by default, you don't get any specular from light probes. You can see an example of that here on Batman's arm. We also added specular to the SH lighting using the dominant direction. Though in this case, the dominant direction is calculated from the SH coefficients. One problem that our artists encountered is that it was sometimes difficult to balance placing baked lights for both the static environment and dynamic characters. Here you can see that while the lighting is fairly realistic, it's a bit hard to distinguish Gordon from the background due to the darkness. Our solution to this problem was a system called custom probes, which allowed us to override the SH for characters using a material property block. Here you can see how we embellished the lighting from the nearby red light to help Gordon stand out a bit more from the background. Individual custom probe components could be placed as needed to override character lighting. Artists were able to intuitively add light to them using a 3-point light setup. An added bonus of this system is it allowed for very quick iteration, since artists could immediately see the results on screen without having to regenerate baked lighting. Now let's talk about real-time lighting. As mentioned previously, due to performance constraints, we seldom used it, though there were specific cases where we did so carefully to further enhance the visuals. As we based our lighting off of URP around late 2020 and early 2021, we used forward rendering with a per-object light list. Here's some results from performance tests we did on Quest 3 at GPU level 4 by rendering a full-screen quad using one of our most common environment shaders. As you can see, the cost scales linearly with the number of lights and at an even higher rate when using shadows. Unfortunately, forward rendering is especially poor in games like ours, where we have to combine objects into large meshes to reduce draw calls. Let me illustrate why. Here's a screenshot from one of the Predator scenes from our game. In the actual game, this uses all baked lighting, but I'm going to use it as an example to demonstrate what would happen if we were to start adding real-time lights to it. This visualization shows which objects are affected by real-time lights. As there are none in the scene currently, all objects are gray. This is what it looks like if we add a real-time spotlight. Objects colored yellow are now paying the performance cost for the light. However, you can see that the light is only affecting a small number of pixels on screen. Even if it touches just a small part of the object, you pay the full cost of the light over the entire surface. Now we've added another spotlight on the left. You can see how some additional objects have turned yellow, but more importantly, some objects that were previously yellow turned red, indicating that they are affected by both lights and will incur an even higher cost. Though we generally avoided real-time lights, we did use mixed lights in key cinematics to improve character lighting. Mixed lighting is essentially a way to bake some part of the lighting and do another part in real time. Unity has multiple mix modes, but we exclusively use subtractive. In subtractive, direct light is added to static objects in the light map and to dynamic objects with real-time light. Indirect light is added to static objects in the light map and to dynamic objects with light probes. The nice thing about mixed lights is since they only apply real-time light to dynamic objects, which are generally small, it is relatively easy to ensure that no more than a single mixed light affects a given dynamic object at once. Here you can see how only the dynamic objects in the scene, a character and a grate, are highlighted yellow, indicating that only they are paying the cost for real-time lighting. Now let's look at how mixed lights improve the quality of lighting. In this example, you can see what Leslie would look like if the key light in the scene were baked. With a baked light, both the direct and indirect contribution are stored as SH in the light probes. It's not bad, but it looks a lot better with a mixed light. Notice how much better the contrast is between light and shadow on her face. This is because the direct lighting is now being applied in real time. And it looks even better with soft shadows enabled on the mixed light. This is the configuration that we used in this scene in the actual game. Another issue we noticed is that we pay for the overhead of the light loop in the forward pass even when there are no lights in the scene, which unnecessarily increases register pressure in the shader and adds performance overhead. To mitigate this, we conditionally compile out the loop based on the presence of and types of light in the current frame, then use a global shader keyword to select which variant to use. The logic is as follows. If there's at least one real-time light, we need to enable the loop for all objects. If there are only mixed lights, we only need to enable the loop for dynamic objects. And if there are no lights, then we disable the loop for all objects. Now let's talk about real-time shadows. As discussed previously, mixed lights allowed us to add shadows from dynamic objects to other dynamic objects, but we also wanted a way for characters to cast shadows on the static environment. And we wanted to be able to have several shadow casting lights in the scene at once. Because of their issues in forward rendering with large mesh combined objects, actual real-time lights with shadow weren't an option. Subtractive does let us use a mixed directional light to add shadows to the static environment, but this isn't helpful for indoor environments. What we really wanted was a solution for spotlights. Playing Arkham Asylum inspired us with a possible solution. We noticed that they appear to be using multiplicative blending to composite dynamic character shadows with the static environment. In this screenshot, you can see how Batman's shadow darkens the shadow of the bars instead of merging with them as you would expect. This led to the birth of what we call fake shadows. The basic idea was to apply the fake shadows in a deferred style. First, we'd render the shadow maps. Then we'd render opaque objects with forward lighting. Then after this, for each fake shadow light, we'd render a projection volume, sample depth, and use this to reconstruct world position to sample the shadow map, and return an attenuation value, which would be multiplicatively blended with the frame buffer. Finally, we'd render transparent objects at the end. This approach had several potential perf benefits. It avoids any additional lighting calculations, diffuse or specular, and it's completely decoupled from the forward pass, which means less register pressure, and the cost would scale with the screen size of the projective volumes independently of anything else. But there was also a performance drawback, which is that we'd be adding extra overdraw for the projective volumes. The only way to know for sure if it was a net savings was to test. But before we could test, there was another problem we had to solve, which is that when we were developing this technique in early 2023, there was no way to read depth in Unity without making a copy of the depth buffer, which is especially expensive on tiled GPUs. Tiled GPUs do allow you to read depth at the location of the current fragment efficiently, and this is possible in Vulkan, but it wasn't exposed at the time in Unity. Since we weren't sure when this feature would be available to us, we came up with a backup plan, which was to use our existing decal system instead of real-time projective volumes. It works by creating a new form-fitting decal mesh from source meshes in the scene. Because all the computation to generate these meshes is done at edit time, at runtime, they're just ordinary meshes, basically. After making an initial prototype, we tested how the performance compared to an actual real-time light with shadow, and the results were very positive. Even in the case of just a single light, fake shadows came out ahead, despite the extra overdraw. And we already knew that they would scale much better than real-time lights as the number of shadow lights in the scene increased, so we decided to move forward with this approach. We implemented fake shadow lights as modified real-time lights to take advantage of Unity's built-in shadow rendering. To prevent Unity from using fake shadow lights for lighting, we simply don't add them to the light index map that is populated each frame. We also store a reference to the light's associated decal mesh, and we use a specific layer to ensure only certain objects like characters would cast fake shadows. It was important to use an ordinary layer instead of a rendering layer, since the rendering layer test is not performed in the function calling_results.getShadowCasterBounds, which returns a bool to allow us to early out of shadow rendering in the case that there are no objects to render. Earlying out allows us to avoid inefficiency. We can avoid unnecessarily drawing the shadow decal, and we can avoid unnecessarily allocating space in the shadow map atlas. To improve the workflow, we added the ability to create fake shadow lights from existing baked lights. And we also made it so modifying the spotlight angle or range would correctly modify the decal projective volume. During the last year of the project, we finally got the ability to efficiently read the depth buffer in Unity. And though it didn't make production sense to go back and change how the existing fake shadow lights worked, we were able to expand the system to use depth read to project Batman's iconic shadow while gliding. We also used depth read to add multiplicatively blended blob shadows to characters' shoes to help ground them even in situations without fake shadow lights. We generated 3D SDF textures for the shoes and then sampled them with object space position reconstructed from depth to get nice fall off. Finally, let's talk about reflections. As a foundation, we use Unity's built-in reflection probes, which store a capture of the environment in a cube map. While reflection probes work well in perfectly box-shaped rooms, problems start to occur in scenes with more complex geometry and varying lighting conditions. For example, in this scene, you can see bright green reflections on the trash can in the dark corner, making it look out of place. To solve this, we implemented a technique called cube map normalization. You can see that with this technique applied, the reflections more accurately match local lighting conditions. To implement this technique, we store the SH at the point of the reflection probe capture. Then in the fragment shader, we scale the reflection using the ratio of diffuse lighting at the fragment to the diffuse lighting at the reflection probe sampled with the vertex normal. If the diffuse lighting at the fragment is darker, then the reflection becomes darker. Likewise, if the diffuse lighting at the fragment is brighter, then the reflection becomes brighter. If you're interested in learning more about this technique, consult these presentations from Black Ops 2 and God of War. Give you guys time to take pictures. Cool. We also use what we call reflection proxies to augment the reflections from probes. A proxy is an image captured of a specific object in the scene at edit time. At runtime, we then render them reflected over a known reflection plane to a screen space buffer, which objects can then sample. In this screenshot, notice how the neon sign sticks out from the wall and reflects in the puddle. This wouldn't work well with a probe since they essentially flatten the reflection to the surface of a cube, but the proxy allows the reflection to poke out of the wall. A problem we encountered with proxies is that they could leak through solid objects. In this example, we added a proxy along the back wall to improve the reflections on the water, but the reflections could penetrate the boat and make the water look very bright under the dock. To solve these sorts of issues, we added the ability to render occluders to the screen space reflection buffer, which would block proxies from rendering. And that wraps up our presentation. We hope you learned something that you can apply to your VR games. And if you have any feedback, be sure to scan the QR code on screen to let us know how we did. And since we don't really have time to do a traditional Q&A up here, we'll be hanging out just in the lobby, so feel free to come up and chat, ask questions, whatever.
You might have time for one question.
Oh, do you want to try one question? Okay, we'll be in the hallway. It'll be casual. All right, thanks, guys.